Guys, what the fuck is going on? I thought, is it me? Is it me? My internet's not working, blood. I thought my internet's not working. Mine keeps loading up to 25% and then telling me it's down, bro. Are you nuts? I was so sketchy. I was thinking to myself, maybe this is not. I said, I don't. Bruv, are you mad? They got us all excited. My thing keeps loading to 25%. What's going on? Bruv, I'm pressing live now and it's not a live thing. They got us all excited for nothing. Hold on. Yeah, it's not working. I don't know what's going on, bruv. It's not working, bruv. Honestly, I even went onto my phone. Look, I even went onto my phone. I went onto my phone. I turned off Wi-Fi. I went off on Wi-Fi. I put it onto normal to see, you know, I was like, oh, maybe it's gonna work. It just keeps spinning. It just keeps spinning. It just keeps spinning. I even went onto Twitter to make sure, and then I saw everyone saying it's down. I was like, this is so annoying. Netflix, man. Y'all been letting us down. I thought I hadn't paid my Netflix bill. I promise you. I thought I hadn't paid my Netflix bill. So I was like looking, I looked to get out. I said, wait, the bill cycle is not even now. So my bill cycle is 26th. It's the 17th. I definitely paid my bill. So I honestly was stressing, bruv. They've done a live show. Look what it's saying. Look what it's saying. We're having problem connecting to Netflix. Please try again later on alternative network connection. Nigga, it ain't my network connection. Sorry, I shouldn't say nigga, but it's not my network connection. It's you. This is the kind of unaccountable stuff that I don't like. I'm telling you about in relationships. See how Netflix is doing us? See how Netflix is doing us? They're trying to tell us it's our network connection when you know yourself is you. It is you, but you're telling me it's me. You want to gaslight me with about Love is Blind. You want to gaslight me and tell me it's my connection. How you going to gaslight me? How you going to gaslight me? You know what I'm saying? Someone said try again. I'm in now. Oh my days. Come on. 25% and loading. 25% and loading. Someone said it just got in. No, mine's still saying trouble. Oh my God. Jesus is Lord. Come on. Oh my days. Someone said they're in. Who said they're in? Ariel says she just got in. Do you mean you got into the show or you got here in? Don't come and lie to us. We haven't got time to be lied to, Ariel. Okay, I like you and your picture looks cute, but this is not the time to be playing with us. I'm a little bit discombobulated. Now hold on a minute. Hold on. I need to make sure my hash browns are not burning. Hold on. Listen, I'm grabbing my food. I'm sorry, I had to grab my food. I'm sorry, I had to grab my food because this is nuts. This is nuts. This is nuts. But hey, listen, I'm gonna eat my food. I'm sorry. Do you not see the pool thing? Have you guys seen the pool thing? Apparently, Paul touched somebody's batty. Apparently, Paul was having sex with Micah's friend. Y'all see that? Huh? Y'all see that? Y'all see the Paul Paul apparently Paul wait, someone said try again. That Paul apparently was cheating with their best friend. Huh? If I was your best friend, I want you around all the time. If I was your best friend, promise that you'll be mine. You say I'm just a friend. Hey, girl, let's go pretend. But I'm trying, bro. I'm trying, but mine ain't even doing. They just keep telling me, they keep gaslighting me, telling me my connection's up. I'm at 25. Mine spins at 25%, and then it says we're having trouble loading this thing, man. Honestly. All right, I'm so that potato was doing bits. If you haven't seen it, so apparently yo, the memes on Twitter are killing it already, bro. Honestly, the memes on honestly. Wait. So people are still. So wait, are some people in? That's what I want to know. I just want to know. Are we in? Are some people in? Cheese and bread, bro. Y'all be killing us up here, man. Netflix. What is this? Mine's even at 25%. That's what even hurts me the most. Mine's at 25%. I could have been doing a Ready to Love live. Yo, I am feeling nuts, blood. These guys must have done it on purpose too. They're like, we're going to build that suspense, guys. We're going to build a suspense. We're going to build a suspense. I have 550 people in this room right now who are stressing with me. And I totally understand. We're stressing together because none of us are past 25%. Some of you on 76%. Someone said I'm on 90. I'm on 99% for the last 7 minutes, bro. You're that close. I ain't gonna lie to you, Vino. I ain't a hater, but I'm a hater today. I hope your thing crashes. I'm gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. Okay, I ain't gonna lie to you. I hope that when just as it's gonna flick over, it crashes because we need to be in the same boat. Okay, we need to be in the same boat. I don't need you to be ahead of me. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I'm not getting in, you ain't getting in. I'm a hater. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I want to see you fail, sir. Okay, because I can't see you winning this. Yeah, you know what I mean? I can't. Yeah, which I'm stressing, bro. Stressing. I've been waiting for this live. I've been salivating. I've been literally salivating, just dribbling at the mouth, waiting for this live reunion. I've stayed up. I even went to take a nap, and to come back and see this is madness, bro. Like y'all are doing us dirty, bro. You know, someone said 2 minutes. Someone said 2 minutes until the live show starts. Okay, but the thing is mad, bro. It's mad, bro, right now, cuz. Yeah, it's mad, bro. Someone said my friend said he got 76%, then crashed. Someone said somebody about to lose their job today. You understand? Today. Okay. Listen as well. Make sure as well after the live reunion goes live. Hopefully, when it goes live today, we're gonna have a open panel later on. So if you know you got your thoughts, this is gonna be the time to come and say it. We want you to cam up, please. If you want to come up, you got to cam up a little bit later on. Not now. Later on, we have the second live. We'll have that live and we'll have a conversation about Ready to Love is Blind. So hopefully as well. So let me just see. I'm going to try again. I'm just going to try and getting again on my phone and see if anything changes. Because I'm doing it on 4G and I'm doing it on thingy. Someone asked what time it is. It's 1 a.m. for me. 15 minutes past 1. So look, it just keeps spinning. The frustration is it just keeps spinning, and that's the problem right now. It's nuts. Yeah, nuts. Just keep spinning. You know, it's problematic right now. So, but whilst we're here, I guess we can talk about it. Whilst we're here, we can talk about it. You know, the pool situation, which is happening right now. Also, Micah's rebranding. I need Micah to stop this. Micah, I need you to stop this, okay? Stop going round and doing these Substad stories about how, you know, you felt like you were done dirty on the show. You were a bully and you were somebody who was moving mad, okay? All right, so we have to talk about it. But yeah, there was a scene with Paul, and I'm gonna show you guys whilst we're in the meantime. Might as well, innit? Get me? And apparently, listen, there's further evidence too, which kind of looks inconspicuous too. Just gotta be honest. I just gotta be honest, okay? Just gotta be honest. I gotta be honest. Okay, so all right, so this is a little clip that's been going around on Twitter. And it's from the scene where he hugs. It's from the scene where he hugs Micah after they've said no on the altar. He said no on the altar or whatever, and you know, this part here. So I'm gonna show you in full time. You get me? Listen, it's peak right now, 99.5%. I know, baby. Yeah. You know, and the matter thing, look at my title of my video. Look at my title of my thing. I said there'll be carnage, and there literally has been carnage. I shouldn't have prophesied that. I need to stop prophesying that. You know, I said it's gonna be carnage, and look what's happened. I prophesied it carnage, and look what's happened. You know, so I feel bad. I won't do it again, guys. I promise. But anyway, listen, Paul Ting, okay, my dog. Remember I told you, you need to have the dog in you. You know what I mean? Some people need to have the dog in you. You see what I'm saying to you? You need to have the dog, the roof, roof. You know what I'm saying? When you're out here in the streets, you need, you need a bit of that dog in you. Yeah, dog in you. People can take advantage of you. See, Paul was playing that whole I'm a nerd, you know. You know, I'm on a computer kind of guy. But really and truly, the guy's a dark horse. Okay, the same way people underestimated Clark Kent is the same way they underestimated Paul. Okay, so this is a situation right now. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, listen. So look at this situation, right? So this is what happened.
Now I know y'all see his hand. I know y'all see that hand.
Now it's really tough to kind of see it all in one go, but let's just watch it and slow it down.
Now I know y'all see his hand. I know y'all see that hand.
Okay, so there was a little flicker. Just watch this last bit.
Now I know y'all see his hand. I know.
Boom. Just there, his hand flick. His hand. The hand flicks out. It's unfortunate. Okay, the hand flicked out. You know what I'm saying? The hand flicked out. So it looks like he touched her booty. Okay, it looks like he touched her booty. But what really kills it is where the hand. Her hand
y'all
goes.
See that hand.
Boom, here. So you see the part where he touched her ass, apparently, quote unquote, that's where she also touches. Now, the reason why I think is a little bit, you know, at first I wasn't buying it, but then I had to look at it deeper again, and I said, he touching the booty, okay? It's because her hand changes, okay? All right, her hand changes, okay? Positions, all right? So look, just watch this, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so the hand where it is now, look.
Now I know y'all see his
Hold on,
hand.
let me go back. Look where her hand is. Bloody hell, mate. Her hand is on the front of her thigh right now. Okay? Her hand's on the front of her thigh. But look where her hand lands. Okay? Look where her hand lands. Okay? All right? So her hand's gonna move. Watch this.
Now I know y'all see his hand. I know y'all see that hand.
Boom. Hold on. You better move.
See that hand.
Boom. Ah, stop, man. Stop. Here. Boom. There we go. Look. Now look where the hand is. It's stuck there. You feel what I'm saying to you? So it's moved from the front to the back. Now, listen, of course, he was getting past. I get it. Okay? I get it. You know, he was getting past. I get it. And I'm with you. You know what I mean? I was defending him. Okay? I was defending him. Okay? I was saying I was defending him. But my issue is when, you know, if anybody has played sports before, okay, I'm trying to log in, see if it's going to load again. I'm just trying to see if Live is Blind is going to log in quickly. Because, you know, they said 15 minutes flat. Come on. So I'm trying to see if it's going to play now. Huh? Hold on, guys. Oh, 25%. Okay, anyway. They're still letting us in. But anyway, literally, okay. His hand flicks out. Now, if you've ever played sports before, you know that, you know, when you do quote unquote pretend as if the foul was intentional, or you tackle someone unintentional, or you do something that is like you know, you do something like you do a foul and you pretend to say, "Oh, I never touched them." That's exactly what he's doing, right? Okay, so it's interesting that his hand flicks out. That's what I'm going to try to say. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is his hand flicks out, and I don't know why my heating's on like 25. It's ridiculous. His hand literally flicked out, and I was like, "Whoa!" Look, all I'm saying is, look, just watch it one more time, y'all. His hand's gonna flick out. Let's just watch it. Look, okay, just watch.
Now I know y'all see his
Nah,
hand.
it's not here. Boom. Okay, so his hand is real calm right now. It's real calm. Okay, but his hand is going to flick out. Just watch. Okay, his hand is going to flick out in a second or two. Just have a little watch.
No, y'all.
Boom. Right? It was real smooth, real quick. Look, just real smooth, real quick. Just watch. It needs not to come out. Look what it did. Look. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Boom. Hits it with a one hand. He gonna go past it again. Okay, and that be it. Right? That's where she got hit. Okay, that's what it looks like to me. Just saying. Okay, just saying. Has anybody got in though? Okay, now. You know, you know, listen. Let me eat some of my food because I'm hungry, guys. You got me here starving. Okay. Now that's what I'm gonna say. So for us at the moment, for me, Paul definitely did sign to her booty. Okay. Now the fact that she's so comfortable getting her booty slapped like that, that tells me they're definitely doing some things. Okay. All right. Now I know that behavior. You know when you know when you got that personal joke with that guy or that girl, and you're in amongst some friends and stuff, and y'all have your little PJ physical touches, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You have your little PJ physical touches. That's what they were doing. Okay, that's what they were doing. All right. Christina said that's a joke. Anyway, listen, guys, we have 952 people in the room. Hey. We have 952 people in the room. And I don't see 952 likes. I need you to start liking the live. We must not. Hey. Just because Netflix is working doesn't mean your fingers are not working. My friend, grab your mouse, grab your finger, press the like button. Don't leave here without pressing the like button. Hey, don't do that. Don't do that thing here. Look, Netflix is doing what they're doing. Don't do me dirty as Netflix is doing us dirty. You understand? Yeah? Press the like button. Don't do me dirty like that because Netflix is doing us all dirty. We don't have to join in and do dirty to each other. You understand what I'm saying to you? Press the like button. Yeah, don't do it to me like that. Let me stress. You understand? It's hot in my room right now. God, I've got the heating on. You know, for the one time, you know. God, don't do me dirty, you know. And for those of you who are new here, because I know we've got a lot of people are probably watching who have never been to a Little Black Book live. Listen, make sure you join us, man, because it's kind of jokes and fun that we have conversations around here. We have live panels. We have you know, TV show reviews, everything like that. It's a good vibe around it. So if you're not ever here, oftentimes, listen, subscribe to it. Click on that bell button as well, you know, as well. We want to appreciate you. Yes, baby. You know, I appreciate you, baby. You know, I appreciate you, baby. You know what I'm saying? So, well, listen, whilst we're here, listen, let's do some stuff. Let's interact. You know what I mean? Let's interact because I feel like we're waiting outside of a show. Okay. All right. I feel like we're waiting outside of a show. You know, and I think this is it's paining me. Okay, it's paining me right now. It feels like we're outside the show and they haven't opened up the doors, and they haven't really told us any real information that's going to help us make an educated decision in terms of what's happening with the show. You know, so that's how I feel at the moment. But let me get everybody's viewpoints. What's you guys' thoughts at the moment with BLISS and ZACK? What do you guys think? You think they're gonna last long? Okay, y'all think BLISS and ZACK gonna last long? Let me get your thoughts on that. You know, I know we're all having errors around here, so let's have a conversation while we're here, innit? Might as well, innit? Whilst we're outside, let's do that. Okay, so I want to get your points. What's your thoughts on BLISS and ZACK? I want to get your thoughts so far this season. Do you think they're still together and they're still rocking hard? You know, do you think they're still rocking hard? You know. Isn't it still rocking hard? Someone said they wouldn't be surprised if BLISS is pregnant. God damn. Ooh. Someone said, I think BLISS and ZACK will last. Ooh, okay, Sarah Love. I hear you. Nice DP, by the way. Anyway, listen, yeah, I hear that definitely 100%. Definitely hear that as well. So I definitely hear that as well. Bliss, someone said Bliss and Zach together forever. I don't know if I trust that, but I'm hearing what you're saying. So I don't know why she said yes to begin with. Me neither. I have no clue why they said yes to even begin with. I'm not sure. It's crazy. So tonight, yes, brother. Tonight will be the one that will tell us everything we need to know, whether whether they'll be together forever. But personally, I'm gonna tell you the truth. You choose me second, there ain't no way this gonna work out. Okay, I got too much pride, I got too much shame. Okay, some of you need to have shame in your life. Let me try my Love is Blind thing again. Let me try again. I'm gonna see if I'm in. Okay, some of you need to have shame in your life. Some of you need to have shame in your life. You are being chosen second. You need to have shame in your life. Nah, Netflix is still down. This is mad. Some of you need to have shame in your life because the way some of you are behaving, it don't make sense. They choose you second and you're still wanting to be there, huh? They are choosing second and you still want to be there, right? Hey, my God. Someone said, you know what I mean? Like, you can't be doing that, bruv. So I don't know. It's not for me. Right, the comments are flying right now, bruv. Right now, the comments are flying. Listen, at this rate, we're gonna have to start making a chant. Why are we waiting? Why are we waiting? Why are we waiting? So, you know what I mean? So yeah, it can never be me. Can never choose me second. You must be mad. You understand what I'm saying to you? Someone said as long as they're going to Mexico, they should be good. Trey, you already know. You already know. Yomi Naomi said I could never come second. What's that? Hold on, wait a minute. I'm just saying because I'm single. I just want to see this profile. Okay, Yomi and Naomi looking cute in the DP. Let me behave myself. Jesus said I should behave myself. So yeah, anyway, let's look at the rest of the comments. As well. Let's see. Someone said I think they're divorced and the dad got to say I told you so. Okay, I hear you. Someone said I think because I'm fairly sure the two being logic minded, they definitely didn't make an impulsive decision going in, and I believe that what Bliss told her dad in how she doesn't want to end up with a broken family. Okay. Sarah Love said, technically, we all been second, third, and 12th place. We just don't know about it. Well, I'm not going to be 12th, second, third, fourth, fifth. It's not me. You ain't going to choose me. I need to see that energy reciprocated straight away. I told you already, you ain't going to get me like that. I need energy to be reciprocated straight away. Okay? All right? I need to be reciprocated straight away. Deja Vu Butterfly, they're moving mad right now. Absolutely. Moving freaking madden. You understand what I'm saying to you? Absolutely mad. Let me just try it one more time again. I'm just saying. Hey, Roxy, you're killing me. You're killing me. He said someone called Lucina, the seamstress, to fix this. Like, she fixed Brett's pants. Yo, Lucina did a whole job, bro. She fixed them pants and said, I don't know, it's going to work out well. I hope it works out well. And literally the thing was fixed. I said, raw. I said, nah, cuzzy. Lucina, we appreciate you. Okay? All right? Lucina, we appreciate you. Okay? We have 1,100. God damn. We have 1,100 people in this room right now. And I know a lot of you are here because you're stressed. I wanna let you know. You don't have to be stressed here. You understand? We're gonna all have fun and enjoy ourselves, whether they watch it or not. Okay, so we have 1,100 people in this room. We are all here waiting for the madness. Don't worry. Okay, all right. Don't stress yourself. Enjoy yourself in a chat. Maybe connect to somebody. If you see a nice profile, say hello. Get some conversation going. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time round here. Somebody could be your wife or your husband in the chat. You understand? And I want to hear those stories in the future that, you come on Twitter and you say, how did you meet? Say, I met on a Little Black Book Live. I saw my wife. I started speaking to her and she became my wife. You understand what I'm saying to you? So don't waste opportunity. There's 1,100 people in this room, 1,110 now in this room. Don't waste your time. You understand? There's somebody in the chat feed. There's many ladies. I'm seeing DP, beautiful brown skins. Mwah! Just beautiful brown skins. Man, them, don't waste your time. I know some of you are silent in my chat. Most of you men who are who watch my shows, you're silent. Don't be silent today. Today's the day to come out. There are fine babies walking around whilst they are waiting for Netflix. This is the time, oh yeah? Make speed and make haste. You understand? Yeah? Make speed and make haste. Don't waste time. You know what I'm saying? So someone said they're not late getting the account for that payment. No, this is not the first time. They did one for Chris Rock, and it worked out well. I think someone else did one as well, a live show as well. But I'm sure they had a lot of people watching it, but I just don't get this one. Why there's, I guess there's going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of people who are going to be watching this show as well. Mine's still spinning at 25%. It's the fact that it's been at 25% that's really pissing me off, to be honest. You know, so I don't know. So it's kind of stressing me out. Okay, so someone said there's actual error announcement. It says to sit tight and wait for the announcement. Okay, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I hear you on that. I hear you on that. Rata, I can't even keep up with the comments, blood. We have 1,200 people. I can't keep up with the comments, blood. I cannot keep up with the comments, blood. You get what I'm saying? Listen. Whilst we're here, you know what I mean? I'm trying to tell you. Look, you don't have to miss your blessing. Somebody said we are together again. Don't miss your blessing while you're here. This could be a Love is Blind situation right now. You can't even see everybody and know who they are. But if you see a name that you like, maybe it's a kind of conversate. You understand? Start asking some key questions in the chat. Don't be afraid. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah? Bless in the Lord. We are together again. You know what I mean? So, I'm seeing some men in the chat. I'm seeing some men in the chat. Ladies, take account and notice the men are coming out. I see them. Yes, they are there. Sisters, come and see there's some brothers in the chat. Don't miss your blessings. Just praising the Lord. Okay? And when you find that man, please, when you find him, make sure you message me. I want to know the love story. I will interview you on this channel. You understand? I will interview you on this channel. No problem. Yeah? No problem at all. Interview on this channel. You understand what I'm saying to you? Rah. Okay. Yes, Ariel Nod. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So much love, man, and appreciation. Honestly, I appreciate that. Okay. So thank you so much. Yeah. We appreciate you. Thank you. Keep the super chats coming. We appreciate them as always. It helps to keep the heater on in my house as well. Okay. So we appreciate you all. Okay. Listen, it's a madness out in here, Dunya. Olga said, never call me a project though. I hear you still. Never can call me a project. That's a real thing right there. Do you know what? Whilst we're here, I'm also review what I was going to review. So do you know what? Frick it. I won't even do it tomorrow. I'll do it today. I'm a review. Because did y'all see the little interview? Did y'all see the interview? Okay, let me show you something. Now. Okay, let me go to it now. Hold on now. Hold your horses. There was a interview that was done. Love is Blind. I want to go to it. That happened. And it was interesting to hear Jacqueline and Marshall. Hey, Jacqueline's moved in with Josh. You guys know this? Did you guys know that Jacqueline has moved in with Marshall? Jacqueline has moved in. I said, damn, y'all really serious like that? So, baby, you ain't afraid of commitment like this. But let me play the tab. Let me get a tab up. Yeah, let me get a tab up. I don't know if you've seen this interview. Shout out to, let me see her page. Pay or Wait. Shout out to Pay or Wait. She had an interview, 156. 156k. Oh, sorry, 156k views at the moment. It's doing quite bits on the numbers. So shout out to her as well. God damn it, my thing is still telling me loading. You know, like my thing's been loading. My thing's been spinning for time, bro. Like I'm trying again. Let's just see. I'm trying again. Look, we are trying again. Why are we just spinning? That's my issue. Is why is it still spinning? You know, Bruv, freaking ridiculous, bruv. Someone says just slow the chat down. All right, let me slow the chat down so that you guys can actually, because you know you won't be able to catch your blessing if the chat is spinning so fast. So let me slow it down to 10 seconds delay. Otherwise you'll miss your blessing. You'll miss your blessing. You'll miss your blessing in the chat. I don't want to do it to you. So I've slowed it down 10 seconds. Yeah, 10 seconds now. All right. So let me just play this little thing. I was watching. I was like, hold on a minute now. So shout out to Pay Your Weight for her thing.
The whole blow up with like, oh, you're a project and all this stuff. And I was kind of just like, yeah, you reap what you sow. So sit here and talk to me and say that about me, then I'm gonna go ahead and keep it pushing and find somebody who wants to be with me and happy with me and know that Jackie B is okay.
Okay, so we saw a different Marshall. It was a different Marshall off camera from on camera. Well, we saw.
Well, Marshall, I don't want to say it's like Jekyll or Hyde or nothing like that. Okay. Marshall's a good dude. It's just he was saying some crazy stuff that he should have been saying in the heat of the moment. Let's just say that.
Now, why you wanted to keep the ring, girl? Why we keeping the ring?
You don't need that ring for what? That's my ring.
Okay, girl.
I'm Mariah Carey. Just like Mariah Carey was like, you ain't getting that ring. I'm gonna keep my ring. Go ahead and do whatever you want to do, but you ain't getting my ring.
What's going on with you and Josh? We still together? We still vibing?
No, we moved in. We together. That's my baby. We going to war together.
Oh, go to war again. Okay.
That's my baby. That's my road dog.
Okay, because it felt like Josh was more your style, and Marshall, I felt like you was trying to go for what you felt will be right for you. So
yeah. So in the pods, me and Josh, that's like my Kiki friend. Like we over there, like we talk about DJ Khaled memes. Like that's my best friend. And then Marshall, I'm in the pods. We talk about heavy duty. We talking about emotions. We talk about that. I'm not used to that simpness. So I was like, let me go ahead and be with somebody who is emotional. Let me go ahead and be with somebody.
Wait a minute. Wait. Did you guys hear? Sorry, I was eating. Did you guys hear what I just heard? I'm gonna play it again in a second. Don't get angry at me, guys. I'm gonna play it again in a second. But did you hear what she just said? No. Did you hear what she just said? Now, did she just call him what I think she called him? Darling, did you call him what I think you called him? You called him the super S word. The super S word. I think she called him the super S word. Let me rewind that for you, okay? Because I think I heard what I heard, but I'm not sure if I heard what I heard. I think I heard what I heard, but I'm not sure if I heard what I heard. So let's play it again one more time, okay? All right. Now, before I do, if you're new to the channel, please like the live, share, and subscribe because we do this great stuff all the time. And you know what? It's by the grace of God that Netflix is down, that you're here today because you're up. You understand what I'm saying to you? As Netflix is going down, I'm going up. You understand what I'm saying to you? So like the button. Now let's go back into the clip quickly and play the little thing. I said, did she just call him what I think she called him? Did she call him what I think she called him? That's a madness. He's a sickness. It's a sickness.
The pods, me and Josh, that's like my Kiki friend. Like we over there, like we talk about DJ Khaled memes. Like that's my best friend. And then Marshall, I'm in the pods. We talk about heavy duty. We talking about emotions. We talk about that. I'm not used to that simpness. So I was like, let me go ahead and be with somebody who is emotional. Let me go ahead and be with somebody who's soft because that's what I need, But there was a difference between needing and wanting, and I kind of was like.
Okay.
I don't want that.
Okay. Chelsea, before we go, are you and Mama still, are y'all?
She just called that boy a simp. Nah, do you know how disrespectful that is, bruv? Not only have you called him, not only have you been saying that he's not masculine enough for you, or apologies, aggressive enough. Now she's calling him a simp. Damn. Yo, she be moving wild up here, Jackie. Jackie, you be moving wild up here, A whole simp. You called him a whole simp. Nah. What are we supposed to do? Baby calling him a simp. Baby, won't you come my way? Don't you want to say? Like, yo. See, and that's the thing about Jackie as well that I think frustrates me. It's just always the constant, ability to try and down the person that she was with. And look, we get it. You and Josh go together real bad, okay? We get it. You and Josh go together real bad. But the reality is, baby, calling him a simp, I would have never gone that far. I'm not gonna lie to you, I would have never gone that far at all. I think it's disrespectful. Do you see what I'm saying to you? It's just mad disrespectful. So yeah, man, like it's for me, yeah, we're not about it. We're not about it at all. We're not about it at all. Bruv, what is Netflix doing? Guys, what is Netflix doing? Okay, let me put a poll in the chat though. Let me put a poll in the chat. Let me find out who you guys are looking forward to seeing on this live reunion. Let me put a poll in the chat. I want to know who you're looking forward to seeing on this late reunion coming up. Oh, the Lord has heard my prayers because you guys, as Netflix is down, I'm going up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. As Netflix is going down, I'm going up. If you're new to the channel, make sure you guys are liking it. You're subscribing to the channel. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's see. What are we saying? We're looking at Tiff and what's the name? Brett. We got Zach and Bliss. We got Jackie and Marshall. I heard Marshall got a new gal apparently. You know, Marshall have a new gal. You know, Marshall have a new gal. Rotted. You understand? Has a new gal. You know, man like him. And what's the other couple? Micah and Paul. I think I don't have space to do all 5 apparently. So I'm gonna do Tiff, Bliss, Zach and Bliss, Jack and Marshall, Micah and Paul. Unfortunately, I can't do the other couple. But anyway, here we go. So I'll put a poll in the chat. Let me know your thoughts, who you're most looking forward to. I know I couldn't put Chelsea and Kwame on the list for some reason. It's really annoying. So it's unfortunate. Someone asked, is it working now? It's not working now. Maybe it's not working. It's not working now. Okay. All right. So sorry about that. It's not working now. You know, so yes, we're all having issues here, guys. Yeah. I can't even put Kwame on the list because it wouldn't allow me to. So I couldn't even put Kwame on the list. I really wanted to, but it won't allow me to. Yes, Abraham, we're all having issues. This is why we're all here. There's 1,600 of you guys in this chat. We're all here because there's stress happening right now. Cause you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we struggling right now. Okay. Irina. Someone said Irina as well. Okay. Irina's who they're looking forward to. I hear that still. Okay. Well, majority of you so far are saying you want Tiff and Brett. You're looking forward to Tiff and Brett and then Jackie and Marshall after. Okay. All right. You know, so we're definitely hearing that. You know. What do I think will happen at reunion? Personally, this is what I think will happen at reunion, right? I personally think that, you know, and it's live, so I'm hoping that this is a live. They're not going to uninterrupt anything, right? But I think what might happen is I definitely feel that, you know, Marshall's going to say what he needs to say because, you know, old girl's been politicking and talking a lot. You know, talking a hell of a lot. You know, so definitely I definitely want to see what Marshall's going to say about Jackie. So I definitely think he'll have 1 or 2 words. I think Paul and Micah, I think Paul might have a few words as well to say about the Micah situation. I think he'll defend himself and say some stuff about that. I think Micah's gonna try and play the victim a bit more. Old girl was playing. Listen, look, if anybody in here, if you are of the CAUCOZOID persuasion, please take no offense to what I'm saying, but take every offense, but don't take any offense because I really mean this, right? But Michael was doing Karen behavior, okay? Whole out Karen behavior, okay? Whole ass Karen behavior, okay? So for me personally, you know, I was willing to give Micah a little bit of grace. I was willing to give her a little bit of grace, but the CAUCOZOID kicked in, and then she said, "I'm just gonna be Karen behavior about it." You know what I mean? And so when I started seeing that, I stopped. You know, I stopped. You know, this feeling sorry for her, but I definitely felt sorry for her. You know, Definitely did. You know, because that Karen behavior, bruv, now she's crying and she's crying, she's in tears. Like, bruv, listen, bruv, stop it. You know, like you're doing too much. Like you crying, trying to say, I don't know what I did. You know, I was mean at that point, but those things going, baby, there was nothing going on. Baby, you're just mean, and your friends are also mean. You understand? Mean girls stick with mean girls. It's okay. You found a mean person in the chat. You found a mean person also within the situation too. This is not abnormal for you. You like to be around mean people. It makes you feel safe. You've birds of flock fly together, and you've been flying together. That's all. Birds of a flock fly together, and you've been flying together. That's it. So the fact that she was trying to like drop it, like, I want to see if I can find the video because she was on an interview. Yeah. Let me find an interview for you guys. Old girl was doing all types of. It was ET as well. I can't even do too much. ET will definitely block me, bro. They'll definitely come and try and say I'm copywriting their bullcrap, man. But she was like saying stuff. So let me try and see if I can get this for you guys. Hold on, so you can actually see it as well, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. It's hard to understand the context, like around, the different scenes. But I just took time to reflect. And,
baby, not one tear is coming out your eye. Not one tear. Not one drop of a tear is even coming out your eye. But she's doing and it's I don't. Please, there's not one tear coming out your goddamn eye. Not one tear. Okay? All right? You wipe anymore, your mascara and your makeup is going to come off, baby. Okay? You cry, you fake cry anymore, and you wipe anymore, the mascara and the makeup, okay? All right? The contour that you might have done around your eye as well, all right? It's all gonna fade. Okay? Because that there's not one tear was coming out your eye, baby. Okay, not one tear came out of her eye. I'm like looking at her like, babe, stop this. Like, you just admit that you're wrong. You don't have to cry with it. And this is what I'm talking about, the Karen behavior. And that's why I said about the CAUCOZOID, because this is what we see oftentimes in the CAUCOZOID woman, that whenever they're held accountable, their first go-to and they be like, do you need a minute? Like, babe, stop it. And why is your hand always got to quiver when you're not, this is not it. This ain't it. Like, your hand will be doing the shake. Why? And there's nothing coming out your ear. So I'm saying to you, rather than performing, what I would need you to do is just literally just be like, look, let me take accountability. I made mistakes. I was a mean girl. And I look back on it now and I'm like, you know what? I shouldn't have been like that. Like, I shouldn't have been like that. But instead, what you're trying to do now is trying to force us to feel sorry for you. And in doing that, you're trying to rustle up sympathy. And that, for me, tells me you're not sorry. What that shows me is you're trying to look for an out. And you're trying to get us on side to feel sorry for you so that you don't be held accountable for your actions. Baby, you were a whole meanie. Like, you was a whole meanie. Okay? You was a whole meanie. Okay? Right? You was a whole meanie. So, baby, she was out here crying and doing a high-pitched voice.
What was going on in that moment? Why does it seem like that? Like, why am I laughing? And I think a lot of time I use like laughter as like a nervousness. I think about when I, walked in from the pods and I came and Jackie.
My girl said sometimes I use laughter as a nervousness. Because of nervousness. Babe, there was nothing there that needed to be nervous about. When Jackie was crying and you walked in the room, you started cracking up. when Amber came in the room, okay, and she was feeling some way because she had a situation with old boy Paul. You sent your minion Irina, Irina Erono, yeah, COVID 23. You sent her across the room to go and spy on the land of Amber, and you let her listen and listen. You please don't pretend as if you don't know what you're doing and what you were doing. And that's why I said about those tears. I can't. It's not real. It's not real to me. Okay, you know, it's not real to me. It's not real to me.
He was on the couch. You know, I didn't really understand or know that she was, you know, upset because I was so wrapped up in my own head. I just had a conversation with KWAME. I wanted to talk to my friend about it. I was nervous and scared. I was excited to, you know, tell.
All the excuses in the world. All the excuses in the world. Hey, Rosalind. I don't work for Netflix, but let's not be hasty. Let's not be hasty around here. Rosalind. Let's not be hasty around here. Okay? Don't make permanent decisions on temporary feelings. You understand what I'm saying to you? Don't make permanent feelings on permanent decisions on temporary feelings. Okay? Rosalind, don't rush it. You understand? We are all annoyed right now. We don't have to quit. You understand? Don't quit it yet. I'm not working for Netflix. They don't pay me any coin. But I'm saying to you, don't quit it just yet. You understand what I'm saying to you? Okay? All right? So don't quit it just yet. You understand? I know we are annoyed. We are together in this. And I'm feeling you. But don't quit it. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah? Yeah. But yeah, so you know, she honestly, she was a problem, bro. A whole last problem about the situation.
I didn't realize, you know, the gravity of the situation. Watching it back, it just seems really, you know, selfish. And I know when she rounded the corner and she was crying, like I immediately was taken aback, like, oh my God, she's really upset. And like in one hand, I'm like, oh my God, Paul, like, you know, did end it with her. And in my heart, I'm like,
baby, does it look like you're nervous? Does it look like you're nervous here? Does it look like you're nervous here, girl? Does that look like you're nervous? Does that look like you are nervous? You are not nervous. Don't lie and say you're nervous. That face is not nervous. Huh? That face is not nervous. Is it nervous? It's not very nervous. So that tells you, like, babe, like that face wasn't nervous. Like, in an honest, realistic thing, that face wasn't nervous. That literally, you know, that literally was a situation where you were laughing at the person and you were happy to laugh at the person. Okay, because that person that you were laughing at, right, in that instance, they were in pain and you were happy to laugh at their pain. That's the reality. Okay, now I was reading a book called Emotional Intelligence, and I think the Germans might have a word for it. I don't know what it is, but I think they have a word for when you revel and are happy at the downfall of your enemy. So it's like so sis, it's okay. Just be real. You were happy the fact that she was losing. Love is a losing game. Like, you know what I'm saying? Right? When you saw your enemy down, you said, on the mountain, in the valley, on the land, and in the sea. When you saw your enemy down, you were happy. You said, right? So, and it's okay. But you now doing this crying stuff. She got the tissue out, guys. She got the tissue. Hold on. Thank you. Who said it? Thank you very much. Yes, a couple of you guys, you read the book. You guys, you read the emotional intelligence book. I know you read the emotional intelligence book because you're saying the word. Was it Schadenfreude? I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's a Schadenfreude. Is that how you say it? How you say it? Schadenfreude. It's just Schadenfreude. Someone spell it out for me phonetics, because I can't even speak English, so let alone speak German. You know what I mean? So, you know, was it Schadenfreude? You know, so yeah, look, you know, on honest stuff. Someone said the word's been around for a long time. Well, I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know. I don't speak German. Okay, I don't speak German, so I didn't know the word. Okay, all right, okay. We don't have a word that says I laugh at my enemy. We just laugh at our enemies. Okay, so look, so listen, watch, guys, watch. No, can we just be real? Just watch this, guys. Okay, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to this the CAUCOZOID tears. It's on demand. You know, literally, it's on demand. As soon as they're held accountable, watch this, guys. Look.
Thank you.
just like talking about it out loud is just like kind of emotional.
Yeah, of course. It's difficult. Very few people know what it's like to be in this position.
Obviously.
Listen, for personally right now, cause this ain't it. Okay, this ain't it. Like, sis, I'm gonna be real with you. She went straight for the tissue appeal. Like, yo, baby, there still wasn't any tears coming out your eye. But she didn't waste no time going straight for the tissue appeal. She said, no, give me a tissue. Let me show you what I'm working with. It's like, come on. Okay, come on. This is what we mean by caring behavior. Unaccountable, starts with tears, feel sorry for me, you know, I'm not a bad person, you know, etc., etc. So okay, so listen, for me personally, I'm gonna need Micah to chill the frick out. Okay, all right, I'm gonna need you to chill out. Now, I don't know what's going on with Netflix still. You know, Netflix, we need you to come correct, bro. Okay, all right. It's almost 2 o'clock. Netflix are as bad as me at this point. Now, if you follow me, guys, you should know if you're new to this channel, you gonna find out. Okay, I could say a live will be at 1 o'clock, but I may fall asleep and it may be at 2 o'clock. Okay, so I'll be real with you sometimes, but it's always worth the wait. The show is always worth the wait. But I'm just saying to you, it might start at 1, but it may be at 2. Okay, so just to put it out there, if you've joined us and you're new, let's make sure as well. Listen, we've got 1,700 of you guys on this live. I need you guys to like the live. Okay, don't do me dirty like Netflix is doing you dirty. Okay, don't do you dirty. Do me dirty like Netflix is doing you dirty. Make sure you click the like button. If you're new here, click the like button and then subscribe. You're gonna like the content we do. But if you are CAUCOZOID, just want to be very aware, it's a black channel. I don't want to lie to you. I don't want people here to be under the illusion that, you know, that they'll come and join, and it's a very black channel. You understand what I'm saying to you? So just in case, if you're not familiar with the community or the culture, you know what I'm saying, then you may, you know, I don't want you to, you know, I don't want you to subscribe and unsubscribe. I better tell you now that don't subscribe, because we do talk about the CAUCOZOIDs on this channel. You know what I mean? Not necessarily in a derogative way, but you may be offended because we're going to call some things out. You understand? So just want to be real with you, and I don't want you to be on a false illusion. Okay, all right. Just don't want to be on a false illusion. Okay, because we black round here. Okay, all right. We say black words. And we don't police our blackness on this side of the internet. So I don't want you to be under any illusion, because I got 1,700 here. I know there are some CAUCOZOIDs in the chat, and I don't want to sell you false advertisement. I'm blickety black, and the blockers are black. Don't take my British accent for me being, you know, on the opposite spectrum. I'm blickety black. Okay, so just wanted to just put that out there so that we have an understanding. Okay, my name is Kojo. Okay, and my fellow brother KWAME, he called himself Alex. I don't have another name, so I am gonna let you know my name is Kojo. I'm a fellow Ghanaian. You understand what I'm saying to you? So we are gonna really keep it blackety black around here. So I don't want you to be, you know, just, you know what I mean? I don't want to lie to you. You know, that's what I'm trying to say to you. So, but if you're familiar with the culture, you're around black people, you know you can't say the N-word, and you respect that, and you don't feel no way about it, this is the place to be. Okay, all right? We want you here. Okay, all right? We want you here. But if you know you say the N-word and you have a problem with that, this ain't the space. Okay, this ain't the space. Okay, all right. But you know, no, but real spit though. You know, this is, we're waiting for Netflix right now, and it's a political situation where they're an hour late. They're an hour late. Honestly, you know, sir, come on. Y'all knew there was gonna be a mad thing, bro. Do you know what it is? It hurts me more because I really want to watch this. Like, no matter what I say, I really want to watch this. So I'm staying with it. You know, I'm staying with it because I really want to watch this. You know, so yeah, I'm waiting for this situation to come as well. Okay, all right. So yes. Also, thank you very much, Felicia Cooper too. I do go by the name of Kofi as well. That's another nickname I also go by on this channel. So if you do know me, it's Kojo, sometimes Kofi. You know, either one works for me. You know, because I am my father's son. So my dad's also called Kofi. So if you know, all right, cool. So I just want to let you guys know that as well. And yeah, listen, if you're on TikTok, follow me on TikTok. If you're on I'm on there as well. But listen, let's find something else. I'm gonna find another clip for you guys to discuss as well, because you know we gotta find to bide our time. Okay,
to be like this just because I knew my intentions. But when I
girl, please, all right, let me come off this thing and find another clip, because you know oh, well, Chelsea did speak, actually. Chelsea did speak. She had her conversation on another channel. Let me see what I can get her point of view. I think Chelsea and Kwame are still together. I'm going to say that because the way that Chelsea's glowing, you know, listen, it's not for me, but I'm saying the way she's glowing tells me that, you know, they're still together. And when she answered about her and Kwame, she seemed quite confident in what she was talking about as well. So let me read some of these super chats out. Sorry, I've just realized some people are sending me super chats. Let me read them out. Ariel Nod said Paul said she ain't mother material. Yikes. Yeah, Paul drove the stake into the heart of the vampire. I can't lie to you. Super sticker by Shanti Charms. Thank you so much. Much love as well. Adoram 26 said you are very handsome. Keep doing your thing. I appreciate you, beautiful. Love for that. Thank you. Ariel King said just for the beautiful black breakdown. Love for that as well. We appreciate you, honestly, big time. Listen, it's a madness in the dunya right now, you know. It's a madness in the dunya right now. Do you know what, frick it? Let me see if my people them are alive. You know, let me see if some of my people are alive and we can get a live convo going, because, brother, we might as well. I might get a couple of people to come through and just, you know, to have a conversation and that, because, brother, it's mad. Has anyone got any more conversation? Is there any more updates on this Netflix thing? Are we seeing more? Because I'm still locked out. Just gonna be honest with you. Okay, all right. We're still locked in. Mr. Geek said, "I love how we're still all together in the same place and around the world, bro. Trust me, that is the beauty of technology. Okay, that's the beauty of technology. You know." Andre said, "Are we clowning today? Or are we serious?" We're trying to be serious. We're trying to be serious. We're gonna try and be serious. Okay, we're gonna try. Okay, a good question. That's a good question, Elsa. Thank you. Okay, yes. For a little taster, guys, put your flags in the chat. Or if you are from US, which a lot of my people are, put the state that you're from as well. You can just put 2 letters. I don't know what it is, but yeah. So put your country where you're from or your state. We'd love to know where you are and where you're tuning in from. We've got 1,700. We want to know where you're tuning in from. Put your flags in the chat or your state if you are in America. Okay, flags and states. Where are you from? Where are you from? Okay, where are you from? Okay, we want to know. I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. Hey, I want to know what love is. Doom, 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 doom. I want you to show me. Da, 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 da. Ah, all right, cool. Let's see if we can get some places. All right, someone said California. Love that. Oh, what's he in Brazil? Ray, Ivo, shout out to you too. Rochelle says, is that meant to be Jamaica, right? Rochelle said, Jamaica. All right. Tonga in NYC. Wow. Okay. Shout out to you. CT. Shout out. Okay. US. All right. We appreciate you as well. HT. I said I was going to know what it was, but I have no freaking clue what HT is. I was about to say Hawaii, but it's not. That's not HT. Houston? Is that Houston? I don't know. No, I don't think that is HT. I have no clue what HT is. NYC. Is that Guernsey NYC? I don't know. Listen, you see, I'm messing up already. MX. You know what? I should have told everyone to write their full thing because I have no clue what MX is, guys. I have no clue. US Michigan. JM. I'm guessing that means Jamaica. I hope JM is Jamaica. I hope it really is. CA. I'm guessing that Cali, right? Okay, NC. Yeah, shout out to you guys. Florida, baby. Florida. Somali gang. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. We appreciate you, babe. AZ. Shout out to AZ too. NY. Yeah. Texas. GA. Come on now. All right. US Midwest. Oh, okay, cool. We appreciate you. Maryland. Okay, so we got a lot of Americans in this place. We got a lot of Americans in this place right now. We got a lot of Americans in this place. We got Melbourne too. Shout out to you guys. 2TN. GA. Come on, Albuquerque. Cool. We got Minnesota in the chat too. All right. Yeah. New Jersey. Okay, we like that. DC, you know, I love me DC. We're coming. Listen, we're trying to get organized. We're trying to come to DC, Houston, and maybe Cali as well, or LA. Sorry, I should say. Apologies, LA. In August time. I'm gonna let you guys know officially the time, but we definitely gonna come out and we're gonna have some fun. Okay, all right. I was there last year. We're gonna be here again next year. Okay, all right. Well, I was there last year. We're gonna be here again next year. Okay. Because we want to have a bit of fun. So if you're out and about, we'll definitely give you a shout out, you know, and see what is happening as well. Okay. Let's see. I want to see if I can get some of my people out as well. You know. Let's see what I'll go on for the thing there. You understand? Let's see. I'm gonna get a few of the people to come through as well. Let's see. Okay. Got Ohio, Chicago, Michigan. Okay. GA. Shout out, Chef. You know I appreciate you, babe. Canada. Yes. Listen, I met so many people from Toronto. In Ghana. So when I went to Ghana last year, I met so many people from Toronto. So shout out to those people in Canada as well. I know Toronto's not the whole of Canada, but shout out to Mr. Little Big said okay. Is that Oklahoma? Sorry, not okay. Oklahoma. North Carolina. All right, North Carolina, Texas. Okay, we got Spain. Ooh, come on now. We got Spain in here. We got London. Come on now. H-Town, you know we appreciate y'all. We got Connecticut. I have no clue. Sabrina, I have no clue what KR is. Is that Korea? Baby, you do me dirty. Because I have no clue, bro. I have no freaking clue. All right. Boy, there's a lot of people saying their thing. So, hey, we have Nigeria. Hey, Nigeria, shout out to you. We appreciate you. Esther, you know my GB gang. My G, no wait, is that Great Britain or is that another place? Is there GB in America? I have to think before I start celebrating. Is that G? Why didn't you put GB? I would have known. Now I'm guessing is it GB in America or GB? Hey, all right. Yes, we love this. So Toronto, there, North Carolina. Love that. Someone said LA. Shout out LA as well. We appreciate you. The Bahamas. Oh, baby. Come on now. The Bahamas, baby. Okay. We just trying to see. All right. Cool. Love it. All right. Cool. Listen, I'm going to get a few people. Listen, let's do something fun. Right? I don't know how we're going to do it. Let's do something fun. Okay. Listen. You know what? Frick it. I want to get your viewpoints on this season so far. Whilst we're already here and we're waiting for Love is Blind to re-kick itself, I'm going to put a link in the chat. Now, listen, if you're going to come up, you need to cam up. If you're going to come up, I need you to cam up. Okay? No avatars today. Okay? If you're going to come up, I'm gonna need you to come up, okay? All right, but listen, we got 1,006 of you guys, and you know, we want to hear your points, right? So join the live, have your say, and you're gonna have 2 minutes. Okay, you're gonna have 2 minutes, and I got a timer. Y'all know about my timer, right? You know about my timer. I got my timer for 2 minutes, and once it goes off, once it goes, your time's done. You have to stop. Okay, so I'm gonna put the link in the chat. All right. Okay, so I know you guys have got your own opinion. I know you have to say. I know this season's been crazy, and I know you guys want to tell me your thoughts. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat about what Love Blind has been so far. Okay, all right. So it's gonna be 2 minutes. Once your 2 minute done, yeah, you know what I mean? It's you know what I mean? It's okay, all right. It's done. Okay, so shout out to Jay Clark for the super chat. I missed it, but thank you for the super chat. You sent us a 10, and I appreciate you. Honestly, I do. Thank you so much, Jay Clark, as well. I can't see it right now because I think I missed it. I apologize because the chat is moving super duper fast. For some reason, it doesn't be sticking around for some reason. But anyway, we gonna get this work. Okay, so I'm gonna put it in the chat. All right, I'm gonna put it in the chat. All right, so we put it in the chat. There we go. Okay, fantastic. I'm gonna pin it. All right, I'm gonna pin it. All right, but if you don't come up, okay, don't come up if you haven't come up. All right, the link's in the chat. Let's get the show going. You know, because we want to hear your thoughts. Okay, all right. So, we got this here going, and let's. I got my little timer going. All right, so I got my little timer going because you know what? We're gonna have 2 minute fire rounds, and we want to hear your voices for 2 minutes so we can hear what you guys are saying. Okay, all right. So if you're feeling brave and you want to have your say on this situation, let me know what one. Okay, so okay. You know. Yep. Okay, cool. All right, a couple of my guys are behind the scenes. You know, a couple of guys behind the scenes. Okay, so I'm seeing people. Listen, I'm seeing you guys are behind the scenes. Courtney, good Tema. We need cam up. You can't do it without a cam. So if you haven't got a cam, Courtney Pollard, I appreciate, but you need a cam up. You know. So I see people here. If you want to come up, we need to see faces, not just the ceiling. Okay, baby. We appreciate you just because, you know, it's crazy in this crazy world right now. So I appreciate it. So we've got Courtney first. So Courtney. How you doing, Courtney? You right?
Hello.
What's good? Talk to me. Love is Blind this season. Hit me out. Your 2 minute starts now. What's been going on? What's been feeling? What's your thoughts?
My thoughts. I'm waiting to see more about Bliss and Zach. They have been my go-to. But right now, we're just waiting for it to start. It's so bad on Netflix right now.
Little cool. What's your thoughts on the season though so far though? Like, who's been your favorite couple?
My favorite couple. Let's see. I like. Let's see. I did like. I right now is Bliss and Zach are my favorite couple right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. But
that's okay. No, you're good.
Yeah, Nick and Zach. IRINA is the worst, the absolute worst. And what is so funny is MICAH'S bridesmaid. Now everybody's going in on that one. So I'm just here for it. I'm waiting to see how it all plays out, what they're going to air, what they're going to show. So that's what I'm ready for.
Okay. Anyone last thoughts? You got 30 seconds. So any other thoughts?
Nope. I'm just looking forward to see the reunion, see how everything's played out. I wasn't a fan of KWAME. I was not a fan of him really, because him and MICAH, that was uncalled for. That was just ill.
Okay. No, I hear you. Yep. Okay. I appreciate you. All right, cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Connie. That's my live button going off. No worries at all, Courtney. You're good. Okay. Next person. Thank you. Next person we got here. Karina, you ready? You ready, Karina? And then Roro, I can see you after. Karina, you there? I need you to come up though if you're gonna do it though, Karina. Okay. When you're ready, I'll bring you back up. All right, Roro. I hope I'm saying your name correctly because I'll be saying people's name and meshing it up. Is it Roro or Roro? You need to unmute yourself though. We can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself. You're on mute, Roro. Roro, you're mashing up the tingle. You do mash up the ting. Unmute your mic, mate. Can you hear?
Now I did.
That's it.
Yeah. It took me a second.
Yes.
Roro's good. Roro's good.
Roro's good. All right. Roro, talk to me. What you want to say about the season so far? Break it down for us.
I'll say first things first. I appreciate your channel. I appreciate the way you break things down. I appreciate how you delve into all the different aspects. So I'm really loving the channel. You're the first person that's actually inspired me to come on and make my voice heard because I like the way you do what you do. 1, 2. This was my favorite season. I'm team Tiffany and Brett. I just like seeing grown people do what they do. Black love. It was needed. I think, and you can tell the difference between the 30 pluses, the 30 plus group of people that were on there and the 20 somethings, and the way they approached things, the way they did things. I think it's a clear difference. The intention was a little different. I know ZACK and BLISS. BLISS seemed a little intentional, very intentional and things like that, but her approach and things like that, you can definitely see the difference when you see these mid-30s couples come together and the way they did everything that they did. So I really appreciated Netflix for actually showcasing a couple like that. And that's about it. I'm not going the KWAME, it's a little confusing for me, so I am looking forward to just seeing how that's playing out. And Micah and Paul, the best thing happened, and same for Marshall and Jackie. The best thing happened. Those people should go their separate ways.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you, Rora. Much love and appreciation for that.
Toodles.
Looking out. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. Next up. Thank you. Next up, guys. I know there's a lot of you guys applying. So because we've got so many people in the studio, it stops people from coming in. So just be aware of that as well. All right, guys. So I'm just going to remove a few people. Beautiful. We've got Stefan up next. Hey, sis.
Hello.
How you doing? Let me switch slides because I don't want you to be blocked out. How you doing? You right?
Fine. How you doing?
Goody. I'm goody. Hit me up, baby. What's he saying?
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on with Tiffany and Brett. They remind me kind of of Cameron and Lauren. Love that story. They're just genuine. I like how you broke down everything, everybody. I want to see what happened with Jackie because why, if she wasn't feeling Marshall, which we kind of saw, she should have told him, gave him a heads up and had a conversation like a grown woman to tell him before he went to go fit for his tux. You know, I don't like that. I'm glad Paul came to his senses with what's her name, with Micah, because Micah's selfish. Her and Irene are two of a kind. I'm not feeling them. You're not transparent. If you're not genuine and you're full of it, nah, it's a wrap. Let's see. I want to see hopefully Marshall with his new boo, hopefully, because I've been looking around the internet. So hopefully we'll see that. I guess we'll see Jackie and Justin. They two of a kind. They need to be together because they still need some therapy. Even though none of us are perfect, you know, still they need therapy. Marsha probably needs some too. I agree. You can't make your patient your partner. You can't do it. You know. Let's see who else. I want to see what's going on with Bliss and the ZACK. So I'm just looking forward. Let's just see the real. Let's see what's going down.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. Any more points? I mean, you got 40 seconds left. So any more points?
No, we just look. We're gonna watch it all together. So I'm excited. So we'll see what happens.
No way. We're gonna see what happens, baby. They said it started, but I'm trying to press it. Ain't nothing started. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing.
You
started,
said what?
so.
Yeah, what'd you say?
They said it started, but they ain't nothing started for me. So
I
it says
know.
on now, but I can't see nothing.
I went to Netflix and I clicked it and it says a problem. I'm like, what? Let me go to Black. I said, let me go to Little Black Book and say, hold on. See, they messing with my emotions now. They messing with my emotions.
That's what I'm trying to say. This is my emotion, Smokey. Okay. So, but I appreciate it, Steph. Thank you so much, man, for coming up and saying your piece. I appreciate it. All right.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. Bye-bye.
No worries, babe. Appreciate you. All right, Lakeisha. Talk to me, baby. What's your viewpoint? Talk to me about this season so far. Talk to me.
Okay, so I'm upset with Jackie. Jackie was wrong in that sense. You know, she wanted Marshall to be all attentive to her sensitive needs, and he was. Until she got a little bit of pain up his ass, you know? He had to put her in place. You saw it, you know? She's like, just love me for me. That's what he was doing. Give her all the love she needs, and then she wasn't honest. She was bougie as hell. That's how I see it. Irina and Micah, you can tell. I couldn't watch them together or separate or any of those because she was ilky. That's how I see it. They were ilky to me, you know. And then you could tell she wasn't into Zach because she forgot his birthday and then wanted Bliss to help her with, you know, make him something for his birthday. And Bliss told him and he wouldn't listen. So now he came back crying and like, yo, I'm sorry. Yo, he apologized. So that's good. And I believe Netflix just started. Yes. I'm going to have to let you go. Yes, it started for me.
Now, what the heck in the Brandy's name? All right, baby. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Brandy, talk to me, baby. Sorry, let me switch my side so you got this, baby. What you telling me?
I almost jumped up too, but I didn't hear mine start another room, so
mine ain't started yet.
I'll give you my 2 minutes real quick. The season, I didn't see it for Micah and Paul because they played themselves in the pod, so it went how I felt it should have went. They were doing all their little dirty deals, and Micah telling Paul to dump Amber, and she dumped KWAME over and over again. So I feel like they played themselves. They got what they got. Paul saying that he didn't feel she was motherly material. I was like, oh, what was she doing? Like, what was she really doing? I wasn't here for Shelby. I hope she doesn't continue to be Shelby's friend because Shelby was nasty. They're all nasty though. I'm rooting for Brett and Tiffany. I relate to them. I'm about the same age as them, so I totally relate to them. I'm rooting for them. Zach and Bliss, I could kind of take or leave them. I don't like the whole doubling back. I'm gonna repropose somebody else. Bliss gonna jump back in. Like, what happened to the rules of the show? I don't know. Jackie and Marshall, they were too young and immature for the process. In my opinion, 26, 27 is just, in my opinion, I know people get married young and all that, but in my opinion, that's just too young for marriage. Marshall thinking he gonna fix somebody up. That's what happens when you get a fixer-upper. Okay, it doesn't work. And the fact that you want to fix somebody up says a lot about you because you're not caring about how you're gonna feel in a relationship. You just too busy trying to fix somebody up and do projects like this is a home building network. That's not a relationship, and that speaks a lot to what kind of person he is. If Josh want to be with Jackie, Jackie want to be with Josh, good for them. That's fine. I imagine they'll all be on the reunion, so I'm looking forward to all of the mess and all the drama. Hopefully Netflix gets it together, and that's all. I think my time is running out.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Brandy. So good to see you again.
Good to see you
all
too.
Right. All right. Yeah, baby. Appreciate you, baby.
No problem.
All right. V, talk to me because I still ain't got the show. Everyone's saying, some people are saying they got the show. Baby, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing.
You hear me?
I can hear you, baby.
Okay.
Talk to me.
I'm fighting for my life over here. I can't get it on to work either.
I can't. I ain't got doo-doo right now.
But I guess we can talk about the show. So I think this was one of the most entertaining seasons. Now, do I think these people are real? Heck no. The people are real? Heck no. So let's start off with the couples. Micah and Paul, it was never gonna happen. Paul is a scientist. I'm in STEM too. And the way he made it so logical why he dumped that lady was hilarious to me. He said she's not going to be nurturing. She wouldn't be a good mother. His people knew that if they told him anything that would make him change his mind, he's so logical, he was going to work it out to make it in. So Paul was never going to be with Micah. And then Micah thinks she was slick because that's why she asked him to go first, because she did not want to be the bad guy. She did not want to be the bad guy. So she knew the relationship wasn't holding any water. And if he went first and dumped her, she wouldn't look as bad. And as we all said, her friends are terrible. She has no real friends. The way they were rejoicing and everything going down in flames, that was just terrible. I do not see it for Zach and Bliss. They're strange together, and I get why they're together, but something about their personalities. I'm socially awkward a little bit too, but it's like to the extreme, and I still think that Bliss was his second choice. And let me see. Marshall and Jackie. Jackie wanted a thug. Marshall tried to fix his project. It backfired on him. No matter how much sugaring of pancakes he did, put up with her. She was going crazy inside the bathroom, and he was trying to console her. I think she was playing crazy so that he would leave. Kwame and Chelsea, she's controlling, manipulative. I know people like her, but she's going to control that man's life, and he wanted to be on TV. I think that's my 2 minutes, but either way. Yeah.
I appreciate you, babe.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, V. I appreciate you. Blessings for that. All righty. We've got a few more people coming behind. Trade, what you saying, brother? It's good to see you, bro. Listen, it's wild, man. You know I'm going to bring you on when we have the super panel later on, man. So talk to me, bro. What you saying?
Man, you still waiting on hood flicks?
Bro, bro, listen. It's still not. Listen, it's not showing for me, bro. It's not showing for me. So as people are seeing it, I can't see nothing right now.
You may need to go out and come back in because I got it up. I just hit pause on it. Just waiting.
No. I've gone out and come back in, bro. It's still telling me all the nonsense shenanigans it was telling me before.
Man, we'll make sure that payment went through.
But
we'll make sure that payment went through, bro. I don't know. Give them circles.
Bro, it must be working in certain areas. It must be working in certain areas because it's not working here.
Make sure you pay your bills, Kojo.
I need to because, baby, it's not working around here, baby.
I didn't say that.
You know what I mean? Hey, I know you didn't. So, but flow.
I didn't say that.
But flow. It sounded real familiar, but flow.
Oh yeah, okay.
That laughter it sounds familiar, but it might not be. I don't know.
It might be.
It might be.
Oh, okay,
might be.
okay. We'll talk later. But what's your thoughts, bro? You got a minute and a half. You got a minute and a half.
I just come check on you, man. Yeah,
thank you.
I'm
bro.
all for the positivity. I just want Brett and Tiffany give me the positive stuff. All this toxic, whatever. Give me the positive. You know, make sure Brett and Tiffany are all right. That's what I care about. Okay, I ain't gonna lie. I do want to see Jackie and Marshall a little bit, just a little bit.
Someone's going to see Carnage.
Because listen, she been running her mouth. I mean, Marshall's been a gentleman this whole time, ain't been saying nothing. I mean, you gonna go, hey, it's time to talk, bro. Time to talk. You know, she didn't call you a simp. It's time to talk, bro. Nah, we can't have this. We can't have this. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see.
But we gonna see.
You got 30 seconds. You want to say something?
Hi. Make sure you pay your bills, Kojo.
Look at what, bro, what's on the face? Boy, we got 10 seconds. What you got, Coach? You got 10 seconds.
No, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Don't worry. I appreciate you. We'll talk after, bro. We'll talk after. All right.
All right, be good, bro.
I appreciate Cap. Watch the show for me. I appreciate you, bro. Yes, lovely. Hey, baby, you lovely. You might get extra 30 seconds. Talk to me, baby.
Oh, an extra 30 was come on in the room.
He can't be kind of here looking all lovely up in here, baby. Huh? Talk to me.
No, I've never done this before, so I am super uber nervous. Trust me, I am super uber.
No worries, too, baby. No
That's
worries.
why don't do that. That's why I'm laughing.
Settle your nerves, baby. Don't worry. You take your time, bro.
You making me blush. No, seriously. I've never done this before, so I hope this does not go viral. But if it does, I'm gonna tell my mom it's all good and fun.
Come on now.
But this season was just kind of like, I was biting my lip a lot. I really have a heart for Bliss because I'm like, girl, I wanted to be that girlfriend. Like, girl, you second choice. You don't ever be nobody's second choice. No. But who am I to judge? Everybody has made that type of mistake somewhere in their life. Who was it? Tiffany and Brent. They got my heart. I was in my house like, yes. So that's it. Everybody else, Paul and Micah, I don't know. I was trying to feel what y'all were feeling. I'm like, I had to go back and watch. I was like, okay, I see that. I overlooked that. KWAME and Chelsea, I'm like, dude, you about to live in a house full of pink. So be prepared. And that's it. I just want to see Tiff and Britt. Honestly, they're the only ones that I'm ready to see, to hear the good news. Hopefully they can make it, because sometimes after these type of shows, it's hard because you have to step in that reality, getting used to. I don't have much to say, but I enjoyed it. But Jackie and Marshall, was that his name? Yeah, I was like, ooh, child. Ooh, it was getting
political, baby. It's political. That's what it is.
It was a lot, but I have a heart for her because I have, when you're not used to certain things, it can just, it ruins a lot, and that takes a lot of working on yourself, and it was just a lot. So I'm happy. I really just want to see Tiff and Britt. I was sitting in my living room like, you guys got it. They seem very genuine, and he was genuine about her, and vice versa. So I only got 15 seconds left. So that's all I got.
No worries at all, sis. You took your time well. We appreciate you.
So no
we
problem.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
No worries, Jackie. I appreciate you.
Jackie?
Right. Huh?
Jackie? That ain't me.
Who that?
That ain't me.
Who's the Jackie?
I don't know. It's not
my
me.
bad. My bad. In my head, Jackie came to my head, but I meant to say lovely. I apologize.
No, you didn't. You knew what she was doing. Why you do that?
I don't know.
You wrong for that.
Am I wrong for that?
Yeah, you are.
You know what? You're gonna have to see me in my office later. You can tell me off.
No, I'm gonna tell you now. See, I'm gonna call you now. Out here. You call me live somebody else's name.
So you're gonna call me out?
Yeah.
I'm ready to be told off. Tell me off.
Because you gonna deal. So don't try to deal with me in private, and then handle me in public. That ain't right.
You're absolutely right. My bad. My bad. There's me making a mistake. I made a mistake. I apologize. I called you the wrong name.
Yeah, I'm no. They're in the chat like making fun of me, right? They making fun right now.
Not even. I mean, I genuinely made a mistake. I genuinely did.
You sure?
I genuinely did. Yeah. I genuinely did. Because I was looking at the chat at the same time, and Jackie's not at the reunion, so.
Is this part of the play thing? Because you do a lot of that, huh? Oh, if you can, you here? Yeah. See, I called your card. Now you're. My grandmother said you gonna meet your match. I think you done met your match.
Baby, okay.
You ready?
Are you ready?
I stay ready.
You stay ready?
Of course. You're not gonna call me somebody else's name and think I ain't gonna pick up on it now. Come on. Okay. In public, and they're gonna try to handle me. And they're gonna try to handle me privately. Come on now.
I like this energy you got.
I'm just saying, dog, don't try to clean it up in front of your friends. No, if you gonna deal with me in public, do it right. Okay? Don't do that. Don't be like that.
Listen, to the friends out there, guys, I made a mistake. Okay. I was wrong. I'm accountable.
Yeah,
and I
there we go.
apologize.
Come on. Can I get some? I need some symphony. Where the violin? I need the violin. Come on, ladies. Look at this. Look at this man owning it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you make mistakes and you have to own up to it.
Yeah, you need to make a whole video.
A whole video.
Yeah, and
Woo, baby.
Look, and pause it by play. In this moment,
you ain't ready for that apology, baby.
Look, in this moment, this is where I messed up right here.
at 1 hour 52 minutes, this is why I called her by a different name.
Yes.
But then what will happen is, in 6 months' time, when someone tweets, "How did you meet?" This is the story I can tell them.
By calling me by somebody else. Now, I'm not going to be on that couch. I'm going to be looking at you just like, he called me by another woman's name. Just FYI. But continue. He slid in the DM with the right name, but he did call me. But I forgive in Jesus' name. I forgave him in Jesus' name. It was all in fun, but I ain't second choice. Okay?
You're actually right,
Because what if I call you by another man's name?
Depends what name you call me. You call me handsome, I'm gonna take it.
I call you handsome. Hey, sexy.
Exactly. So I'm saying, you call me by the wrong name, I'm gonna take it.
What's up, Paul? I'm just
saying, going for the pool.
I'm just saying.
Going for the pool.
I can call you back. I'm just saying.
Hey, I ain't mad at it. I need to be handled sometimes.
Well, I don't like to handle people because you're not an object.
Oh.
Some things you got to handle with care.
You
know what I mean?
I agree with that part.
So when you handle it with care, you get it back in return.
This I agree with.
So if you handle me with care and not call me by nobody else's name, you start calling, you ain't gonna get handled with care.
So you definitely gonna be joining our future lives, right? That's right.
This is your platform. I don't own anything.
We need to be seeing you in our lives. And
who is we? You said we.
As we as I normally talk myself as a we. So we is me.
No, just say me. I would like to see you on my live.
Nah, I like to say we, but I would say me for your benefit. I would like to see you on our live. Yeah.
So you want to talk to me live? Is it gonna be a coaching session or?
No.
Because I've noticed how you try to, slap. You gonna have a bucket hat with the prayer shawl. Try to get my life together. I am not trying to be on no video in 6 months. Y'all remember this girl in time stamping me? I don't need that kind of energy. I don't want that kind of
energy.
Huh?
No, I hear you.
I don't want that. I don't need that.
Yo, these audience, we're still here. Sorry, audience. Yes, you are still here. Okay,
they're here for this conversation.
My bad, guys. But we're here and just enjoying a little, a little
one-on-one time.
Yeah, a little flirt.
So look, now you can call me AKA Jackie, right?
AKA Jackie. No, you calling me out for calling you Jackie. It's like, well, you can still call me AKA Jackie.
You know what I mean? I'm saying if you ever get mad at me, be like Jackie. No, don't call me by
that. It's crazy right now, man.
It might not go over on a bad day. I might be like, well, who is Jackie?
I have to sell it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to sell it that way. You know what I mean?
No, it might go bad on a bad. I'm like, who is Jackie? Papa, who that woman? Who is that? Oh, I forgot. You. It's a bad day.
Listen, it's definitely a bad day indeed. But you know what? I appreciate you, lovely. Make sure you come back though. We want to see you on the channel. Right. No. I want to see you on the channel.
Right. So I have to get an invitation. I like to be invited. I was always told, go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. So if I'm celebrated, now I'm not as deep as you and your panelists. So some stuff I'll be like, I ain't think about that. I'll be like, oh.
That's okay. We don't know. We don't want you. You just bring what you can bring.
Oh, just sit here like this.
Just bring what you can bring.
And just say, my name is Jackie.
And bring what you can bring.
I bring whatever God puts on my heart and my mind. That's all I got. I ain't deep like everybody else. So
That's okay. You're good. So we're gonna see you soon. All right.
With an invitation, you have to invite me. I don't know when you I don't read between the lines.
I'm gonna add you on Insta, innit? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add you on Insta.
What is Instagram you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't know my Instagram.
So we can invite you to the show.
Okay, that's fair. I'm open to it. I like to learn. I want to learn about more stuff. So I feel like I'm setting myself up, but
I got you.
Yeah, the way you saying you got me, I'm feeling.
I got you. No, put your Instagram in the private chat. I got you.
Oh, it's a private chat.
Please. No. No. Just you have to put it in the side. I don't want you to put it out in public, but you can put it in the private chat.
Private? Where do I do that? I'm like an 85-year-old woman. I'm not texting.
Are you on your phone or your laptop?
I can give it to you. It's no problem. I'm not stressed out.
Okay. Give it to me now. I'll add you right now.
It's Grace, GRACE, the number 4. This life. Grace for this life.
Okay.
So.
You spell life? LIFE, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I got you.
And then I'll just, did you find it? You should see it like my picture, big floppy hat or whatever. You can see it. It's a cute pic. Ain't nothing you gonna run away from.
It.
Grace, GRACE, the number 4, this life, THISLIFE.
I see you. I see. I followed you. I see you. Everybody follow Grace.
No,
for this life. Everybody as well follow her. Get your followers up, baby, while you here too.
I don't want that heat.
You gonna get that heat.
I don't want that heat because I
You
can't
gonna get that heat.
heat.
You gonna get that heat.
I don't want that heat.
You got it now.
Get enough on this live.
You got it. You got it. But listen, I gotta get my next caller on. So lovely.
Right,
I'm gonna talk to you.
Thank you so much. Take care. Have a good night.
I appreciate it, babe. All right. Okay. Baby, listen, my thing's still not working, guys. Listen, my thing's not working. Okay. Listen, we're still waiting on it. If you're here, okay, all right. If you're still here, you like me have not got your thing working. Still not working. So mine's still spin at 25%. I just can't. I really can't. This is stressful. I thought it'd be done by now. Okay, let me try and see if I can watch it on my phone though. Apparently people are watching it on their phone. Are we in? Where Karina, you went. Karina, come back. Karina was here, but she went back. Karina, I saw you. Come back, baby. We still got you on board. I'm still not on, guys. I've tried my phone. It's still spinning. I can't. I got my other. Wait, let me try my other phone. It's still telling me my connection's moving mad. Like, let's see if I can do it on my phone. Bro, this is so sad, man. This is so sad. How can it be so this bad, man? How can it be this bad? See where I see you. This is so bad. Like, yo, bro. Oh, guys, I'm in. Hold on. I think I'm in. Hold on. No, I'm not. got both my phones, bro. Listen, both my phones are spinning around like this. Nope. I thought I was in. The watch live button came up, but it's still spinning. I just can't. I just can't. Why am I paying what I'm paying and y'all not even working? Let me try my laptop. Let me try my laptop and see if it works. I can see the watch live. Bruv. It literally clicked for a second and then it stopped. What is going on? Come on, Netflix. What are you doing? Why are we suffering like this? You know? Like, why are we suffering like this? So the live is cancelled. They're going to upload it. I've clicked on that, but yo. Oh my God. The struggle is mad. Guys, there's 1,030 of us in this room, and I appreciate you guys. Listen, we're just gonna have to bin and Garrett. Bin and Garrett? Just bin and grin it, bruv. I don't know. I can't even say the words anymore. You know what I mean? How sad I am. It's political. Yeah. This is silly. See where I hear you. It's just mad. Like, I don't get it. Like, they had us all excited. Like, da, 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 da. Meanwhile, this didn't even work. Oh wait, it's an announcement. Let me just play the announcement for you guys so you can see what the announcement was. They had an announcement from one of the peeps, and yo, it's wild out here, you know, very wild. Let me just say, okay. And shout out to Paula too. Thank you, Paula. I can get other shows, Netflix and LIB episodes. Just can't get LIB live reunion. I'm in Texas. I hear you, Paula. Thank you. I appreciate you. Sam Riddy said, I'm able to watch it live on Netflix now. Reload. It's sad out here. It's just me, Seaway. All that thing and then nothing don't work. It's like, oh. It just be moving mad. On TikTok, like, oh, is it on TikTok? Let's see if I can watch it on TikTok. No, I'm not seeing anything on TikTok, bro. Oh, someone's watching it on TikTok. Someone's playing it on TikTok. I want to play it for you guys, but the problem is if I play it on here, we're gonna get a copyright for sure. So I'm a play it in silence here, guys. Irina saying, Can y'all hear it?
Zach was the last guy that I chose, and I still think he's the best guy. There's a reason that I chose him. Yeah. And I think that like we weren't meant to be, and literally, and we can see it from day one from seeing each other. But I still believe till this
I can see it too. But if I don't want to get a copyright, I'm not in, guys.
Nobody deserves to be treated like that at all. And I like belittled you and made you feel really small. And you know, I was going through a lot mentally. It does not mean that it's an excuse to do that. But looking back, I'm sorry. And I'm just sorry I do want to add. I know I'm rambling a little, but I love your guys' relationship. I love seeing it unfold. It was truly one of my favorites. And that might sound cheesy or cringy, but like seeing Zach be so loved by you and seeing the things that I maybe didn't like and seeing you just be in awe of every little thing he did. You believe that I'll hopefully have that for myself too. And I truly mean that for the both of you.
Yeah, Zach, I feel like you may want to say something. Do you believe the words that are coming out of her mouth right now, or do you still have skepticism? That's up for you to answer. Yeah.
This man started shifting his whole seat. Hey, she better not get shut down. Baby, you're the only reason why I'm able to watch this. You better not get shut down.
I forgive you. Like, I genuinely 100% forgive you, Irina.
I do too. We talked about that already.
I really don't hold anything against you. And I know, like, there's so many people out here that want to attack the cast on the show. And you have no idea. Like, everybody who made a mistake on this show, it has been punishment enough for the entire world to see them at their worst. Like, trust me, Irina, Micah, everybody here who did so, we all did something stupid. And so, like, I 100% forgive you, Irina. And my last comment, I stand on that. I have receipts, but the only receipt I think the world should see are the ones I posted on my Instagram today. And with that said, I really believe, Irina, that you will become an amazing person one day. I believe that. And I forgive you for what happened, and I hope the world does too.
Bruh. Man, give us the whole, you've been punished already enough. Flog hair.
You mentioned when you were talking to Zach about wanting to be true to you and this process and wanting to find love, but then I couldn't help but remember when you guys did eventually break it off in Mexico, you're brushing your teeth, and he's like, you know, I've had a terrible time. And you asked, like, what have you been thinking about BLISS? He's like, this whole time. And you were basically like, yeah, I was ready to leave the moment I saw you. And you kind of said under your breath, and then I was like, oh, time out, rewind. Did she just say that? So right when you saw him in the reveal, you're like, and I'm out, but you continue to go on. Yeah, I would love to talk about that actually. So I think when I saw Zach, I will say he was completely my type on paper, looks wise, the brown hair. Like, it wasn't anything about who he looked. I know that people are like booing me for that and saying, oh, you know, it's all about the looks. But it was a gut instinct, and I know Zach felt that same gut instinct when Marshall put the blanket over you, and you felt that it wasn't right. And I felt that when I saw you, and it was what I was praying for. I was like, I went into this thinking like, hey, if there's a moment where something isn't right, I'm cutting it out. And I would have times in the middle.
Jaw, don't stop. Bro, it's mad in the dunya right now, man. I'm about to put that incident on now.
And so me going to Mexico was even, hey, I'm gonna give Zach a chance. And this whole time it's me saying giving him a chance. In reality, I'm treating him like absolute shit. I feel like I couldn't have a voice to tell Zach what I was really feeling. And
moment where I felt trapped and I couldn't tell him how it was going on with me. I don't think it was just one show. There were a lot of actions. I was those over your head. They were eye rolls. I wanted to feel it. And this is something that I always talk about this. I'm so sorry to cut you off. You said you grew up, and I was wanting to repeat at the very beginning because you had a hard time people making fun of you for specific. Listen, literally, the only reason why she cares is because the internet went ham on you. That's the only reason why you fake caring right now. Because people see
Not this girl adding her commentary.
personality you have, trying to come on my live acting like you care. I will smack your makeup. You face. Absolutely. I was
The hell?
I keep talking on it, and I was crying. I literally was crying on the pillow, and I just felt like I couldn't tell Zach how I was feeling. But I get all the mindset. So sorry. I did hear Bliss's point of view on all this too. Because my understanding is that there was a DM sent as well.
So basically, what's happening right now is IRINA is talking about Zack's situation, and they're calling IRINA out. Oh. Oh, so IRINA messaged Zack and messaged Bliss. Messaged Bliss that Bliss, you dodged a bullet. Damn. Sky, don't worry, you're not the only one. None of us can actually. Mm-hmm.
I think we both disrespected our partners and we disrespected, other people here. Both of us apologized, do better. I think the fact that we were really close made it a little harder. I felt like I was blindsided. It made me question a lot of things with Paul. And that's probably what.
You can watch on TikTok. Let me send you guys the link. Sorry. I just realized, why am I being so selfish? Sorry. Let me send you guys a link. Let me send you guys a link. How do I share this? Okay. All right, I'm gonna send you guys the link. Sorry, Zabia, we're not doing any adding any more people till later on, guys. Layla, we're not adding anybody till later on, guys. We'll have a conversation later. Sorry, I should have taken the link down, shouldn't I? Really? Oh, they're talking about Paul. They're talking about Paul, guys. Hold on, let me send you guys a link. That means they're on really live, you know. Yo, I put the link in the chat, guys. The link in the chat. The link in the chat. The link in the chat. Watch it by TikTok. Watch it by TikTok. We gonna watch this by hook or crook. Apparently, Paul just bumped into the friend. I can't believe this. The disrespect that they've shown me. I've sent you guys a TikTok. Mark is about to cry, yeah? Oh shit, my food almost fell, sorry. My bad, guys. Oh, sorry, guys, wrong link. I sent you the wrong link. I sent you the wrong link, guys. Sorry. I sent the wrong link. I'm so sorry, guys. Wrong link, wrong link, wrong link. This is the link, this is the link. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Forgive. I'm so sorry. I sent you guys the wrong link. Oh, she started crying again, guys. Oh my days. There she went. Absolutely, Paul. I don't know why she pretended she would have said yes. Why are you gonna wait for me to say yes? That means you don't want to say yes. Micah looks pissed. Absolutely.
She is not fit to be a mom anyway. She's terrible. You're a bully. I felt like it was the worst thing that could be said.
Oh, she started the waterworks again. Baby, don't pause it. We need to hear what she's saying. I don't care what you're saying.
So to hear him say that, and I've never heard this before. He's never said that to me. I've never heard about it after the wedding. So
I don't know why she asked that question, Vanessa. It's mad annoying because you know exactly what he meant.
So how did IRINA and what's her name, the blonde girl, cry after
I don't like how I never like how Vanessa hosts. I'll be honest with you. She always capes. I never like the way she votes. No, I ain't. No, don't do it, Paul. Don't stand 10 toes down. I couldn't see it, Vanessa. Relax. I don't like the fact that Vanessa gets annoyed. She never mentions. She's always on the woman's side. I hate it. I don't see you as a mother. That's it. No, you don't need to say that. You don't need to say that, Paul. Vanessa's so annoying. So annoying. Don't let her tears. We're eating the salad, guys.
You didn't tell me while we were engaged. You didn't tell me when we dated after the show. I've never heard this until I saw it on TV. I'm not going to criticize you and be like, you know, oh, you need to be more nurturing. You need that. Like, that must be something that comes organically. It's the reason to act.
So all the tears are gone now. Now the strength is coming.
Or talk to you about and not be blindsided.
Yeah.
Sure, exactly what I say that to.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Paul the night before the wedding. I mean, he was up till, I think we were talking at like 2 a.m. at night.
Yeah, that was probably a very long talk between the two of you.
Yeah. And Paul had no idea, like, he was completely torn. And he, up to that point, how long we talked about this.
Zach coming to defend his boy.
I think he was genuinely 100% in love with Micah, and he just didn't feel confident in making a decision that was going to affect them for the rest of their life. It just felt like he wasn't certain. He didn't have that certainty. And I think the thing that
look how pretty Bliss is. Bliss is a baddie.
Making that
oh my god.
And like there, you have to be able to have confidence, or at least enough confidence to take a jump. And Paul
I still can't get into Netflix, you know.
thought about this incredibly deeply. It wasn't something that he just was like.
And I don't think that any of us take for granted. Like, we don't think the ignorance is the way, but I think that Micah did bring up a good point. That if that is the reason, or the biggest reason that maybe you said no, I think that she's right. She deserved to know, and especially if you loved her as much as you saw Zach and you felt, and gosh, she felt. She She was about to say yes. Sure, I can agree with that. Like, I could have done a better job of communicating the things that I felt that were missing. But I think she was just incapable of that change. Like, why would you bring that up? No, I don't think that she's incapable of it, but I think it's something that should occur organically, not me.
Can we go talk to Marshall? Like, let's talk about Marshall.
And I appreciate what who you are and seeing that. You can't just like request people to be a certain way, and then all of a sudden they are like, and then they end up, if they do that and they just change themselves to please you, eventually they're going to begin to resent that, and something's going to break down, and then you're not even going to recognize that person, and then your relationship will dissolve. So it has to be organic, it has to be natural. I think
it's crazy, baby.
people remember his friend Shelby. But before I get into all of that, do you actually think she said that he wasn't the right one for you? I think a lot of Shelby's concerns lie in the fact that things are moving too quickly. I mean, she didn't know if it was going to work, and she didn't want me to have my heart broken. She did. And that way, I think she was right. I think she has a terrible delivery, which I understand. I do too. But she never wanted me to get hurt. That was the bottom line. She never wanted me to run off the altar crying. She never wanted me to have a failed marriage, and that's where so much of her feelings came from. And
Shelby definitely
first mad at Shelby's
because we don't really give a fuck what she's talking about, but
And
her other friend,
we care what she thinks about.
like when her heart got broken, like be for real, like them is not your friends.
We care, baby. Please.
A lot of their concern came from it didn't feel natural. It didn't feel like it was easy for either of us. We were both trying to get there. We were so in love, but I don't think we knew what the future looked like. And she was concerned that marriage would fail. Yeah. Not to call you all that, but we are doing a reunion, and I saw some whispering over there. Zach, what did you tell Paul?
And why they not getting onto Micah for Shelby?
I just feel I'm gonna be real here, Micah. Like, I think you coming after Paul here this whole time, during this entire time when people have been attacking you. Like, Paul has like tried to make peace with you this entire time, and I see you over there. And I understand this is hard, but it looks like you are. I'm sorry. It just makes me really angry because it looks like you're here for blood, and it just seems like he's apologizing over here. He's taking accountability for his actions, and so what I whispered to Paul was what was happening behind camera is not what you're seeing, and what she was saying about Paul, what people have told me about the conversations that she had.
She been having conversations.
Talking about getting married to Paul, and there are women here who told me that, and just to like come out here and try to make Paul look like this really bad guy when he's not is you never defended him in that entire interaction. So okay, wait, there's a lot.
Yes, Zach. Drop the bars. Suddenly, look at her. Energy.
I understand that, but it's like I'm not here to attack Paul. You have to realize the things that I've heard that
They're calling Michael all the way out. Link in the chat, guys. If you want the link's in the chat. Watch it on TikTok. I can't show you it because they'll definitely cancel me.
In the conversations they had with her, very rarely did she ever mention actually getting married to Paul.
Because she didn't want Paul. We all know she didn't want Paul. We all know it was if anything, it was more KWAME, but just TV. No. Vanessa, why don't you ask Micah? Why is it you are so focused on Zach? Ask Micah. Ask Micah if she was saying these things.
What I would say is that when I was in the car, from my own experiences with Micah driving her back,
Yep. Why are they asking?
I was like, I just know that there was times when me and Zach would talk about like, you think they're gonna get married? You think we're like gonna get married? It was like, I think that we're on a TV show. Like we don't know what we're doing. Like so many of the couples said they didn't know until they TV show that's called Love Is Blind, where you say I do or I don't at the altar. Yeah, but still, we're all like going through this, not really knowing.
So Irina was snitching because she's a mean girl. Of course she's gonna snitch. Paul and Michael were dating after the... We definitely can't go live today, bro. We have to go live later on because I need to watch this whole show. Don't worry, guys. Mine's not working either. No, it's not live yet. They fell for the white woman tears. I can't lie to you. I won't go fall for it. But look at her body position. That's not somebody who's sad. Her body position is like this, with her leg over. She ain't sad. Don't play me like that. Man's not a dickhead. Marshall looks pissed. They're talking about Marshall and Tingy now. Vanessa sees herself in any woman that's on the show, man. Every season is just the exact same thing. Every season fails to count and ask proper questions. I need them to stop doing hosting the shows. They can pass it off to somebody else who can ask proper shows. I'm gonna get myself an orange juice. Be back in a sec, guys. Oh. Oh, damn, my leg.
She said he's too hard. I told Marshall he's too soft, bitch. We just have to learn how to get I think we're so hard on ourselves, and we have to just understand that this is a hard, long process. It's a long road, and it's about personal growth too. I care about you too. I really do. I feel every moment with you. No, I feel the same. It's not forced. Yeah. It comes natural. Poop. Right? Poop. Okay, let's not go there. It comes natural. I mean, like poop. Everybody does it. What the hell? Everybody does. How romantic. Well, Jackie and Josh are not with us today, but I was able to chat with them yesterday over Zoom. Take a look. Jackie and Josh, thank you guys so much for taking the time to join us from Seattle. You look good. How are things? Doing great. We're doing good. Y'all have been dating since the show ended. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. So you've got a year under your belt. The journey that you took last year has now been on Netflix for everyone to see. Anything you want to say to all those viewers about the show in your voice? So I have grown within the last year. That person that I've seen was a totally different journey. Oh my God. I will like to clear up some things if that's fine with you. Absolutely. Okay, so I broke up with Marshall before I saw Josh at the coffee shop. No, you didn't. It looks like I'm a cheater, and I am not a cheater. She literally said, I just seen Josh. Like, you said that. Like, Josh, you knew. You knew you weren't going to go through with trying on a dress to a man that you weren't going to walk down the aisle and even. Now, do you remember the moment that Marshall pushed you and it was the last straw and you're like, that's it, I'm done?
I do. And it happened off camera when we were filming the marriage, or when we were filling out the marriage certificate.
They're gonna cancel my YouTube, boy.
And we fought about it, and he left for 3 days.
Hold on.
I think what it was a bad joke. It was one of those where we were joking, but it just came off as bad.
Marshall's going to be sitting next to me tomorrow during the live reunion. If you could say something to him, what would you say to him?
Yeah, I would just say that I take accountability for my worst action, and I hope that he would do the same. I can take accountability for the fact that I went from 0 to 100 really quick. And I can sit here and say that I should have let him speak without being on the defense. We just were not meant to be, and we both deserve to be happy. You know, you're not meant
Marshall
to be.
looking at the screen like, just be lying.
Yes, ma'am, I have the ring.
She's like, yes, ma'am. Why do you think he wanted it back? And you could be completely candid.
Marshall wanted the ring back because he wanted to propose to another castmate.
And then about 2 weeks out in production stopped.
But guess who didn't? Jackie and Josh. Hey, Josh, anything you want to say about your role in this love triangle?
I'm not the type to text somebody. I'm not the type to hit them up on any social media. If I'm going to say something, I'm going to say it to your face. And so,
I'm a little ass boy.
Yeah, but when Chelsea's birthday party, I was like, heck yeah. I've been cutting a lot of weight. I had 18 pounds to cut for this competition. I had cut 12 at that time. And I was thinking, like, love is blind, but love is worth fighting for.
Oh. You're saying when you talk about cutting the weight, you're saying and then you were drinking and it probably made you a little.
Yes, so.
Josh, you know, you don't drink on an empty stomach. Come on now. This is like. I'm taking another drink because I'm going to go and I'm going to shoot my shot. It's my one chance.
So
When you saw him, did you
see how Vanessa always trying to hold the men accountable? You want to hold Jackie, you don't hold Jackie accountable, you want to hold Josh for drinking. Get out of it, Vanessa, man.
So I want to know then, and people want to know, what's next for Jackie and Josh? Are we thinking marriage? Are we thinking little JJ?
JJ, I love that.
I think we're taking our time with everything. You know what I mean? I think life comes at you fast, and we don't want to rush anything. I think, like, sometimes you can't rush love. We live together now. We got a dog.
Okay.
We got a fish.
You have a dog?
Yeah. I'm a girl dad.
Yeah. And I got a fish named Rick, too.
Rick and a fish. I love it. I love it.
Why is there no accountability? Vanessa, what are you doing? What are you doing, Vanessa? What is the point of having them here and not holding Jackie accountable, at least asking her some questions that we can get some real answers from? That was bull crap.
I'm going to let that marinate for a minute. Because there's a lot going on here in the audience.
No, Vanessa can't answer questions, bro. She's dead, bro. She's dead, bro. She's dead, bro.
Hey. Oh, I got some eyebrow action.
A lot of eyebrow action. What's up? What's happening?
All right. What do you want to say after watching that video?
Well, first of all, I'm not happy with that video. Let's just say that. But I think that a lot of people want me to be reactionary, and I think that it's just best to just let them have their moment. And because there's a lot to see, and there's a lot to think back on, and it's hard to watch a video, however long it was, 2-3 minutes, and talk to each point that I would like to, because I can't quite recollect what happened in the video.
I think
it's different when I'm here.
I hear what you're saying. Well, since they aren't here, we'll start off. She said she never cheated on you. She broke up with you before she had the date with Josh. That was the first point she made.
Okay.
What do you say about that?
It it doesn't matter if it was before or a day after. It's still like you're kissing a new dude. Immediately after you broke off tonight, and I'm supposed to be what?
So, are you completely blindsided that she didn't want this to work out, or did you know in the back of your mind, like, this isn't working out?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of things that I feel like happened between Jackie and myself that it would have inevitably gotten to that point, but I think what we all have to realize is that that's just the normal ebb and flow of a relationship. And there's going to be tough times and there's going to be great times.
So you would have made it all the way to the altar?
Absolutely. I mean, I said it to her in Mexico. I've run away from stuff before. And in this moment, I was not running away.
Okay.
To looking back, you don't think that you guys splitting was for the best? Do you think that you could have figured it out and had a successful marriage?
Well, that's a twofold question, though. Making it to the altar. I think that making it to the altar is the precipice of this entire experiment, and that was taken from me. Being able to have a decision in that moment, I feel like I wasn't able to have that.
Yeah.
And I don't know what I would have said.
Yeah.
But now it's just, I mean, back then it was just, there was no question to answer.
I told you,
What
Marshall.
you say I do.
So you don't know what you
I
would have
told
said,
you,
but
Marshall.
you know
Marshall.
you would have made it to that point.
Yeah, and I would have given a lot of
He lacks toxicity.
So another thing she mentioned
That boy lacks toxicity.
is that there was a derogatory comment that was made. Do you
Now,
know what
why-
she's talking about?
I do.
She alleges, was it true? Because I looked over and you had all kind of eyebrow action.
Because there's a difference between joking with someone and being able to move on from it if there is a pressure point, and being able to joking with someone and taking that out of context and spinning it and telling everyone that I said that it was a term. Whereas though I feel like we both were making jabs, and some of those jabs she wasn't joking, because we can see in her text messages that were leaked. She thought that was true. That in her heart, she felt like whatever she said to me in that moment was true.
So for people that don't understand, there were some texts to her friend leaked, and she was talking about you in a way that
That's how Jackie B.
was not
She's a manipulator.
kind, or not kind. It
She's a
was
manipulator.
more
She knows what she's
yeah,
doing.
Go check it out for yourself. I don't want to put words wrong. But we want to know your part in this. So you said it was from both of you.
Yeah.
What in the context of what you said that was derogatory that she completely misunderstood?
Yeah. And so Jackie's comments that were made to me were, she was calling me sweet, calling me,
We saw those.
Yeah.
I'm asking about
I'm
I
gonna
apologize.
Yeah, so I felt like it was my turn to make a jab. And so I said, you got a strong jawline. Like, you could have been a man for all I know, and it was wrong.
Hey!
This was the
Marshall is wild. That was a bar.
And I held myself accountable in that moment, and I knew it was wrong because she took very clear offense to it, and I knew I always hold myself accountable for stuff in the moment. And even
I thought he made a slur. Is that what he said?
I said this will never happen again. And we're just learning each other.
Is that all he said? And she was making it a bad thing? You got a strong jawline. You look like you could be a trans. That's basically what he's saying.
She was saying those things to your face. The things that we saw on text, she was saying them to you.
So you saying you think this was a situation where both of you were joking, but it went too far?
It went too far.
Okay.
And I take full accountability for that. And
I don't know how I feel if you talked about it. I get where
for sure.
Vanessa, shut the fuck up. Every time, man. Shut the hell up. I don't know how I feel about it. Shut up. Are you there? Shut up. When you had the chance to ask questions, you weren't asking questions. Shut up.
I did not say that word. Okay. And that word isn't even in my vocabulary.
So another thing, I'm just doing this because you couldn't remember the video. That she mentioned in the video was the ring. Oh my God, the ring.
They ain't asked no solid questions, none at all. But I'm gonna do a separate video for Vanessa. We can't have her host next year.
Okay, what's going on?
We can't have her host next year. She's dead. Dead. Can't ask no questions. Dead.
Very hell bent on saying you wanted to propose to somebody and stay on the show. And when I looked at you again, you were like, that is not true. So what is your take on that?
So the reason why I asked for the ring back was because it was a symbol of my love. You know, we picked out those rings, and in that moment, I looked at that ring and I said, that's for her. And I felt like she didn't deserve to have that symbol of my love.
Hey, Marshall at the crowd was like, when they were clapping.
That wasn't the case, and that's really wild that she would think that, because she was literally the only person that I was worried about in the pods. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the weirdest thing to me, is that she would think that I'm trying to propose to somebody else.
We know they don't get word at home.
But you did date someone else, and you spoke about this. When did you start dating her?
And that's my problem. That's my problem with Vanessa.
Let's call a spade a spade.
Okay. I love that.
How many dates do you classify dating? Because we were on one singular date. And although we were talking back and forth, texting, so back up. Keisha sent me a very beautiful voice message the day after Jackie and I broke up. Hey, I'm thinking about you. I know you really loved her. That really sucks.
How did she know you broke up?
Social media.
Oh, because Jackie posted something.
So wait, Vanessa. So Vanessa, are you gonna hold Jackie accountable?
Now, okay.
So
now. You sound like an evil villain, bro.
We had broken up.
So she came in.
No, not necessarily coming in, but it was definitely like we had a connection in the pods, and I feel like that was just who she is. Keisha is a very caring and loving person, and she did that out of the kindness of her heart. And I was like, in the moment, I was like, oh, you know what? How you doing? Let's talk. And we explored it, but I just couldn't move forward because I wanted to distance myself from that horrible experience that I had, and I just needed time to work on myself.
So Marshall, obviously, she said quite a bit in that video. She also said quite a bit on social media in other ways. Is there anything that you want to say to Jackie, who's on the other side of that camera right there? Anything you want to get off your chest? Correct.
That boy said she got a strong jawline. That was beautiful.
There's a lot that I would like to say.
That was a beautiful parlay back up.
However, I feel like we both deserve to just move on from this, and the whole you versus me thing needs to die immediately. And not just because there seems to be a need to clear yourself or defend yourself. You have a whole dude. Like, you guys have been together for a year, and you're still trying to make something shape between, not shape between us, but you're trying to make something out of nothing, and it needs to stop.
It's been a year, you know. That's actually mad.
Damage than good. So I don't have any feelings. I haven't had feelings for a year. So let's just, I don't want to call it truce. Before.
All right. Truce.
Well,
thank you.
Now we get that out of the way.
Kind of having a one-sided conversation. I get that that's hard, but
it's very difficult because they're not here to defend themselves.
So how do you feel about that?
Slighted again. For the second time in this experiment, I have been slighted. One at the altar and now 3.
But are you putting into consideration maybe the woman who you thought you were going to marry's feelings?
100%.
And why she's not here?
100%.
What the hell,
100%.
Vanessa? What? Vanessa, are you all right? What's going on, Vanessa? Are you thinking about her feelings? I don't give a fuck about her feelings.
This is not about.
Because you asked me about mine.
Let that be bygones. Focus. Let them move on. Let me move on, and just forget it. Jackie and Josh are happy. She's happy. I'm happy. Like, just let it die.
Well, speaking of moving on, it's time to change some gears right now. Guys, we're going to get back to celebrating the key ingredient of this Love is Blind experiment, which is, of course, love. And each season, you, the viewers, asked to see what life is like once your favorite couples get married. So here's a little taste of what married life is like with our couples today. Check it out.
Welcome to the Brown's house. To be honest, I don't even give a fuck no more.
I'm not gonna lie to you, me neither. I hear you, babe. Nobody care about Brett and Vanessa unless they're gonna tell me they broke up. I don't care. Let them be happy. And they look together and happy. I can't lie to you.
Patients here, you know, and then recognize these from the show. These are the portraits that I've shot at Tiffany in Seattle.
There was no point of doing this. There was no point of doing this reunion like this if they weren't gonna be there. Tiffany looking good though. Her shape is looking nice. Shout out Tiffany. Her shape is looking correct.
Cheers to this. It's brown. Don't hit me.
All right, I'm about to end the live because this.
Hey! Don't lend the Ive. Don't end it. Oh, darling, how much she ended the what? Oh, someone else got it. Someone else got it.
Hello, welcome to our humble abode. Just going to give you a quick tour. Let's go ahead and get started.
So here's our entry into our home. Oh, yeah, you know, we got dog toys everywhere.
Everywhere.
Here is the money space. Here's our living area. We love this. We have almost panoramic view of Seattle, the Puget Sound. People want to know, where's the pink? You can see it. Here's my favorite corner. I call this my happy corner.
The place is nice, yo.
These chairs give me life. KWAME's couch. Everybody. KWAME's guitar. We got a cool shelf. We got lots of our, a lot of our phones.
The place is nice.
We got a cool shelf. We got lots of our, a lot of our photos.
We ever took together.
First photo we ever took together.
And here we are in the bedroom. This is our bathroom, but primarily Chelsea's. I primarily use the one in the office.
Yeah, don't play. We have our own bathroom.
Yeah, marriage tip. If I could give any marriage advice, it's get your own bathroom. It's just nice to have your own piece, I swear. Where's Baba?
I'll put it right here. So I'm going to show it. So I thought I would bring it out for y'all, but I didn't. This is where I put it. I either keep it under just the top part of this or under my pillow. So that's Baba's home.
But yeah, this is everything. So thank you for joining us. And we hope you enjoy it.
Good night.
I would share with you a little song that I wrote for BLISS on Valentine's Day.
He was like, oh, I don't know, really nice outfit for you. Sparkly, shiny thing, but it was way better. Good any president ever not. It's so sweet.
You don't need to have those around. And I'm with you, they're all I see. You don't need to be no trainee girl. Girl, you're all that's in my dream. But all the way. Yeah, baby, let's go.
I don't know what the fuck's going on with this thing right now, bro.
Sleeping Beauty is
That nothing's happening right now. It's a dead thing. I don't know what's going on.
First of all, I'm sitting here. I'm next to Tiffany. She's like, I don't remember this video. But I gotta say, Tiffany,
Tiffany, you wake up so beautifully and delicate. She's like a Disney princess. I mean, when it comes to waking up.
She's like the Disney villain.
You're so graceful and so beautiful. I loved watching everything in that video. I loved how I got a little emotional because I don't know if y'all remember, but a year ago when we came into the pods, on the women's side, they were like, Mom and Dad! They were talking about these two old folks. And I do feel really excited and proud. And I'm not taking ownership, but when I see the three couples together, married and vacationing together, matching bathing suits, doing music montages, Auntie Vanessa is still hoping for that Love is Blind baby.
And Zach, nice job on the song, man.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well done.
Chelsea, we're talking about, you said marriage advice. You got to keep your own bathroom. You guys were talking about this, but then you also said, Mommy's couch is here. Is that the sleep couch? So is it the own still the same couch?
Well, this is the same couch I had at my old place. Brett and I have the same couch, by the way.
Do you sleep on that couch?
No. So I just, throughout my single life, I used to, when I'd be at home, because I really was at home, I used to travel a lot, but when I was at home, I would sleep on the couch a lot. And so, I don't know, like, once a week or something.
Take it from me, even in married life, we have to sleep on the couch from time to time. Still happens. But
I always...
Not Vanessa giving a dead last look to her husband. Honestly, Vanessa seems like a nightmare to be with. I can't even lie to you, bro. Can't lie to you.
Wait, I have a quick question. I need to ask you earlier about clarifying your name. It's such a long, beautiful name. And when you said it so beautifully when you guys were doing your vows, I love that you addressed his entire name, his name in its entirety, with the background. Kwame, did you want to say something about that?
Yes. So there was a moment where I said that I always introduced myself as Alex, but when it's Kwame. Which, by the way, the rest of that moment was because I'm so proud of my name, but for some reason that's not in there. That was me mentioning that before I went on the experiment, I talked to my producer and just kind of talked about how to approach the experiment in the right way. We talked about maybe not talking about race or color for the first few days, right? And so my thoughts were, is there a way that I can make sure I honor this experiment for everybody in it, right? So if I go by my first name, maybe it makes sense because that way, like, I'm not walking in and be like, hey, Kwame, and then people automatically trying to put me in an area where they're prejudging, right? And it just like, it helps everybody take the best out of the experiment. Right? And it is like, my name is so important to me. I've always gone by Kwame. And so when I saw the negative reaction to it, I needed to clear that up. Like, I love who I am. I love my name. I represent, and that needs to be said.
And that's why you're sitting next to a white woman. CAUCOZOID right now. Jokes. But the name thing don't make no sense, bro. That's some bull crap. Because your name is attached to your identity.
Alex Kwame. Ladies and gentlemen, mic drop.
You know what? It's so obvious because we're sitting right next to you guys how happy you guys are together, how happily married you are together, and how special this year has clearly been for you. But I gotta ask you, are you at all surprised by some of the reactions out there from people who are shocked and surprised that you didn't say no?
I'm so glad you asked.
The floor is yours, Chelsea.
I will say this. I feel that women feel the need to explain, to say they're sorry, to defend, and women need to feel empowered to make decisions that are best for themselves, period. And that is what I did for me, and that is what I did for us.
Huh?
And I'm so happy that I did, and I could not be happier. And marriage is not easy.
That's what I did for me, and that's what I did for us.
It's not easy. But you know what I'll say? It's worth it. Yes, it's worth it. Where I wanted someone to be able to meet me where I was emotionally, and Kwame does that. He also challenges me to be better, and I've never had anybody in my whole life do that for me. You know what? I really do believe that, I hate to say it, but it's unfortunate sometimes in this society. People just want to hate when you are so happy, and when you know what you want. Chelsea, you said it, you went for it. But people forget. Alex Kwame is a grown-ass man. And if he wants the woman, he's going to get her too. He's not trapped. He's not in it because he doesn't want to be it. He wants this woman, and he married this woman.
Vanessa, are you actually asking any qualifying questions that are going to actually get us some answers here? Or are you just going to believe?
On your Instagram? Yeah. And I loved that because you're like, it doesn't matter. You don't blame people for what they saw. Yeah. You know that this journey was you guys falling in love.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to say something that was said earlier, like, what you're seeing was literally like less than 1%. It's like a dab on what our entire relationship has been, you know? And so what we got to experience together was what kept us moving forward, what helped us fall in love. And so no matter what anyone saw, no matter any depictions or whatever the case may be, like, we were madly in love, and there was a lot more. The decision I had to make was not actually Seattle versus like getting married. It was actually, I had a much different life. I was a nomad. I used to live outside of the country for 6 months out of the year.
Yeah.
And so that was a difficult life to think about transitioning from. But that was what was so beautiful. Nomad. I used to live outside of the country for 6 months out of the year.
Yeah.
And so that was a difficult life to think about transitioning from. But that was what was so beautiful about it, because Chelsea and I sat down and we talked about transitioning from that life, and she came at it in such a beautiful, empathetic, and caring.
Something to all of you, and this is true for everybody on the stage.
Dave,
when you do something like this and you put yourself on TV and people watch, they feel entitled to have an opinion, and that's fair because it's television. But there's only one truth, and that's the truth that you all live each and every day. So you're going to hear a lot of noise out there. You can hear a lot of talk out there.
Yeah, the hosts have been
Live
absolutely
your truth.
bombastic
True
today,
for every
bro.
one of you up here. Live your truth and you're going to be fine.
That's right.
I just think that there's a lot of grace that needs to be given to everyone here, regardless of what was said, what you're seeing, and what we're all hearing. It doesn't matter. Really, it doesn't in the grand scheme of things, because we all put ourselves out there, and no matter if it's Irina, Micah, myself, anyone on this side, these guys here, this is all about love. And it's never supposed to be about this drama, this hell-bent on fighting. This is about these two here, those two there, and those two there. Period.
And I agree with that. And what I will say to add to that, Marshall, on that note, and real quick, to what you were saying, Kwame, it's not, we saw a little percentage, but some of it is about drama and fighting. And trust me when I tell you, I've been with this man for 17 years. It's not all roses and butterflies. It's not all roses and butterflies. But it's how we react to those, how we turn towards each other, how we work through it, whether it's in a relationship with girlfriends, with my girlfriends, or whether it's a relationship with the husband or with the people I work with. So everybody, I'm so proud of you guys for continuing to work on yourselves and do better. They're all about. We do have a special clip here. This is someone from Love is Blind. In a past season, they sent a video question for the married couples. Let's take a look.
To become parents. Who is going to be the first couple to have a little cutie pie just like I did right here? Say hi, you did. Hi, Bubba. Take care, y'all.
There it is.
Okay, seriously, if that doesn't make your ovaries burn, I don't know. Yeah, yo, I want a number 4 so. He's going to kill me. Okay, but I need to know who's going to give me our first Love is Blind baby. I don't want to ask if you're trying, because that's TMI. Obviously, you're all right.
I hope you're all trying.
No, we do actually. We'll start with Brett and Tiffany. What are you guys thinking on the baby timeline?
No, I was just gonna say, as of right now, like we're really just trying to enjoy our marriage. So like we're traveling the world, we're still getting to learn one another, but the thing is, like, we're so committed to one another. We want to have our lives set before we bring a life into this world. So maybe right away, it has to be at the right time.
I don't like her makeup, not because not necessarily it's bad, because it makes her face look so wide.
This one, my God. But just to echo kind of what Tiff said, I mean, you know, obviously for us and for anybody, any one of us that got married, it's such a drastic transition. And definitely for her, like, you know, it really wasn't aired that much in the show, but me living in Portland and her living in Seattle was like a big thing for us, because with my job and her job, it was pretty much understood that she would have to relocate. So, you know, obviously we went through a lot of changes as a couple, but she personally has made a lot of like sacrifice for the sake of our relationship. And I'm very thankful for her to do that. So with that, we're loving life together.
But Brett, how cute are baby Air Force One's gonna be? We can do colors. We can do the
Hey, listen, when Baby Brown comes,
Hey,
listen.
baby brown, baby brown.
I ain't gonna call her Baby Brown. When Baby Brown get here, hey, fly.
Love
it.
So
No doubt.
I love it. All right, well, come over here, Chelsea.
Is she drunk again?
I mean, I think when I
guys?
entered this, like I was like
clock was kind of ticking in my mind. And I think one thing that's so beautiful about this is that KWAME, like I had to learn to be with KWAME too. People may not have seen that. But I love my marriage and I respect KWAME so much that I'm like, let's allow, let's step back. We're going to let it happen when it needs to happen. And for me, that's a beautiful gift that KWAME could have given me.
Yeah. What about you guys?
Well, we do things really fast. Our engagement was only 2 weeks and a couple of days, much shorter than everyone else's. I can't wait to have this man.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me.
Crawling over to you.
No, you know, we're not.
Wait, I'm sure you don't do all things fast.
Vanessa.
Just making sure.
She has no shame, you know, when it comes to the men. She'll ask mad questions when it comes to the men.
I'm excited for it. And, you know, we're still talking about when that time is, but I'm really, really excited for it.
Well, clearly this one can't wait. Whenever the time is,
No, I will say,
ready.
I think that you guys, one last thing from an old married couple, I think that you guys are right to settle in yourselves as a couple and to create that foundation. Because when you do get kids, that foundation is what you're going to fall back on. We continue to fall back on that. And we know that when they're 18, they leave and we've got each other. But it does get pretty awesome when you have kids. By the way, hi, kids.
Go to bed.
Not watching
Go to bed. You're up too late. Well, guys, we are all so grateful for all of you participating in this experience, and we wish all of you the very, very best of luck. And we are definitely looking forward to seeing your love stories continue to unfold as time goes on.
Thank you so much, everyone here, for being with us, including our audience, including all of you at home. Thank you for being patient.
Failed ass experiment by Netflix, man.
More drama and tears, well, you're in luck. From the creators of Love is Blind comes the ultimatum queer love, and we have the first look right now. Check it out.
Check it out, bye guys.
Huh?
I don't even want to say her name anymore. She's like Voldemort to me.
Ultimatum queer love.
There's 10 people coming here.
I ain't got the time.
People who you could find.
I'm not involved.
What did you come here for?
Hello, everyone. You're all here because someone in your relationship has issued an ultimatum.
Ultimatum queer love.
You are compatible with multiple people here. Someone here could be a good fit for me.
I am ready to spend the rest of my life with somebody, but I'm not ready to commit to marriage.
So I gave an ultimatum.
Either I leave here engaged or we're done. I want to get married to this person. I want to bring children into the world with this person.
I don't want permanency. I don't want stability. I want freedom. I want to live with you for 5 years and then I'm open to it. I don't want to go into a marriage having these issues. If you don't like my dog, you can get the fuck out. Sometimes you can't see when the person is right in front of you. You came in here with an ultimatum. You knew what you wanted. You can't have us both.
You know, I still can't even. I mean, I've missed the beginning part. You know what I mean? So I don't even know. We saying Seaway. I'm gonna have to jump on another live in a minute or two. But yeah, talk to me, babe. Wait, I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Which live is this?
This is still the original one. This was just a watch party. There was meant to be another live for the actual panel. So
you want to just switch? I know we're live now. We could just switch if you want.
Yeah, I'll switch in a few. I'll switch in a minute. Say a piece and I'll switch over.
Can you back
switch
the
over?
camera up?
It's so annoying.
There we go.
Yeah.
What did you think? I want to know what you think first.
I only heard half of it. So, you know, Zach looked like he was giving a good piece to the people. Them, Vanessa was held Jackie unaccountable and actually kind of sided with her a little bit as well. Actually made her sound like, you know, good. And then, yeah, I mean, a little bit of obviously situation with Micah as well. I caught that part as well. Yeah, that was nuts. The Micah situation. I caught the IRINA part as well. Yeah, for me, Micah and IRINA, problems. But you know,
Yeah,
they're gonna white women their way out of that one. So
Yeah, well, Netflix really failed. I mean, shout out to the people on TikTok. I
For
shot
real.
the girl who I was watching a Venmo of $5 because her hand was up that entire live. I know her hand is so shaky. Mine still doesn't work. I don't know if it's just like an Illinois
Yeah, I'm-
Midwest. Mine still is not up.
Mine's not working either. Mine's not working either.
A couple of things. Vanessa is insufferable. Like
I
don't know what her deal is, Kojo. And I know it. Like I'm a modern woman too. I have a lot of opinions, trust. I hear it all the time in these comments. But there's like Chelsea, Vanessa level, and then there's like I'm at a different level, and then there's like, you know, the women who are fit, feminine, submissive, whatever. But she is like, I couldn't take it. She was irritating the living hell out of me. And even though there's a lot of things about Jackie and Marshall's situation that I understood from Jackie's point of view, to address Marshall like he was the bad guy was an odd take.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Like I understood like holding Marshall accountable for his part.
I agree too.
Because it seemed like people were so polarizing on the either Marshall was a victim and Jackie was the villain, or vice versa. I was hoping that they were going to bring some nuance to that situation, because I do believe there was a lot going on to those, you know, that situation, and it wasn't just one or the other. But to just completely lean into Jackie's side, I just thought that was an odd take, because if you were going to lean to either side, I think you should go ahead and lean to Marshall's side. But I do, and I don't know if you picked up on this, but the reason why Marshall seems to be upset that it didn't work out is that the fact that he wasn't able to
go to the altar.
down at the altar. I don't know if
basically.
Yeah. But his whole anger seems to be that he was robbed of his experience. And that Jackie not only turned him down, but took his moment for his like ability to dress up at the altar. And then she's been taking his moments ever since with her, you know, carrying on with Josh. And then she gave him the final jab and took his moment for the reunion, so he couldn't nail her like they nailed Irina. Because you know that he wanted to nail Jackie at the reunion. And she was like, no, you're not even getting that opportunity. You're getting a pre-recorded take, which I don't think is right for Netflix to do that, because if Irina had to get lambasted, Jackie should have got her smoke too. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone should have got their smoke. So
they spared her. Literally, they spared her the opportunity. I don't know. I'm not gonna go Never Live. There's no point, because I haven't watched it. So I'll keep this live up. Everyone's here already, so there's no point changing it. But they spared her. You know, they spared her by doing that. So, and for me again, and because the way that the line of questioning that Vanessa gave her is the biggest problem for me. It's the biggest problem, because it's like, babe, if you're gonna say that they can't come to the show, whatever, right? They can't come to the show. Then number one, you gotta have your questions ready and ask the real questions, because you didn't need them to be in the studio to ask these questions. You needed to be prepared, and it felt like she just kind of asking. Well, Vanessa's not a very good questioner when it comes to this anyway. She picks up emotional cues rather than actual facts, and that's the problem. So when she hears something, she gets emotional about it, she reacts, and then she asks a question rather than actually asking factual questions. Because she got more vexed about the fact that he called her a strong jawline, but when she was calling him gay and saying he was sweet and he was a bit fruity, no question in that way. So it's like, what was the point then of trying to do this kind of? You're not helping anybody in this instance. I don't know what side you're trying to. I know what side you're trying to take. It's one that's apathetic, but in the end, you ended up kind of siding with Jackie in the end, and it's like you didn't ask enough questions of Jackie and Josh. There should have been stringent questions being asked. You're now with Josh. Why are you with Josh?
Why didn't you pick Josh before?
Why didn't you pick Josh before?
Right.
None of those questions. You know.
I mean, there is so much out of all the couples. There is so much to dig into that I think we can relate to between the Jackie and Josh and Jackie and Marshall situation. There was so much to talk about as an interviewer that was missed, because like you said, they could have talked about how she didn't pick Josh because she felt like she was too much like him, and you know, he wasn't vulnerable. You could have asked Josh, why wasn't he vulnerable? You could have asked Josh what made him really think, you know, what made him have a change of heart to be more open and to go after, you know, Jackie again, right? What about, you know, she did ask what was the final switch, you know, that made you be like, okay, this is my final straw with Marshall. But we didn't get into the things that she said to Marshall and what the real problem was. We glossed over the text messages. You can't bring the text messages in and not lay any foundation for the text messages. And I know that's the lawyer in me, but I'm like, you're talking about a huge issue that happened in between the filming and now, and that's the whole point of having this reunion a whole year later. If we're going to bring up the text messages, let's talk about the text messages, you know. And talking about the text messages really gets into the crux of their issue. Like, Jackie, like, tell more about all these problems that you were having at home. And do you feel like you weren't even prepared to come on this show with all your home life problems? And how did that affect your relationship with Marshall? And what about Marshall made you feel like he wasn't being aggressive enough? What did you see? I want to get into the twerking on the bed. Was that man pop locking and dropping it on the bed? What made you feel like he was emotional? Do you feel like you were too aggressive? What was the issue? Why were you guys getting petty talking about who was fruity and who got straw jawlines? And then also, why did no one bring up that he didn't pay for that ring? I guess they don't want to talk about that. I don't know.
And also as well to press a bit deeper as to why the fact that she wants to keep the ring, because the explanation for why she wants to keep the ring wasn't really given. It's like, I want to keep the ring because I can keep the ring. Well, if Netflix bought it, wouldn't the question then be, well, baby, you know you got to give it back because Netflix bought it. So are we saying they keep the ring? Okay, cool. If she keeps the ring, what is the reason why you're keeping the ring? We didn't press her on that, really and truly, because if you're gonna keep, you're gonna give me an answer. Either it's a financial thing. All right. Because other than that, why are you keeping the ring? You're no longer with Marshall. The ring was given by Marshall. What are you going to do with the ring? You know what I mean? This is not a sports ball ring. This is a ring that is coming for marriage because someone said they want to propose to you. So why would you want to keep the ring? Do you know what I mean? Like it's giving. There must be something deeper. So press a little bit deeper. Come on, Vanessa, give us something. Ask us some hard questions so we can get into it. No, Vanessa going to stick with it. And be like, Vanessa go and just stick with it and be like, okay, great. You said that you're keeping a ring. Great.
Right, because
and
if
nothing
this was normal circumstances, she would have to give the ring back. 100%.
For real.
Legally, on a normal basis, even though he didn't buy that ring. So I think that messes it all up, right? Which everyone knows. But if he would have bought that ring, I mean, she would be forced to give it back. But everyone knows he didn't buy it, so therefore she's not forced to do crap. And there we go, right? But it was so many missed opportunities between them two. Also, when she got off the show, she says she really needs to do some self-work, right?
That's what she
was
said.
Very honest about that, and that was very clear. But I don't know what type of self-work she could have been doing sitting up under Josh.
That's a question. That's a question.
Them two, I mean, we could talk about them all day. All I say is that Jackie's issues were on Front Street and Marshall's issues were quiet, and they both need to work on their crap. I know for you've talked a lot about Marshall wanting a project, right? And those type of people who want projects, and I know y'all hate when I bring up these zodiacs, but some of these Leo. Oh my gosh, my mother's calling me. Sorry.
No worries.
Some of these let me put on do not disturb because she's gonna keep calling me. Some of these Leo Virgo men, y'all who know. But what I'll say is that those who really want a project, when their project doesn't turn out how they want, they can get really mean and nasty and slick with the mouth. It's beyond, the problem goes beyond not wanting the project in and of itself. The stuff that he said about calling her a project and the little petty stuff with the slick jaw, with the jaw, that is not the only stuff that he was doing. He probably has had a very slick, nasty, petty mouth behind the scenes. And when you mix that type of person with Jackie, who's very unhinged, mean, and really not, she can't be controlled. She was not going to be the type of person who fits this Netflix experiment. She looks like she has broken her NDA how many different times? So those two were combustible. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't going to work.
No, you're right. Listen, you know, this I think watching them on a reunion, I think, you know, and you know, I think this reunion kind of showed me again why I was so harsh on Marshall, you know, this season. And it's not because I wanted to be petty or to be you know, hard on men because I pander, but honestly, that his answers today proved the very point of why I said that you need to hold Marshall accountable, because anybody that likes to be in contact with toxic people and likes to stay is also carrying some toxicity. I know exactly what it was. You know, so the fact that he said the project thing was one thing, but when even now, because I remember someone asked me I should wait to the reunion to see what he says. Even his answers now do not tell me that he has grown. It doesn't tell me that he's learned from those mistakes, because even the answers he gave in response to this scenario as to why he felt slighted by this situation tells me that really and truly we're not dealing with somebody who fully understands that what they were dealing with in Jacqueline, that actually is a response from you. It's coming from you. And so when I hear him speaking and he's saying, oh, you know, the fact that I was slighted because I didn't get to go to the altar. So he's doing what we say about some women do. His main concern was the marriage. The wedding, not the marriage.
Right.
His main concern is the altar. It's the I do. It's the dressing up. It's the giving. And this is why I said that point about when he came and said to Brett, and he was also getting a little emotional in that moment while I was banging on these points, because it goes deeper than just that one moment, him talking to Brett. There are deep underlying issues underneath that are problematic for him that he brings up to the surface. So it's not giving Jacqueline a pass. She's a problem and we'll call her out, and no problem at all. But there's issues with Marshall that when he's dealing in a situation, he doesn't realize that me saying I was more concerned about being slighted than actually the actual marriage itself and what's going to happen after. Or even like you said, Siwe, being able to get to the altar and say, I wasn't even sure if I was going to say yes, which means you're probably going to say no. You know what I mean? Like, and having an opportunity to say no to her, it's like, it for me is problematic. So if I'm gonna say anything about Jackie, if I'm in a situation as Marshall, I'm gonna say this. You know what? The only reason I'm hurt about the situation is not because I got slighted in the process. It's because you chose another man over me. That's why I'm hurt. I'm hurt because you chose another man over me. I'm hurt because I put my trust, my love, and care into you, and you broke that. That's why I'm hurt. I'm not slighted because you decided not to go to the altar. And that's what I'm trying to say to you. His focus is a wrong focus, which tells me you're not ready for marriage. You're ready to be at the wedding altar, and you're ready to have it on Niger blogs, and you're ready to have it on Insta, you're ready to have it on Twitter, you're ready to have it on the major social medias and blow it up in that particular way. But you ain't ready for a marriage. And that's the healing he needs to take. So that's why he entered that relationship with Kasia after. And I know he tried to save Kasia. Kasia a problem too. I don't know why you entered the DMs saying, you know, baby, how you doing? End up a conversation.
That's the pick me demons. That's the
there you go.
Demons. And the reason why there's always going to be a Kesha, because a lot of women and a lot of people, right? We look at the reactor. We look at Jackie because she's the easiest one to pinpoint. You know what I'm saying? She's the loudest in the room. But a lot of times we get distracted by the loudest in the room and we're missing the stuff about the quiet one. And Kesha, so busy, I would assume, having that pick me spirit, trying to pick Marshall up because it looks like he was, you know, beat down and disrespected and all the things, which he kind of was, right? I'm not saying he wasn't, but you got to do your due diligence when it comes to the quieter people, because there's a lot of stuff that be going on that people be missing. And Kesha And any woman that puts herself in the line of some nonsense, whether you're putting yourself in the middle of a fresh breakup, a fresh divorce, a man that just had a baby, all the things, while you're trying to pick this man up and be his shoulder to cry on, that's not smart. That's just not smart. And I don't care who reached out to who. If I know you just got divorced or you just ended a relationship with Jackie, you're not coming over to my house. You're gonna have to go heal and decompress and figure yourself out. You're not getting any time with me until you do all of those things.
Hey, Sean, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, listen, I'm not gonna hold you. You sent me a picture of the Kesha, so she can console me anytime. So
I hate you, bro.
I wouldn't be
She's
about
very cute.
A little consoling. I don't see nothing wrong, with a little consoling, because the brother, he was down bad. But, Randall he was twerking on the fence, pun intended, when it came to, like, was he prepared to marry her? It's like, bro, come on. Like, don't sit up here and pretend like there were no issues or try to, like, glaze over it. I think he should have just been a little more forthright in saying, hey, listen, I definitely saw some red flags. However, I was blindsided by the fact that, she didn't show up, and he could have pushed back on Vanessa and Nick, like, hey, look, I was at the top, I was touch shopping. That's how I found out. So what you talk about, and was I ready? Yeah, I was ready to get in my tuxedo, but she was not, because she was nowhere to be found, right? So thank God I got the heads up, because I might have, right? But in retrospect, hey, I could see the red flag, so she actually did me a favor, right? So I just felt like he was too caught up in the back and forth between the two of them. They took him down a rabbit hole, which was really and truly initiated by Jackie, right? With the nasty comments in the group chat, The group chat gonna take you down. You listen, just be careful, because the group chat, fellas, it's not a safe space. So don't be twerking on the bed. Don't be backing that thing up. It will find its way to the group chat, and unfortunately it did. So look, do that in the privacy of your own home by yourself if you need to twerk. I don't understand what the need is to be twerking on a bed, but hey, to each their own. I do think that the reunion didn't really give us as much as we would have loved to seen, other than we saw who's together and who's not, like present day. So I think that was great. But outside of that, there was no uncovering to it, right? So it was anticlimactic, just like the whole, Netflix glitch. So that's what I think. I think, I was getting tired of seeing Micah's white tears, her tears of fragility. I'm over it. Come on, lady. She's still sniffling and crying. Then it comes out, thanks to Zach and his cape, some other things. So
don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there to that part, so we'll go on to that as well. Amber, what's your thoughts on Marshall and Jackie on reunion? What's your thoughts? Talk to us.
My thoughts on the infamous triangle. Well, one, I'm a person, and I had to learn this. I'm a person, I feel like you should face stuff face to face. I feel like them not showing up was a big coward move. It gave very much, it's like, okay, y'all, ain't nothing wrong with y'all. Because I thought maybe they're going to say they're sick or something. Nope, they on the live, smiling, makeup done, haircut fresh. I'm like, okay, so y'all couldn't come to this live event for 2 hours and do whatever. Of course, the 2 hours became 4 because of Netflix's glitch. But my point is, y'all could have brought yourself to the live event to defend yourself. When it comes to the Marshall and Jackie and Josh situation, I feel like, I will say this, the way Jackie presented herself in her interview with Josh, it seems like she may have done a little bit of healing. I say may because there wasn't a lot of accountability for the actions, in my opinion. So that may has a question mark, but I think there may have been a little bit of progress. It's just a smidgen. with Marshall, it's just the fact of they weren't a safe space for each other. They weren't a safe space for each other. He making jokes about the jawline in response to her making jokes about his things he's done, like twerking in the bed and being silly and different stuff of that nature. They were not a safe place for each other. And if you're not a safe place, we don't need to get married. Because it can't be every time I do something that's silly or embarrassing or something of that nature, I'm worried you're going to be in the group chat with the friends telling all the business, and the next thing you know, it's going to be going viral online. It wasn't a safe place, unfortunately. It was not a safe place, and it's sad. I hope Marshall has moved on. I am happy he did not fully go into a relationship with Kesha, because I'm like, you need to do some healing, bro. You was not in a place to get back in a relationship with anybody, let alone somebody from the show. That's not the move. So I'm happy he shut that down. And I just hope all of this is going to stop. I doubt it, only because I've been seeing little interview snippets Jackie's been doing online, trying to kind of clean up her image. So I doubt this is the last we're going to hear about this. I'm hoping it is, but I would not be surprised if we get the rebuttal within the next 12 hours.
And I think that's one of the things that I find frustrating about Marshall and Jackie and Josh, right? It was a pussy move. Like, honestly, it was a pussy move because, right, you knew you were going to come and face a live audience. You're going to have to face your castmates live, okay? But you did a little video. Now, Jackie's been talking about how she's been giving us gumption in the Twitter and giving us gumption on Insta, talking about how when I bring these receipts, when I get to say what I'm going to say, y'all going to see what you're going to see, right? And up until this moment, I ain't seen nothing. Okay, just a whole bunch of shucking and jiving, and then you come to the reunion and you're not even there. It's like, so all that big boy talk is nonsense. And so it's like, you know, you were ready to go to bat. You know, you talking about how you going and, you know, really bring everything out. And for me personally, it's like, you know, you wasted an opportunity here. And the reason being, again, is because then you can't have the back and forth, which means we can't actually question you appropriately. We can't actually go and trade information at that point. We can't trip you up, because when we start calling you out on certain things, you don't get that live aspect. And Vanessa is not the person to do this, because she just be given so much space when she asked a question, which was, well, first poorly structured, and then obviously then to not really follow up on questions was also annoying. So it's like all that talk then is for show, you know. It's for show. So, you know, I felt like they could have been there and they could have really put on a show. Now, unless the Netflix said to them, and you can't come along to the show, then I need them to put out a statement. I don't want, you know what I mean? I need someone to come and tell us that, you know what, Netflix didn't invite us to the show, we weren't allowed to come in, or whatever. That's the only excuse. Other than that, you should have been there. Now, I think what's interesting is that Josh said he's a man who likes to tell people to his face. Okay, first and foremost, you're not on this live, which you should have been. Number two, also, even when you addressed it at the party, you didn't actually fully address it in a particular way, right? So you kind of made it into like as a competition. You know, I'm going to fight for it, but you didn't actually address it head on. And so, you know, I think personally, I don't believe a word that you say, and you're a bit of a capper as well. But then two cappers together clearly will go together as well. So I definitely hear that. I want to ask a question though, maybe to you guys, and you guys can answer it. No, let me let it flow. I'll ask my question after. Who was going to go next? I think C was going to go answer, because I know you had the mic open, C-Way, so go for it. And then I'll ask after Sean goes.
Dag, I want to know your question now.
Huh?
I want to
No, go for it. You was going to say something after what I was saying. Sorry, my bad. I realized I was taking you off course.
Oh, no. All I was going to shoot. Now, what was I going to say? Oh, what was I going to say is that to me, this is on Netflix, because I get what you're saying, but you see the way they did IRINA.
I hear you.
You see the way ZACK and all them did IRINA. I'm not saying she didn't deserve it, because she deserved that and more, right? But if you really thinking about it, if you know you're finna be buried, wouldn't the self-preservation mode tell you not to go? To me, that's on Netflix. They should have made them go. It should have been a requirement. And I agree 100%. If they weren't there, then why? Because them being able to be on screen and have Marshall do this one-sided kind of conversation with Vanessa in the video, wasn't really what we deserved as viewers. It wasn't what Marshall deserved his kind of final say as well. And I think that was a cowardly move, but I think it was a way to self-preserve. And everyone is going to preserve themselves if they are given a chance, just to be kind of fair, you know what I'm saying? Because Jackie has received a beating on the online for the last year. She's been everything under the sun, every name under the sun. Josh has been every type of toxic F-boy, red flag, moving red flag. I think they're at this point, they're trying to control the narrative, and Netflix allowed them to do it. And that's kind of on Netflix to me.
Well,
I think all of us would stay home.
Remember, it's the production company. They have the same production company as Married at First Sight. So that's who handles all these components.
And the what is it? The KIN, what is it called?
Kinetic, is it Kinetic? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Who allowed them to stay home. But I don't know. I'm a real one, and I want to have that face-to-face type of energy most of the time. But if I just got drugged like that for an entire year and I had to opt out of coming to that reunion to get that smoke again, I don't know. I don't know what y'all would do, but I'm just saying.
Just to add, so I agree with you. So I think what's interesting though is that they've done other lives. So they've done other lives where they've done other reunion things with other people. So it's like if Netflix not Netflix, but connect to whatever, you know, my issue is this, is that she's been getting the same smoke that Irina's been getting. She ain't in no different boat to what Irina was. Irina was getting slaughtered. Micah getting slaughtered, you know. And so why is it those two can come onto reunion and face the music, and they would allow for Jackie not to face the music with this audience? You know, so for me, that's the political situation, because Irina and Micah, fair play to them, took it on the chin and came through, right? They know what they did and they came through, right? But Jackie, no. You know, you stayed with her, man.
You know what I think it is though? Jackie is unhinged. And Jackie hasn't been able to be controlled this whole time. She's doing whatever, saying whatever. Maybe, just maybe, a theory, they were afraid about what she would say on this live. Because if she's over here making leaks saying that he pussy popping on the bed, imagine what she would have said live. They probably was like, you know what? You don't want to come, and we don't want you to come either. They knew Irina and Micah weren't coming with all that. They were just gonna come with the fake tears, and that's what they did, right? That's my theory. Because to me, that wasn't fair to Micah or Irina. They got it hard as hard as Jackie did, maybe worse in some cases. And they sat there and took it. You know what I mean? Jackie should have been there, but there was clearly a financial reason why they didn't. Or a safety reason. That's my theory. I don't know what y'all theory is.
Fair enough. Amber, go for it. So you had your mic open, my bad. Go for it.
No, I agree with Seaway. I remember when I first heard this was gonna be live, the first thing I just had this weird vision of them having to do a standby because Jackie tried to jump up and swing on somebody because they said something wrong to her. I was just looking like, this gonna be interesting right here, because Jackie's similar to the type where she'll take the smoke. She don't care. That's the vibe I get from her. Now, her not showing up makes me wonder if maybe that's all a facade a bit, you know, a way to kind of, you know, not really deal with the real. But I could see them maybe saying, you know what, you ain't, just send us a video. Send us a video, make sure you look cute, and we gonna take it from there. You good.
You ain't telling lies. Go for it, Sean.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think either for one of two things. Listen, you know, I have a, you know, I got a little inside source, you know, through Netflix, and I think Jackie was just quite problematic. So I have to believe they probably asked her to stay. Now, I don't know. This is only conjecture. So I don't know if it's true or facts. I'm just saying, I think they probably asked Jackie to sit this one out. And we're gonna spoon feed you the little questions so that you don't go off course. And meanwhile, that's why they didn't ask her those same questions that they asked Marshall, because they could have asked her Vanessa could have very clearly asked her those questions about what happened in the group chat, because the group chat was from her. So why are you asking Marshall about group text that came from Jackie? Because you don't want to hear what Jackie has to say, and they don't want Jackie to go off the rails and start, you know, spraying. Because she'd have been like Morgan on that stage. Trust and believe she would have let off a full clip, because you notice she already started to say, well, production didn't, and they just kind of like glazed over that part when she started blaming production about the fact that the date didn't happen, you know, in tandem with her breaking up with Marshall, my bad. So yeah, I say all that to say they asked Jackie to sit this one out. They didn't need her in person. They needed her for just a very short window, just so that the people could see, to give people their taste of, you know, those two. But cut the cameras. Take care. Well,
be blessed.
We don't need those problems.
That's a lawsuit waiting to happen. I mean that does make sense in terms of maybe not wanting a physical altercation in that regard, but that doesn't excuse Vanessa's poor questioning. That doesn't excuse that. Yeah, because Vanessa's not going to fight nobody when she's behind the screen with Josh in her own area, right? And her being loose as a cannon doesn't stop her being loose as a cannon. If she's loose as a cannon, she gonna talk about it after. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she gonna do her live, or she gonna post her receipts. She's already breaking NDAs left, right, and center by talking about stuff that shouldn't be talked about. She gonna do what she gonna do. It better be you that at least give her the platform and say, listen, we don't agree with this, and call her out like you did Zaynab from last season. You know, like, rather than just letting it go. Because now what it does is that there were questions unanswered. It actually gives her more of a platform to finish people. Because now you didn't ask her no questions. She can be like, whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, let me put her live, and let me answer the questions that you guys want me to answer, because they didn't ask the questions on reunion. I'm now going to give my spin. Now, Marshall can't respond to that, because and if he does respond to it, it can look a little bit some way, because he's already told us, let's put it to bed. Let's put it to bed now. Let's end it. Well, if she decides she want to come out and say some things, and, you know, we didn't give her the platform opportunity time on this Netflix situation, I don't know, man, because I'm sure if she does a live right now, she's going to have a couple thousand in that live. Easy. I'll be one of them. Easy. Yes, way.
Then I think it's on her, right? I mean, I don't know how it is over there in England, but if you even make the smallest amount of statement towards the LGBTQIA community, I had to slow it down, make sure I got it right.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's sponsored by Netflix. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, she can do whatever she wants on her Instagram. But if she gets on there and says even something and Netflix shows it like they're condoning it, not in America. That's not gonna work. And the difference between the cuties situation and here, the whole undercurrent of their problems kind of floats on that. Is he too soft? What is he doing? You know, even when they played that, he said, like, she was like, oh, he won't have sex with me, remember? Yeah, I don't think it's kind of, you know, you got to tiptoe around that. And then the whole text messages, I'm just starting to think that's why they let it go, because if they ask her that and then it looks like Netflix is sponsoring that, and then someone said not right before they played the queer matchmaking show.
That's true. That's very true.
Let her be unhinged on her own IG. She can call him all types of whatever slurs she want to call him. He could call her all types of whatever strong jaw he want to call her on their own platform. But Netflix was like, not today, Satan. Not on my platform. Not on here.
What did you guys think about that comment though? That was going to be my real question. What did you guys think about the exchange between the two of them? Because, you know, she called him gay, pretty much. And then he called her a tranny. And then that, I mean, I think it was la tete, and I think it was fair game. Amber, go for it. Sorry.
They might not like me in the comments. I honestly think it's fair game, because she had been coming for his sexuality since the beginning. I'm not sure if they had showed us originally the clip of her saying to Josh a bit soft. If they did, I didn't remember it. So for me to see, oh, so you thought this about this man from the jump. Why in the world did you accept the proposal then? She had been coming to his sexuality since the beginning. When I heard that, I'm like, you know what? If you dish it, you gotta be able to take it. I want to feel bad for you, but I can't.
You know what he was trying to say though when he's caught her jaw strong though.
Oh, of course.
And Vanessa was trying to get.
We know that.
But Vanessa was trying to get at that. He tried to tiptoe around that too. It was like
he tried to, but we know
out
what
of
that
all
means.
the insults, you said strong jaw. I mean, personally, I like a good kiki. I thought that was a good kiki, like they said. I mean, it was kind of an eye for an eye. That was petty, but it was funny. But that's a typical petty Leo Virgo man. I'm just letting y'all know they will do that. They will. You go low, they will go to hell with their verbal attacks.
Well, he did on the reunion he did say, which to me, it just like I think personally, you should never go there because now it implicates you because weren't they together? But he did say that, you know, she does have a strong jawline and that she could be a man for all I know. So he did say that. So it's like, well, didn't y'all have, you know, so wouldn't you know? I would hope you know. So, yeah, I think he should have just stayed away from that. But look, when you get caught up in having that, you know, tete-a-tete, as you say, you kind of you can put yourself in a rabbit hole. And I think he should have just let it go, you know, because that's a typical insult. And what he could have said is, yeah, well, you wasn't saying that when I was blowing your back out. Now, when I was twerking in the coochie, you wasn't talking about what I was putting down, was you? When you was crying, you know, when you was talking about poppy, 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 you didn't. I want you to keep that same energy. Now that's how you hit it back, especially if it's true. If it's true, you could just remind her, oh yeah, I've seen some different things. Yeah, I've seen some.
That's how you know he was twerking on that bed, though, Sean.
I know he was, but all I'm saying is
she told both things. You remember she said she was running with that other part. She couldn't handle it. Remember? She was like,
that's all I'm saying.
And then that same sentence, she said he was twerking on the bed. So I just find it funny. That's how you know.
In those text messages, she was saying like, oh yeah, he was putting it down in some kind of way. So look, if you're going to try to come for me, then I'm just going to take it back and remind you like, look, maybe I was, so I'm going to own it. But yeah, I twerked in something else too. And you was running away. But again, I don't condone twerking in the bed. I don't know what that comes from. I've never felt an urge to get up in the bed and twerk. You know, I'm sorry. But at the end of the day, I think there's just a better way. We often talk about scenarios here and what we could have did or what we could have done better. If we want to talk petty and like having, you know, a nice little jab and a comeback, I think that would have been a better landing comeback than talking about her jawline. You know, because at first when he said her jawline is strong, I'm like, is he talking about the guap guap? I got confused. And then when he clarified, I was like, oh.
You're the only one who thought that.
Now you're implicating yourself, bro.
Nobody confused.
You was about to go wedding shopping.
Nobody was confused about that, Sean, but you.
I did. I guess my mind just went. I'm like, what's he talking about her jawline? What's he say? You know, look.
All right. That was finishing me, bro. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. But now you said it, yeah, you could have thought about that. I didn't think about that. So, and I also didn't know his situation was large. So I didn't know that. I didn't remember reading those texts. So maybe I missed that part of the text where she said his situation is very large. So, you know, you're right. He could have definitely hit back with the, you know, you weren't saying that when you couldn't handle the D. He didn't have to go with the strong jawline. Because that then also says about you yourself as well. Like, do you know what I mean? But that's what I'm trying to say. He's that kind of petty where it's self-destructive. You know, there's a type of petty that also induces your destruction. That's the petty that he was involved in. You know, that's why the comment about the project too was also destructive to himself. So when you're petty, you know, you got the two types. You got the petty, which, you know, makes a jab at of a person that just deals with them. But you got the petty on the other situation, which actually destroys you in the process too. You got that willingness to knock yourself out, also to knock the other person out. And for me, yeah, bro, you don't need to do that, bro. You know what I mean? Like, don't do that. So, yeah, him coming for her on that aspect didn't help his own case, you know, rather than actually talking about that situation. So, you know, yeah, someone that said like Gina and Clint, you know, they that's what they do. You know what I mean? They listen, you ginger, okay, well, you kind of big, so we gonna handle this situation together. So I think that aspect. But what I didn't like about that situation is the fact, again, and I think this is to do with maybe Netflix, I don't know, but it was live, so I can't say Netflix, is Vanessa, how she handles it. Because when Jackie is pronouncing, no, when Marshall's pronouncing the situation, because she only asked Marshall, I don't think she asked Jackie what she said. So when Jackie was saying her slur, she whatever, she didn't ask Jackie that question, she asked Marshall. And so Marshall gives both sides and says, obviously, she called him sweet and he called her strong jawline. But the energy Vanessa had, I just didn't get it. I was like, baby, they were calling each other names that should not be called. If you're talking about you're going to do queer on Ultimatum, then you need to be aware that none of these slurs are good for anybody. You can't just be calling it for one side and going on. Marshall is talking about her having a strong jawline, and we all know what that meant, but then not be able to say anything about the fact that she called him sweet. I'd have thought you would have tried to hold the line, but the thing about Vanessa is she can't hold the line for shit. Excuse my French. She can't hold the line for doo-doo. Every time she wants to hold the line, she just starts getting dragged into a very biased and projecting position. And then it spoils the line of inquiry because then we don't get the deeper information. There were so many questions, I think even Siwa was even listening to some of them, that could have been asked. But because she was, you know, twerking on the fence and, you know, trying to get her emotional say, you know, that's why. But so, yeah, that would have been, I mean, a better thing to kind of look at them too and see, to go deeper as well. I'm trying to think what else happened with Marshall and Jackie and what she asked about those two.
Yeah, about the ring and him proposing.
Yes, go for it. Yeah.
I'm wondering, where did Jackie get that from? Because Jackie has been on many a live. She's been online, social media. If he really was trying to propose to somebody else, why would you just mention it now? It almost makes me go, did she pull this out to try to cover herself? Or did maybe Josh tell her this? Because as soon as she said it, Josh started to chime in, and he didn't say much the whole time. But when she said that, he started to chime in, and I'm like, girl, ain't nobody... It seems silly. And Vanessa did seem very biased. I noticed that. I'm like, Vanessa, did you become friends with Jackie or something weird? Because, like, you seem like you caping really hard for Jackie, and no. Ask the questions and do your job. Y'all are already very late.
Yeah. See, Shaw, do you have any contribution to that about the ring situation?
Yeah, I would just say everybody knows, or well, not everybody knows, but it's pretty well known that usually in shows like this, the production pays for the rings, you know, or the show pays for the rings. So I think that was, you know, pretty well understood. And he could have just said, like, there was so many points. I just wanted him to just say it. Like, we didn't get married. We didn't even get to the altar. She's dating somebody else. Why would she deserve to have the ring? That's it. You know, point blank. What good is another ring going to do? And her talking about, I'm going to give the ring to somebody else. You're sitting up on the stage. You're on this TV screen with somebody else. So what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? So for me, that made no sense. And she got let off the hook because I wanted to hear, why do you want to keep the ring? Why do you think you deserve to still have the ring in your possession when you want nothing to do with him? And you're in a brand new relationship. So are you keeping it for what? You want to be reminded of Randall? I mean, I keep calling him Randall. You want to be reminded of Marshall? Like, to me,
what is Rah doing to you?
Look, I have no clue why I keep calling this guy Randall versus Marshall. Yeah, no, I don't. It just didn't. None of it made sense, and I think they should have, at the very least, be like, you know what? We're sending you a return FedEx envelope. Drop it in the mail and send it on down. at least give her some type of, she needs some type of a slap on the wrist or something.
I don't have an opinion about the ring one way or the other. Honestly, he didn't buy it, and I don't care what she does with it. I just feel like Vanessa cannot be the host of this show. That's Vanessa and Nick, actually, because
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, Nick actually does a really good job on Perfect Match, though. Is it Perfect Match?
I think Nick is very good, but he's not allowed to talk. But go on.
Right. So Nick by himself on Perfect Match showed me that it's not Nick. Because Nick, even though that show doesn't lack a lot, it has it has very little substance, right? I get that. But like he was able to do his job and go home. He was okay. But Vanessa is a horrible, horrible host. She's far too emotional. She's picking sides and she needs to detach. Like you can't. And then she also does this thing. I don't know if you guys know people like this in your life that make every situation about them. She's a little better than what she was like before, but she's still like everything. Every time she asks a question, she got to make it about her kids, her husband, how hard their marriage is. I feel like she's like trying to tell us that she's miserable with Nick. I don't know what her problem is, but it's like, girl, we're not logging on to hear about you and Nick. We don't care, respectfully. Like, we're literally not here for y'all. She has to detach. I mean, she can even look at nephew Tommy, Uncle Tommy, the way he does it. Mr. Tommy, Uncle, don't care about none of the people on that show like that. He's there to do his job, have a bare minimum, have this basic level of respect. And then he goes home. She's too attached. And I think that's making it hard for her to ask good, hard-hitting questions. I don't think she's a very good listener. And then she's so emotional that she's not getting to the point because she gets very distracted by her own emotions and anecdotes and side stories. They need a more objective, less emotional host.
Agreed 100%. Who else wants to? What else? Who else wants to have a say on Vanessa? What do they feel about it?
Let the church say amen.
Short and sweet. All right, Sean. No, you being silent, Sean. You being silent on this.
I'm just reading the comments. They're cracking me up. They said Vanessa needs to sit on the bench and heal. You need to send her one of your shirts, Kojo. Maybe she can let you host the show.
Oh man!
Do y'all think Nick is able to talk in that house? Like, I'm concerned for him. Like he can't say
I am
nothing.
concerned. I am very concerned. I genuinely am, Seaway. Like I rarely do, but this one I'm concerned.
I'm concerned.
Why are you concerned about what you think about that Vanessa and Nick situation?
Because I have a high tolerance for women having their own voice, being quote unquote aggressive, all the things that people like to say about women. So I don't have a problem with her being assertive and outspoken, but her lack of awareness of the folks around her, that she's not aware that her husband doesn't speak. She's not aware that she's not letting the people on the show speak. She's just overbearing. And the way she's able to kind of like twist situations was the biggest concern for me. Like, I understand being like pro-woman, like looking at stuff from a women's perspective. I try to do that. I know Lola does that when she comes up here. Like, we all try to view things from a women's perspective to some degree. But for me, the way that she kind of was almost attacking Marshall with her questions makes me feel like, do you have any accountability for the things that you do wrong? You know what I mean? Or is it always the man that's wrong? Because if you can't see the errors in what Jackie did, just objectively, just some of her things, right? How do you see your own issues? Like, there was a lot of things that like Jackie did that I had to look at myself. Like, am I doing this? Like, I'm also not a super affectionate person. Like, you got to be able to like self-reflect check your own toxicity, figure out like why things are triggering you. And maybe Vanessa sees a lot of herself in Jackie, because I had to sit back and be like, why is this Jackie Marshall thing bothering me, right? And I was thinking, I was like, it's bothering me because there's parts of Jackie that I understand. So I think a lot of times when people see that in other people, they either get like really angry at them and they're mad at them, or they either go really close to them and try to protect them. And she seems like she just like tried to cover Jackie because maybe she sees Jackie in herself. I'm not trying to diagnose her. I don't know. But for me, like that response doesn't really show that you have any self-reflection and accountability. And the way Nick just sits there, it doesn't say anything, makes me feel like he's kind of like, this is my second marriage. I'm 17 years deep. I'm just gonna be quiet. And it shows. And it shows a lot. And I just, you know, that was concerning, not just as a host, but just watching them. I don't think they realize that we can see that there's just some's just not right. So, yeah.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on Amber and Sean around Vanessa and Nick situation? Any thoughts on you, Sean, on Vanessa and Nick? No, but no, I definitely hear what you're saying. Oh, go for it, yeah, Sean, go for it, yeah. Go for it.
No, I was gonna say I love Seaway's take.
No. I mean, I agree with you, Seaway, as well, because I think I saw her last season as well. I think it might have been a Cole situation as well. I just felt like, you know, it's I think just watching her on the course of this show, it's just her line of questioning just seems to be, it's almost as if the men are triggering her a little bit, just a little, you know, or maybe she's seen some of their behaviors before and it's triggering how she's questioning, you know. So I think that also seems to be an issue for me. But when I watch them, it's almost as if Nick takes a back seat to allow her to lead. But the thing is, she's not good at her job. I'm not going to be rude, but it's the truth. Like, I would be happy for Nick to sit back if she was good. And I'll be like, I don't think any of us will have a problem. We'll be like, well, you know, because Vanessa's just so good at answering questions. Nick understands that. But it's almost as if Nick is saying, this is your show. I'm going to let you do what you need to do. But the reality is both your shows, I thought. I know he has his own baby with you know, I say baby, not baby, but his own show in terms of Perfect Match. But it's almost as if he's like, you know, I'm going to let you handle this one because, you know what, this is more of your project and this was one that's closer to your heart or what. Not good at her job, and that's the problem when it comes to questioning. They should put her. They're gonna have to do. I remember in UK we had a show called Good Morning, and unfortunately they had to replace. There was a husband and wife. It was Richard and Judy, I think they were called, right? And eventually they replaced Judy. All right, now it's put more of a sexist situation because she got old and they had a younger girl come in, right? So it's a bit more of a sexist situation, but in reality, you know, the audience in the end appreciated it and accepted it. And I think the same thing here might have to happen. We can have Nick and have somebody who's a bit more spunky and youthful, or even the same age, but who just has a better understanding of how to ask questions, because it's losing some of the depth of the show that could be drawn out from the reunion. We look forward to reunion. I think they have one of the weakest reunions out of any show that is really good. They have a great show up until that point, and it gets a reunion and it falls absolutely flat. I mean, I look at shows like even ones that are a little bit more, how do I say it? One might call it more ratchety or more ghetto, right? But they you know, I like to say shout out to my guy, first of all, Carlos King. Carlos King did an amazing job on Love and Marriage DC first season. The reunion, he was asking everything, and I mean everything that even I would have been like a little bit uncomfortable. Did an amazing job. I can't remember the guy's name that does Potomac and R-Hop as well. Is it the white guy? I can't remember his name, but he'd be asking some quality questions.
Andy Cohen?
Yeah, he'd be asking some questions now, you know what I mean? Like, however everybody feel about him, whatever. He'd be asking some questions that get to the get down. You know, we need hosts that are gonna ask questions that are gonna get down to the get down. Right now, it's not getting to the get down. You know what I mean? So it's taking a shine off the whole overall product. You know, this is something that can be worked on and something that can actually be polished. And just because you host a show, don't mean you have to host a reunion. Host a show and let someone else who's better at doing that job be in that position, because it's almost like having a great football team or a great soccer team or a great NFL team with a great defense, but have a very poor forward line. You know what I mean? You're great at everything else, but then when it gets to that final touch, we don't be scoring touchdowns and be scoring goals. It just takes a shine off, you know? So, yeah, I'll leave that on that point. Any other thoughts on that? And before I move it on? Yeah? Okay, great. All right, cool. I think another great conversation that was happening on the reunion was the situation with ZACK, BLISS, and IRINA. I caught the end of it, so I didn't get all of it. So you guys will probably have more to say about it, but they called IRINA out all the way. I mean, they dragged her publicly. Okay, they tied her hair to the horse cart, and the horse cart dragged her around the town and made sure everybody could see this what's going to happen if you talk doo-doo. Okay, so I want to know what your thoughts were in regards to IRINA and ZACK and BLISS as well. Go for it, Amber.
I loved it. I loved it because I didn't see it coming from ZACK. I remember when I first saw ZACK and BLISS, I'm like, okay, he grew the beard out a little bit, the hair's a little longer. I said, it works a little bit. He gave a different vibe. And I'm like, oh, maybe being with BLISS has been good for him. Then he started to go in. He said, honestly, I think she came on the show to get famous. I said, oh. I didn't see that coming from ZACK. I thought one of the women was going to eat her up, but ZACK had time today. I was so proud of ZACK. I said, yes, ZACK, you on your grown man. You got time today. I am proud of you. Because IRINA had it coming. She tried to play victim, and it didn't work. You know, I understand you talking about your mental health. Mental health is important. However, I feel like some people try to use mental health as a cop-out in our current society. They think if I drop the buzzword of mental health, then it takes away everything I've done that's wrong. And that's not how mental health works. Mental health is acknowledging because I have issues. That's why I did X, Y, Z, and these are the steps to change it. She mentioned nothing about how she was planning on changing her behavior in the future to other people. There was no real accountability. It was, I'm going to drop mental health. I'm going to try to shed a few tears like the dude that did the fake teardrops from a previous season, and they going to let me off the hook. And they ate her tail up, and I loved every minute of it. I loved every minute of it. I loved every minute of it.
Go for it, Sean. What's your thoughts? ZACK, BLISS, and IRINA?
Yeah, I think that IRINA tried to talk her way out of really being accountable, especially, I mean, they talked about a lot of the text messages, and she didn't, like, she started to try to, like, you know, talk about she was really having a panic attack and all of this other things. It's like, okay, come on. Just say it for what it was. You know, I just like people to talk plain. And if you're really truly going to take accountability, and I guess this is one of the things we learned when we had that whole conversation, the difference between men and women and accountability, and sometimes the explanations. It just sounded like she was explaining away being mean. She was mean. You were mean. You were rude. You were insensitive. And you were also, at the end of the day, you were hypocritical because you gave us this long-winded story about being teased about your skin and being concerned about how you were going to be treated. And that was always something that you know, that bothered you and it sat with you. And then you're going to get up on the show and you're going to do the same thing to ZACK. So I thought it was like, just own it. Just say, listen, the lesson that I learned was love is not blind for me. Attraction is important. And I realized that I showed some very immature behavior because that's the only way you're going to learn. You're going to try to explain this away and try to like talk about your anxiety, talk about how it wasn't just about the looks. Then I don't know if you heard or everybody heard, but she threw out these little, and I hate when this happens. Morgan did it on Ready to Love. Yes, yesterday. But this whole thing about, well, I didn't feel safe. What? Wait. And then she tried to clean it up. I didn't mean safe in that way, like he was gonna hurt me, but I just didn't feel safe. No. That's not, it's a no. Stop it. You were not attracted to him, and you didn't see a connection, and you did not want to proceed with the process, and you didn't feel comfortable, not safe. You didn't feel comfortable being in an intimate space with him because you weren't attracted to him. So that's it, lady. You know, own it. Say what you think, you know, whatever it was, but don't try to tiptoe. Don't try to throw out buzzwords. And I just don't like that no one really called her out on that. You know, Bliss gave her some action. Bliss gave her some action. She was like, yes, you know, you did send me a text message. You did after, you know, and you told me, you know, you sent me a text message and forewarned me. Oh, I got out lucky, you know, which wasn't nice. It wasn't enough for you to reject him, but you had to throw a nail in the coffin. And I think it's quite interesting, and we'll get to her later, right? But birds of a feather flock together. I don't care, but nobody says birds of a feather flock together. So Micah and her did the same thing. Micah did it to KWAME, and Irina did it to her own friend with Paul. So none of them is to be trusted. They're rude. They're mean girls. So goodbye. I don't feel any pity for any smoke that she's gotten because she deserves it. I hope she realizes that she needs to look in the mirror and be nice. You know, being nice and being kind goes a long, long freaking way. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. Any other additions to that?
I definitely agree with Sean, just because I grew up with bad acne as a teenager. It was not until I got into like my early 20s that it started to go away. As a result, I've dealt with all the bullying, the comments, you know, mountain face, done heard it all. As a result, though, I could never come at somebody about their skin. Now, back in the day, if you came at me with something, I got something come back for you. Of course, you know, I want to smoke, you know. I'm a writer. I got words for you. You know, you're going to shut up on that. But I'm not going to come at you about your skin because I know that that's triggering for me. So it's like, why would you, somebody that's been bullied, then you have to admit that you were bullying? Because, I mean, listening in and laughing when another woman is crying, as a woman, that pissed me off. For the simple fact of, why would you be happy in another woman's pain? That shows you got issues you really need to deal with. That's some stuff that's some very little girl playground stuff. You know, so-and-so called me this, so you know what, I'm happy that little Bobby didn't want to take so-and-so to the spring dance. That's the vibe that gives. That's nasty. That's very nasty. And then we'll get to this later, but Micah thought she was exempt from the foolishness, and then Irina brought it to her doorstep. Watch your friends. It's just, I have no respect for Irina. I have no respect. I see no growth. She needs to really go sit on the bench and do her healing, and do not come back out into the dating world until you do. You are benched.
Yeah, you know what? I definitely hear you on that. Like, it was interesting to see Irina try to squirm her way out of the situation. But it's interesting also because Irina and Micah are literally pure definitions of mean girls being friends, and almost as if like when I thought to myself, you know what? Let me give Micah let me just give Micah and Irina a little bit. I mean, Micah a little bit of grace. Irina's like, yeah, don't you think about trying to squirm out of this, okay? Because you just as bad as I am. Like, and it's almost, and I was like, yeah, I got brought back around again to saying, actually, no, these two are together. These two are a problem together and a problem separately. And they have been doing things all out throughout the season, and they can't claim anything else because they were seen in several episodes being problematic. You know, not least up into the pool scene as well, still becoming problematic with KWAME at one point. And they know who to do this to, so they're very clever too. They know who to do this to. They did it to ZACK a little bit, and they did it to KWAME as well. I think what the situation between IRINA and ZACK is that IRINA is a mean person with self-esteem issues that when push came to shove, okay, she rejected ZACK for the very reasons, and it's the way she did it, right? The very reason why she got rejected, I'm sure, when she was younger, because of her acne, her facial expression, her facial, you know, makeup. In that sense, her being challenged that way, you also disrespected the other person who was on the other end of you as well, on the process of the show, right? So you couldn't be honest, but you were here, you know, shucking and jiving again on the fence, instead of just being really honest about it and not dragging the person through a situation where you weren't interested in ZACK. When you saw him, unfortunately, you couldn't make it happen. That's what it needs to be. You know what I mean? A real honest conversation. I'm struggling to put the two together, right? I'm struggling to put the two together. Let me not be disrespectful. Now, the problem is IRINA got caught up in the competition. Like, I'm sure she liked ZACK. I definitely do believe that, but she got caught up in the competition. She saw another woman want that man who she had, and I'm telling you now, if she had another option, IRINA might have taken it. But the reality was she had no other competition. No one else wanted her, really. And so ZACK became an object of power, because now the competition became between you and BLISS. You didn't bake a cake. You forgot his birthday. You wanted to borrow candles off the very person who also, too, is trying to get with the person you're trying to get with. The audacity. You didn't care from the very beginning. You were laughing and joking in the pods. You were making faces in the pods. The reality is she's not comfortable with self. She's not comfortable being chosen. She's going to have this problem in general. She's a self-sabotager, because anybody that likes her, she's going to end up self-sabotaging it. Now, I'm not saying that she didn't fancy him or anything at all. I'm saying that once he finally saw her, I think she thought to herself, let me reject him before he rejects me. That may sound wild, because I'm not saying that ZACK looks better than her per se on a give and take scale, but I think she was seeing, let me reject him before he rejects me. And it went far more left than it actually needed to be. And so, you know, instead of her just coming out on the reunion and owning her ish, okay, and just being like, you know what, me personally, I've done some work, and I realized that a lot of the issues that was brought to your door was my own problem. No, she dug her heels down even deeper. And then we find out you were actually text BLISS and said, you know what, you've even dodged a bullet. Why did you text BLISS? Because the reality is you didn't want ZACK, but you don't want BLISS to be happy with ZACK either, because you don't like you. And you don't like other people being happy, which is why you and Micah both click, because y'all don't like seeing people happy, because you're both unhappy. Right? You're both unhappy with your situations and how you've grown up and what you've seen. You're both unhappy, and you got placed into an experiment where you're having to see people click and like each other. Right? And so these two got together, ganged up, and did whatever they were doing. Right? It wasn't just them. You were laughing at Chelsea. You're laughing at Amber. You laughed at Jacqueline when she was crying. Like, there isn't no shortage of people that have been hurt by the way that you've behaved in this situation. So this is not a one-off situation between even you and ZACK. You've pushed it beyond those boundaries, which tells me that there are deep core lining issues within yourself, BLISS, that need to be sorted out. That you need to sit on the bench and heal. But again, it's been a whole year and you still don't have a better answer for me. You ain't been doing the work that needs to be done, which means now still there's been no growth. And unfortunately, meaning that, sis, until you get to that place, you're going to keep destroying good things that come into your hand. And that's unfortunate, you know. Siwe, go for it.
I mean, I can't say it much better than what you just said. I think you really broke it down. I would only add that it just seems like IRINA is doing kind of what I was talking about before, lashing out at people who remind her of things that she doesn't like in herself. And she also reminds me of like the kids that are like the bullies in school. And you come to find out that the reason why they're bullying other kids at school is because they're getting beat up at home. They're being verbally abused at home. They're being kicked at home. That's IRINA. And I think everything that she's been through, all the times that she's been called unattractive, the bullying with the acne, whatever, she's internalized that, and now she projects it on a whole lot of people. I'm not quite sure if a year was enough time for her to verbalize what she was doing. I don't know how long it takes to unpack that, but I think that's what is really going on. And with her, it's hard for me to take anything that she's saying like, you know, that she really gets it, because to do what she did to the people in the pods, laughing at someone's pain, is a very borderline sociopathic thing to do. I'm not saying she's that far, but some of that behavior was very heartless. It lacked empathy. And to me, to get that far, it's going to take way more than a year to undo that. I'm not even sure she fully gets it. And I actually do believe that she felt unsafe, meaning unable. She didn't feel comfortable to function. And she knew that she didn't know how to function in that space. So she was going to turn on what she knows how to do. And that's to be mean. And that's to act a fool. So I actually believe she didn't feel comfortable, was probably the better word. And she didn't feel safe in that space because she didn't know how to operate. Because by the producers saying, oh no, you should go to Mexico, what did she do? She fell back on what she does know how to do, is be mean and be unpleasant. So I do think she's a self-sabotager. I do think she's harboring a lot of pain, and she's going to continue to attract other women who are also similar. And that's Micah. And you see the type of people Micah's attracting. There's no way in hell you have a friend like the Shrek one. I don't know her name. And you're not mean
Shelby.
to? Shelby, thank you. And you're not mean to? And then you're still defending Shelby? They're all the same. People want Micah to be a victim. You don't keep that type of company. So, yeah, that's what I think. Hurt people hurt people. I can sum it all up with that. And they're going to have to figure that out. She's going to have to really figure that out. And I don't think a year was enough time for her to do that, honestly. So.
Thanks, Ray. Amber, any more thoughts on that? No? No, I mean, I think Irina and it was interesting because Zach obviously said, you know, that he said two things. He said, obviously, he felt like she was clout chasing, and then later on wanted to give her grace, which I understood. You know, I think that was a prevailing message. I think today we saw on the live was, you know, everyone's like trying to say, you know, we've all had smoke. I guess it's because it's been a year. So it's been a year and people have had to settle down and things have happened and things have gone past and people are trying to move on with their life. So it's been a year. I think someone put in the chat as well. I think they need to stop doing a whole year if they're going to do this type of reunion. What they need to be doing is straight after the thing is done, they do a reunion, it's done, that part, and then they do what we call a comeback. So a year later on, how is everybody, where are you at? So then those questions that are for, you know, that are going to cause spikes and teas and all that kind of stuff, you can do that live. And you do that live and you do that straight after, and that's going to be like 2-3 months after the show's done and everyone gets to see it. But a whole year, I can see how that can also be irritating. And I mean that for everybody, because it's like, I want to move on. You know what I mean? But what it should also do, though, even as a counteracting agent, is that people should come with maturity. So if you don't come and it's been a whole year and I haven't seen no progress, that is sad. That whole year you can't see what contribution you brought to the table apart from a PR a statement that you bring to the table. You know what I mean? A whole year. So for me personally, I'm looking at Irina and I'm going, And then obviously when Zach was obviously when Bliss is obviously letting her know as well that, you know, hey, look, you know, you sent messages to us as well. It's like, how sorry can you really be? You know, you're not really sorry, Irina. You're sorry you got caught, but you ain't really sorry that you actually done something or you've hurt people or whatever. And I think in that case, you know, she has to have a hard look at herself and really ask herself some really tough questions about what she wants to, you know, see in her life and what future she sees that with, because you can't keep going on the way you're going on. that mean. It's not even like she's mean and sexy. You're not even mean and sexy. So like you pick a struggle because it's killing us at the same time. Double poison. Like, babe, you know what I mean? So you can get away with it when you mean and sexy, you know what I mean, or you mean and cute. But you can't if you're one of us average people, okay? You join us average people. You understand? I'm including us all as average. You know, if you think you're better, then fantastic, go for it. I'm just saying, as an average person, you can't be mean as well, bruv. Like you can't. You really can't. Like I need you to not do that. So for her, I think she just needs to look at her reasoning as to why she did what she did. So, you know, that was sad as well. Any last thoughts on IRINA aspect or ZACK as well? IRINA or ZACK, you know. What did you guys think about ZACK and BLISS though? They seem to be together. They seem to be working. They seem to be you know, a whole year's gone past and it seems to be going good. You know, they look closer than ever. You know what I mean? I'm still holding up my torch and saying choosing seconds still ain't gonna work, but you know, we gonna let them have what they're gonna do for now. Okay, but I want to get you guys' thoughts. What do you guys think of ZACK and BLISS's union at the moment? They didn't really ask so much questions, but what was your thoughts on their union so far? You know, a year later. Go for it. Yeah.
They seemed happy. I'm similar to you, Kojo. I'm not the biggest fan of the whole second choices thing. In my experience, it typically ends in disaster. But they seem like they're trying to prove that wrong. We'll see how that goes. But they seem happy. It seems like he's become a bit more confident and comfortable with himself, and the fact that, you know, I'm a little bit of a different dude. You know, I'm a little quirky, and it's okay. You know, there's somebody that loves my quirky self. You know, so they seem like they're doing good. I just hope I hope she's really let her insecurities about being second choice in front of the entire world go. Because I know I had a Vanessa moment. I had a situation similar to that with my ex, and it would pop in my mind occasionally, just to be very honest. Occasionally it would pop in my head, kind of like, yeah, but you was talking to old girl when you first, like it will pop in my head occasionally. So it's like, I'm just hoping she's done the work to be able to really push that out of her mind. If she has to bring it to him and say, give me the nitty gritty on exact, I'm hoping they've talked about it and gotten to the nitty gritty of that situation so they have been able to fully put it to bed and put it to rest. If they've done that, I think it actually might work. If they haven't done that, it will come back to bite them. That's my opinion.
See, any thoughts on their union, ZACK and BLISS?
They look locked in. I think the difference between this situation and what happened before with the other second choice, you know, I'm talking about the black
Ayana and Jarrett.
Yeah, I believe this situation is different because I believe he thought the whole time that BLISS was the better choice. He just thought he didn't deserve BLISS. And I think that was clear. You know, he always seemed like he was torn between who he thought he deserved and who he thought was more similar to him. Not one was better than the other. You know, they were just so different, kind of where he wanted to be and kind of where he's at. And I think with that, I can just see them moving forward because she wasn't really just a second choice. I think she was a different choice, and hopefully they can kind of have some solace in that. But they seem locked in. I like Zach's new hairstyle. He looked like he put on a little bit of weight, but that good weight, like he looks healthy. They seem like a real married couple, and they seem like they're taking it seriously. But I didn't really have a doubt in my mind because the way she took this marriage seriously and stood up to her dad and kind of really like loved this man and spoke light into him. She really spoke life into him every time she talked to him. I figured that they were going to be pretty good. So I'm not surprised that they look good to go. And this is a real marriage, you know what I mean? So even if these marriages aren't the best, I mean, it's 1 year down the line, you know what I mean? They got some struggles to go. I know the mass ones don't end, they end a little quicker, but I think people are going to try to stick it out. So
another point. Sean, what's your thoughts? ZACK and BLISS, make it, not make it? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I like them together. They both were glowing. You know, BLISS looked beautiful. And I think, you know, he owned it in saying that, you know, he made a choice, his first choice he made out of fear. You know, and he said that he realized that. And, you know, it seems like he's happy that he got a second shot, because it doesn't always work out that way, right? Sometimes you pass up on something and they, you know, you miss what you miss. So I'm glad she gave him another shot. She made him work for it, but, you know, listen, rightfully so, because he did need to regain her trust and, you know, recertify like, hey, listen, I'm really into you and I really want to be with you, and you're not a second choice. You are my first choice, and I realized I made a mistake, because nobody's perfect, right? And especially thinking about that kind of experiment, to be in that, and you're under pressure and you're thinking all these things. And let's not forget, Bliss was pretty adamant about going after Irina, so that impacted him too. And, you know, she did realize and make a better effort at being, you know, I guess being more of, you know, having more of a sportsmanship attitude about it at the end. But I think it was kind of too little too late, because she had really just come out gunslinging. And I think that could be a lesson. Maybe just let things play out, right? Not be, you know, so adamant about what she thought about her, and then just, you know, focus and build on the connection that she had with Zach in the pods. But look, we can look back and look forward, but I think ultimately the point is, I think they are a good couple together. I do like them, and they are conquering things despite the odds. And I think I heard, I didn't hear all of it, but I think I heard that they're in a little bit of a better place with the dad. So that's helpful, because it is very hard to be married and you don't have the support of your parents. Like, you don't need them to do everything and be all up underneath you 24/7. No, but if they're not supportive, it does make for a difficult relationship. So I think he has loosened up a little bit, and at the very least, he has the support of his mother-in-law, who is, you know, just such a sweet, sweet woman. So those are my thoughts.
Appreciate it, Sean. I mean, I'm gonna say it straight. I don't hold much of a flame for them. Can't lie to you. All right, yeah. I don't do second choices. I really don't. I don't like them, and I think these situations are too close. You know, as much as what works against me is that when I see them, they look like they are flourishing. You know, they look like they're flourishing. I won't lie to you, but I'm gonna trust my gut instinct of what I saw on the show, and I'm gonna run with it. And it's fantastic. I appreciate it. I love it. I still believe, you know, it'll be an exception, not a rule, because this type of choosing wasn't even based upon him choosing Bliss second. He didn't choose Bliss second. He got rejected and went to Bliss. Okay, so he actually made a choice and then got rejected by the one he went with, then chose Bliss after. So it's not like he realized the error of his ways. No, his ass got capped and he got sent packing. And then he realized there's another gal I should have chosen. And actually, I should have chosen Bliss rather than choosing Irina, right? So what that is a mistake that you made, and then going back to the other girl. Now, again, personally, I do get it, because the type of experiment this is a bit more different than your everyday life, where if you talk to one girl and you miss it and then you talk to another girl. I get it. But for me personally, you know, this isn't just I chose Irina and then I realized, no, this is, I chose Irina. I went on a honeymoon. That girl capped my ass and told me she ain't feeling me. She ain't want me. Flirted with my boy Paul, touched him up as well. And then I realized over time that she didn't like me. And then I went to whoever loved me. You know what I mean? Now, someone said, have I ever made a mistake before? Another round, I hear you, baby. You know, I hear you, babe. You know, I appreciate you, baby. I have made mistakes. I have made mistakes. You're absolutely right, right? But what I ain't done, okay, all right, is chosen someone else, gone with them, got rejected, and then gone for the other girl instead. I just haven't done it. And personally, this is something that's going to always be an earmark of their relationship. The fact that Bliss thought her judgment was better than his, and he chose opposite to her judgment. This is going to come up in other ways in a relationship, personally, for me. I think for me, I look at foundational things and I go to myself, I don't like the way this started. Now, of course, I believe people can course correct, and I do believe that people can turn it around. I do believe that situations can be turned around with absolute great input, counseling, people that are wise in your team and your corner who can speak on things. I definitely believe it can turn around. But a majority of times, these people don't have those inputs. Right? A majority of the time, they don't have these wise counselors in their corners helping them steer and navigate, because by all means, after this honeymoon phase is done, because a year is still honeymoon phase, up to like 2 years, you're still in the honeymoon phase. Once that honeymoon is kicked off, now we're going to be left with what we had beforehand. So the issues with her judgmental spirit going to come back up. Okay. The issues of him being a little bit mean, because he likes to be a little bit mean. That's how him and Irina connected. They're going to come back up. Okay, her assertive energy and choosing assholes, it gonna come back up. Okay, and questions around the Irina situation, it gonna come back up. Okay, all right. So I'm just saying that these have not fully worked out. It's the early doors now, 1 or 2 years. And it's this is what happened with Karen and our boy, what's his name, Karen and Miles situation. All right. Now, of course, they're much more quieter. They ain't telling us the whole truth, but we know he's also suffering. We know. We see your Insta post now. You're suffering. Okay. Now, the reason why you're suffering is because the foundation was wrong. All right. The foundation was wrong. And so I get it. I hear what everyone's saying. I hear what people are saying in terms of defending him and saying, and saying, oh, look, he, someone put there kindly, they put like he has trauma. Yeah, he does. He does have familiar trauma, but he chose someone else. You get it. He chose someone else in that trauma. And so my thing is this. This is gonna sound like it's not gonna sound like this is almost gonna be like, my fear for them is that it's gonna be like Bliss is gonna be building him up emotionally, and when he gets healed, does he see her as a partner? That's the question we have to ask now. When she's building him up, doing her Build-A-Bear-Boo stuff and trying to build him up, trying to help him overcome his emotional wounds and issues that he has with familia, will that lead to a successful relationship, or will that lead to the Build-A-Bear situation? You know what I mean? That's my question. I know a lot of people are saying that he chose Irina out of fear. It doesn't matter why he chose her. He chose her. Do you see what I'm saying to you? It don't matter why he chose her. He chose her. He made a decision. Why couldn't he see Bliss's first reason why he couldn't see that? Why couldn't he see himself overcoming and overworking these issues, but now he can suddenly see it? What's changed? Let's really deep it. What's changed? He couldn't see himself overcoming her familiar issues. What's changed? Right? He couldn't see himself he couldn't see himself in a place where he might be rejected by the family. What's changed? As for me, nothing's changed. Nothing has told us any new information about what has changed to make him feel the way he does. So what are you saying? You tussling me?
It's going to be a light tussle. It's 12:30. All I would say is that I think sometimes in isolation, you get a moment to reflect and then you realize what you missed out on. And he had a unique opportunity to revisit what he understood in being with Irina, what he missed out on, right? Because he miscalculated and chose her. I think he always had the doubts in his mind about which direction to go, but he went with Irina out of fear, and he moved in that decision. But then when he had a chance to literally be with her, he was like, wow, this is not what a good relationship would be like. And then when he went back to to Bliss. And I usually don't agree with people testing people, but she made sure to make it plain that, you're going to have to earn my trust. You're going to have to earn the fact that this is a unique situation. And I think she had some hurt about it too. But I think instead of her pushing it down, which was very smart on her part, she vocalized it so that it wasn't this thing that there was shame and that she pushed down. She made it plain, like, hey, listen, I don't like the conditions around which we met. This second go around, I didn't like that. She even told her dad, right? But as they kind of got to know each other and get a chance to be reacquainted, they were able to salvage the relationship. So look, am I bought into the fact that they're going to be together forever? I don't know that. But I do think that as unideal of a situation that it is that Bliss led the charge and handled it correctly. And I think they have a strong shot, especially considering this is a social experiment that this relationship was birthed out of. It's my thought.
I ain't even gonna touch with that, to be honest. I'm not even gonna touch with that. I'm just gonna I'm more saying, listen, that for the rest of you guys, y'all ain't the exception. That's for me. Me personally, the rest of you are not the exception, right? We're making an exception. I'm not making an exception for Zach. Me personally, I'm not, right? I'm giving him the same thing that I gave to Ayana and Jarrett, right? Because the situation is, regardless of whatever reason why he made his choice, he chose differently and went with it. Didn't turn back because he realized, and that's the thing that people are giving him grace for. He realized Bliss is better. He didn't realize Bliss is better. He got rejected. I think that's just we have to keep it as real as it was. He didn't realize Bliss is better. He got rejected several times. Okay, so let's start with a cap. Like, he realized Bliss is better. He didn't realize Bliss is better. What he realized was that he had somebody else who would love him better than Irina's doing, because he got shown by Irina who he chose was the wrong choice. He went where the love was. Now, I'm just gonna be real with you. Men tend to do this a lot, where they realize the safety net that they could have gone for is the right choice. You know what I mean? Like, yo. So for me personally, I'm saying that to avoid future issues in future, because if they now break up in 3-4 years' time, do you know what we're going to come back to? That very origin point. That very origin point. We're going to, if we do a breakdown, we're going to come back to a very beginning situation, and we're going to have to break it down. Someone said that Zach chose her. Zach said he chose her out of trauma. Do you know that people choose people? That is not an excuse. We all choose out of trauma. I can cheat because of trauma. You gonna forgive me? You gonna accept that answer? Like, I don't want nobody to be played. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want you guys to be played. So maybe you're new to the channel. If you're new to the channel, I want to break some stuff down for you who are watching here too. I don't want to see you get played for stupidity. Because if somebody tells you there are so many men out there that have trauma, and if they give you an excuse, the reason why I did what I did is because of trauma, and you accept it, I can only say it's gonna be more for you. I don't want you to accept that kind of stuff. That's low key. We can't accept that. Look, I'm telling you this now. For us as men, that standard is very high. If a woman tells us she didn't choose us because of trauma, I know Sean might be defending that now, but his ass ain't doing it. His ass ain't going back. Sean, you know your ass ain't going back.
That's cap.
Look, I'm not gonna be diametrically opposed to you on this one. Like I said, you can get a full tussle out of me. Look, all I'm saying is, because I got a little bit of a migraine and I got an 8:30 meeting. So I with my manager, I don't want to get myself too stressed out before I go to bed. So all I'm saying is that it's not ideal, and you're right. This is not the rule, and we all should not be celebrating this if this were to show up on our doorstep. No. However, despite the circumstances, I think the situation is handled as best as it could be, and it seems like they did the work, and they look like a good couple. Now, what's going to show up? That's going to, no matter what couple it is, no matter if you choose each other as your number one and ride off into the sunset, that year 2, that year 1 is going to be a problem. It's no matter, you're never going to avoid it. Your issues are going to surface. So I don't think that that's going to discount it. It's just going to be what it's going to be. Now, Ayana and Jared crying into that pillow over Mal was highly problematic. Yeah, nobody should be crying in that into that pillow and then going right to choosing the next person because you haven't had time to resolve the feelings. But from everything we saw with Irina and ZACK, there was never really a connection. And I think he had the harsh reality of that when they got to the honeymoon, and she barely wanted to do that, but she thought she was doing him a favor. And then he saw, sometimes it takes you a split second. There was really no connection between the two of them. It wasn't like they were in love. Him and Bliss had a much better connection, you know? And he realized in that matter of those days, like, oh, shucks, I'm sitting here with this lady who's treating me like crap. We really don't have anything. And I passed up on this great woman over here who really was riding for me. And then, you know, he went back. Now, are they gonna ride off into the sunset? I don't know. But I think they have a strong chance. Both of them are very smart people in the sense of, you know, being calculating. That's all.
Yeah, Kojo, I think your argument, and they're saying in the comments, is more for Kwame and Chelsea. Because I think in that situation, his ideal woman was in many ways Micah. I'm not saying 100% Micah. I'm not saying that Chelsea doesn't have traits that he likes, that he thinks vibes with him. But at the end of the day, his dream girl, the girl he really wanted, the one that he was crying over, was Micah. And I think that's when you're really a true second choice like Chelsea is, you're never going to be the woman that he really kind of wants. And with him, their marriage is only going to last as long as they can fetishize each other. Outside of that, you know, I don't think either one of them are their number one choice. But going back to Bliss and ZACK, if they don't work out, it will only be because, well, I shouldn't say it will only be because, but if it's related to who he chose, it will be because he hasn't truly dealt with the person that felt safe enough and felt safer to choose Irina over Bliss. It's not actually Bliss. And in those other cases, it was actually Ayana that he really didn't want as much. It's actually Chelsea that he didn't want as much. With ZACK and Bliss, I think he actually wanted Bliss more in many ways. He was just scared that her parents were going to like him, or he wasn't going to be good enough, or she wasn't going to like him in the end. So I just think it's not one size fits all with this particular situation. I'm not going to say they're going to make it forever. I don't know that about any couple, but I think they have a pretty good, you know, running start. I would apply everything you said, though, to Chelsea and Kwame, because Chelsea is in every way a second choice and will never be the white queen that he wanted. And honestly, she's just doing insert here with any man. So for me, they're the true second, third, fourth choice, not ZACK and Bliss.
Can I be real? I'm gonna keep it real again. Because, you know what I mean? Because you know what? It is what it is for me, innit? Do you get me? I think people like to defend Bliss because you know what? It's giving the same thing as what we had with what's his name from Ready to Love? Oh boy. And her, what's the saying?
Church lady? The church lady?
Yeah, church lady. It's giving that same energy. Yeah, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about in the chat the way they're defending Bliss. It's like Bliss can't be second choice. She was second choice. There's no need to politic it. She was second choice. No matter how much he cried, okay, all right, because people can cry for all types of reasons. Just because he cried when he's making his choice means dead all. Niggas be crying and cheating on your ass. And I understand. Listen, tears don't mean wheat. They don't mean anything. Him crying, him making a choice means absolutely no. Doo-doo means nothing. It does not give it any more encouragement. Yes, Sean.
Now, you wasn't saying that because we had whole videos from you about why it was a bad sign that Jared was crying into that pillow over Mal. So yes,
that's not what I mean. What I mean is that doesn't prove that he actually wanted Bliss more. it doesn't prove anything. He
No, I
wanted her
don't think
more.
that's not what we're
Okay.
saying about the
Okay, go for it.
tears with Zach. What we're saying is the fact that he was crying means that he had an emotional connection with her. And I think that's what I see is
I agree
he
with
had
that.
he had a true emotional connection with her, but he went with the safest choice because it was lighter with Irina. And being with Bliss means he had to face his biggest fears of not being enough. So, but he really had a true connection. And that's why he cried when he had to end it, because he was still so conflicted about the choice that he made. So there were genuine feelings there. And that it was only confirmed that when he saw her, they connected. He saw how shallow she was. He saw how mean she was. Then it's like, I did all of this for nothing, right? Because I made a bad choice. And now I'm faced with this person that doesn't even like me. I don't have the connection that I had with Bliss. So we're going to part ways, and let me see if I can resurrect what I had with Bliss. And that was he took it was a crapshoot, right? So he took the risk. Bliss was open, and they moved on. So I think it's not as black and white as he didn't choose her first, so yeah, they're doomed. I think, yes, that is something to be concerned about. But I think at the end of the day, they're flummoxing through life. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's all I'm saying.
I think if this was two black folk, they would not get the same benefit of the doubt. They would never get the same doubt. Never. Never you get the same doubt.
Well, Bliss is blackish.
That's why they say that's why they're saying she's a choice, because she represents some people. That's what I'm trying to say. They would never give this opportunity. I'm just trying to be a realist and saying if it fails, we're gonna come back to this very point. I feel, and it's the same conversation we're having with Karen and Miles. It's like people want to fantasize things, but when you're seeing these red flags in the very beginning, unless you have considerable input. And that's my thing. It's not about the first few years. Okay, you might even get through because you've got the honeymoon phase in between that. But unless you have considerable wise input that are affecting both of you, that are speaking right into your lives on a constant basis, that are helping you, guiding you on that way, those things that were not dealt with in the very beginning, that's the reason why you made the choice that you made, are gonna start coming through. Do you know what I'm saying? So as much as we're trying to gloss it by saying he cried and then made a choice, but he made a choice. Oh, he had trauma. Look at the excuses we're making. He cried and made a choice. So he must really like Bliss. Oh, we had trauma. So that's why he chose Irina. Oh, but no, because he was scared of her family. So he chose Irina. All of these are excuses. But that's your reason what he actually said to us. What he said was he didn't like the way that Bliss actually approached him. He didn't like the fact that Bliss actually spoke to him and said about him making a choice the way he did. Has that changed in Bliss? Has that gone out the window? Has that behavior changed in Bliss, sir? Right? It's still going to be there. So I'm saying to you that, listen, hey, we can dress it up as much as you want to dress it up. You can make it look nice as you want to make it look nice. You can make all the excuses which we're making for him, right, in this situation as much as we want. But the reality is, like I said, I don't like the foundation of it being the way it is. And unless they have considerable input of wise counsel, this is going to bend and they're going to break some backs. You know what I mean? But hey, what do I know? Because Zach definitely made a mistake, and men make mistakes all the time. But suddenly we're so forgiven of men. But when we are on these panels every week, y'all, we have one mistake from one man. He's a narcissist. But hey, who am I? Because it's Zach. But maybe because he's your white daddy today, y'all want to defend him. Just saying. I'm just saying. Because when it's us black folk, y'all don't give us that grace.
You don't think you're reaching with this one?
He just 1 second, real quick, Seaway, and then I'm gonna let you go because I want to clear this up because you and I had a good conversation about her race. First of all, I'm gonna get on my Cynthia G. I'm gonna post it. Y'all need to understand race and ethnicity, okay? Cynthia. Bliss's mother is Mexican and black, and her daddy is Middle Eastern. There ain't no white in there. So if she close to anything, she blackish. I didn't say she was full on black.
Not Bliss.
She's blackish, okay? So I just want us to we gotta, call it what it is. There's I don't even hear a bit of European mixed in there. It's she blackish, okay? So that's That's that. I'm sorry, Seaway.
No, I'm glad you clarified that. So I'm assuming, Kojo, that you think that we're giving Zach a pass because he's a white man, but we didn't give Jared a pass last year. Is that what you're saying, or 2 years ago?
I'm saying it encompasses it all, because we're very hard on when black men. If a black man did this, I believe that we would not be saying what we're saying right now. I believe we wouldn't. I believe we would have some issues with him making the choice that he made.
I don't know. I think a lot of us go off of our gut. And for me, I always go with what my heart tells me and my intuition. And so I can't speak for everyone. And you always do have to check your internal bias with everything we do, right? Because we all have that. I don't want to discredit that perspective, because I think we all do have that internal bias, even Black people. But for me, I feel like a lot of people believe in this couple because it feels right. We all know when we see something that feels right. It may not feel perfect, but it feels right. And even, I don't know. I personally agree with Irina. As soon as she pulled out that door, that felt completely wrong. And honestly, it felt wrong for me in the pods. And I think Zach knew that as well. Like I said before, if he doesn't address whatever whatever made him choose Irina to begin with, yeah, you're right. They could be back at square one. But I think with the Jared and Ayanna, that felt wrong. Miles and Karen feels wrong, still feels wrong. A lot of people don't even care how long they stay together. They can stay together another 10 years. It still feels wrong. To me, Bliss and Zach, as awkward as they look, kind of, it feels right. And so that's all I can really say. There's something there. And, you don't get that type of love all the time in life. And of course, a lot of us, we want that love. So I'm going to root for it when I see it. And I do see it in them. And I want to root for it. I see it in Tiffany and Brett. I see it. I want to root for it, and so that's all I can really say on it.
That's cool. Amber, what's your thoughts?
I'm torn. I'm torn because I'm torn. They seem right. However, it's the fact of, for Zach to not choose Bliss because Bliss accurately called out the fact that him possibly wanting to choose Irina over her spoke to his character. If that has not been dealt with, that is going to be a problem. Because at the end of the day, sir, who you choose does have everything to do with your character, because we attract who we are. So if you're thinking of going with Irina, that's because, as you have already said, you got some mean tendencies yourself. So that would make me go, if I'm Bliss, do I want to be married to that? You saying you might pick Irina makes me think there's a side of you I've not seen yet. And maybe I don't like that side. So it really comes down to if they're willing to put in the work. If they're willing to put in the work, I think they may last. If they don't put in the work, it will be Jared and my girl all over again.
That's the truth. Yeah. And that's the concession I'm making. So the concession I'm making is, it's not that this is absolutely doomed. That's not the concession I'm making. I'm saying, without there being quality people involved who are wise, who are going to help them navigate these challenges, the very things that why he chose something else will start to come and play a part in this relationship. So I'm not saying that they're doomed 100%. What I'm saying is, I hope they have people who are wise in their camp, who are in their side, because the dad was against it. The mum was very much for it, but the dad was against it. And then when they now watch it back to, that's another situation too. How does that impact the relationship? How does the everyday tolls take on a relationship? And so if they don't have people that I believe that are wise in the situation, who are helping them do on to the next thing, that for me is where I'm looking at it and going, this is where it's going to falter. So it's not an absolute doom. I'm just saying, if it fails, we're going to come back to that very point, right? We're going to come back to that very point. So I can work with that and say, hey, they get that wisdom in there, it can work. You know what I mean? It can work. It could be one of those greatest love stories, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it will be. We'll revisit this in a year or two's time. Revisit in a year or two's time. You know me. I'm a hang myself.
I'm more right than I'm wrong, Kojo. So I would bet on what I'm saying.
I mean, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
If I were you.
Yeah, I've been wrong before. So you know what I mean. I'm really hang off the ledge. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong in it. Do you know what I mean? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I'm gonna stay on this side. I feel good about this. Somebody talk about we not holding Zach accountable because of what y'all don't be listening. Everybody's holding Zach accountable. Zach has a lot of problems. We're talking about them as a unit. And as a unit, we're all imperfect people. I know we get up here and we die, you know, we break down all these couples, but every single couple walking around this earth is full of imperfections and imperfect people. And I love that Brett and Tiffany have showed the perfection of both of them, and we didn't get a chance to see all of their flaws, but I'm sure they have flaws too. So all I'm saying is that if these two imperfect people can make it work, I can see it working for them, you know, and that's it. None of us are perfect.
And they did show their flaws because Brett was a groomzilla with his pants tailoring, and Tiffany fell to pieces, you know, almost self-sabotaging, you know, because
that's very true.
Couldn't believe that she was getting this, so you know she crumbled. So look, I think you made an excellent point. Is every relationship has its fair share of issues, and there's going to be the good, the bad, and the ugly. I think that's about the only thing Vanessa said during the reunion that was a value, is that you're going to see the ugly. In this show, you get to amplify and see some of the ugly and the drama that plays out. But it's, you know, there's no calculation. There's nothing that you can do to avoid it. You try to have as little as red flags as possible, but you cannot avoid issues coming up in a relationship and in a marriage. They're going to be there no matter how you plot it out, who chooses who first, who chooses who better. You know, you're gonna have an issue. So I think they need to be conscious of it. I mean, we can't ignore the fact that he did choose another woman, and it played out on national TV, right? So we do need to make sure and be conscious of that and be aware of those judgments and the thought processes that we had that led us to the bad decision making on both ends, and make sure that we are conscious of that and make better decisions together going forward.
I don't even think that was a real flaw though, low-key.
I love that, the fact he was stressed about his trousers, and he should be.
Nothing
wrong with baggy trousers.
Boy, he wasn't playing with them about them trousers.
They were too baggy though. They were too baggy.
He took an Uber.
Baggy, bro.
He took an Uber. He was like, "Nah, I could have done this myself." We saw Brett was a G in that moment. He was like, "No, what we not gonna do?
He
was like, back up off me with your afro. Sit back. This is my day. And my pants is looking like bell bottoms right now."
Because that's his real wedding. We got to remember that's his real wedding. Like him and Tiffany are not going to get married again unless they want to do a vow renewal. That's his real wedding. That was effed up. Chelsea should have been raising hell about her dress falling off of her. The only dress that looked right was Bliss.
No, Micah looked great.
Micah had the bra strap showing.
Micah had her bra strap showing, looking a mess.
Micah had the bra strap showing.
Micah's dress was banging, but it didn't.
She looked great. I mean, I ain't gonna hold you. She
looked good. I can't lie to you. Micah looked good that day.
Yeah, she looked great.
And you know how that's not my persuasion.
Chelsea would have dragged Kwame down that aisle in a paper bag, so she could care less about what she had on her back. She's like, this Alex Kwame. She said his whole full government, this ninja is married. I don't care what I got on. I'll come out here in my Calvin Klein drawers, but we get married today.
I could never.
Whether you like it or not.
Chelsea, you know what's so funny is that everything that Kwame was trying to run away from in a black woman, he got in Chelsea.
You're gonna get Chelsea.
To me, Karma has never spent the block. He didn't want a black woman. He probably thought that we were gonna be loud, we was gonna have an obnoxious family, we was gonna be demanding, we was gonna be assertive, we was gonna have that takeover spirit.
That's Chelsea.
That is all Chelsea.
That's all Chelsea.
Eat this
That's
strawberry.
hilarious.
I don't want no more. I'm sorry.
She real bad. She made sure she had that pink corner. So she made sure she said, "I'm gonna get me a pink corner because you're gonna have this in this house." But yeah, I agree with you, C-Way. You know, everything that he tried to dodge in a black woman, that he thinks it's not even that in a woman. Everything he thinks he was going to get from a black woman, quote unquote, is exactly what he got in Chelsea, right? And that's a bigger, for me, that's a bigger concern. And he tried to explain the whole name situation, and I was like, you're capping right now, because at the end of the day, that's your name, okay? And if Kwame is your second name and you always go by Alex, why the frick are you trying to have to decipher between the two? Just say Alex. It's the fact that you just had to say it. Oh, I was thinking about whether I was going to go. The fact that you had to mention it tells me there's an issue there. So if your first name is Alex and then Kwame comes after, you should have no issue because everybody calls you Alex anyway. You know what I mean? I have uncles that have they have both the English and the Ghanaian name. You know, we predominantly call them by the normal time by this. It depends what they go by. They might have an English name. I call my uncle Alex. I call him Uncle Alex, but he has a Ghanaian name. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Can
so
you break
it's like,
that down, the Ghanaian perspective?
Yeah.
What name
so like,
is
I could
actually
have,
first?
So it depends. So like, for instance, like my cousins, they have George. They might have George and then Yao, right? But it depends on how you put it on your passport. So they may have the English name first and then have the Ghanaian name after, or they may have the Ghanaian name first and have the brackets in the English name. Depends on how their parents did it and how we had to get in the country. But you know, but for the rest of us, obviously, I didn't get two names. I got one, Kojo, right? But let's say I had two names and I go by, let's say George, okay, or whatever, right? The first name that's being presented is dependent upon how you see yourself. I don't have an issue with him calling himself Alex. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that he explained it while sitting there and then gave us an explanation that he was trying not to look a particular race before its time. But the reality is, if your Alex is your first name, then you haven't got an argument. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Which means that Alex maybe is not your first name. Maybe Kwame would be your first name, and you try to politic it because all you had to say was, "My name is Alex," because that's your first name, right? And that's the first name. That's the first one. Kwame is just another name that we can call you by. Go by that. So why did you have to jump in between the two? If you already spoke to the producers already as well, and they already told you their advice already, why would you need to explain that? It tells me that you're conflicted within yourself. Because me, I don't have to say that. I just say my name is Kojo. That's it. I don't care if I'm coming into a situation where they're going to see me as black and white. My name is Kojo, and if that means you now know I'm black, it is what it is. I don't need somebody who doesn't, you know what I mean? Because races, no matter how much anybody says anything, it's my last point, and I'll pass it on to you guys. No matter what anybody says, race plays a part. And one of my biggest issues, especially with us as black folk, is our assimilation. If you go into a relationship, and that's why I was talking to my bro, and his daughter's name, they have an English name and a Ghanaian name, and I loved it. You know, you got both in there, so the culture stays within. But if you know you're going to be open to different races being involved, I need you to make sure that your culture don't be dying with you, bro. You know what I mean? Don't let it die with you, you know? And so if you're going to go by Alex, fine. But then if you have to explain it, it tells me that there's something, you're kind of ticking on the fence a little bit. So, but yeah, anyone else jump in for that point? Sorry, I took up a bit of time. Anybody else's thoughts? Yes, Samba.
I want to believe Kwame and Chelsea are happy. It seems like they tried to clean it up for the reunion, and it irritated me a bit because I'm like, I understand that there's editing. You know what I'm saying? I have a degree in journalism, so I understand about B-roll. I understand about, having to edit stuff, having voiceovers. I've done it all. However, I can only do a B-roll or voiceover or whatever with what I already have as footage. Meaning if they edited it a certain way, it's because you presented that to them. Now, of course, there's more that happened than what we saw. But it seems like they really tried to make it out as if the producers made them one of the villain stories when they weren't. And it's like, I don't know if I'm buying that. It just seemed like they tried to make it look nice and rosy, nice and, rose-colored glasses. And I'm like, So we're not going to address the fact that when Chelsea gets a little bit of sauce in her, she gets a little mean. We're not going to address the fact that KWAME was having issues. Now they addressed the mama issue a little bit, but we're just going to act like this stuff is just all made for TV and none of it's real. we're not going to address nothing. It's all fake news. Okay. I don't think it's gonna last. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't. It's not. It's giving. It's giving. We're putting on, and it's giving. It's going to eventually run out.
Mm-hmm. Sean, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think that listen, I mean, I can be wrong, but just looking at it, he just seems to be white identified.
Yep.
And it all played into, you know, the narrative, and Chelsea is a little cringe. And I love how they tried to like dance around that whole underwear engagement photo shoot and like piss on our leg and tell us it's rain. Because there is no way that she's talking about they went shopping for her and her mom went shopping for the underwear. They had a Calvin Klein underwear date in the pods. It's like, what? Like, you knew the size of the guy that you were going, like, come on, like, seriously, even before I met him. It's like, it sounds like they're just trying to get ahead of the enemy, and they want to dismiss everything away. So if I'm going to believe you and something sounds cringy, I needed some acknowledgement. And there was no acknowledgement to say, hey, listen, I get that this is not normal. You know, this is probably not what the average couple did, but we were both on the same page about it. It's like he was smiling and shaking the whole time. And I know, Kojo, you are the body language expert, and I picked up on it. When he was sitting there with his legs crossed, his leg was shaking the whole entire time. And he had a very awkward smile on, which tells me the brother is under pressure. Whether it's a combination of internal and external pressure, but he is under pressure. There is no way, and he's trying to say, oh, you know, I'm a participant in this marriage too. And then you got Vanessa piping in, oh no, tell them he's not being held captive. Ma'am, I need you to be quiet. Okay, Vanessa, pipe down. Chelsea clearly does not need an advocate because she's one all by herself. There were so many times she overtalked him. So many times she did not listen to what he was saying. So many times she dismissed his legitimate concerns. Then he tried to say, oh, well, my real concern wasn't between Portland and Seattle. It was really because I live out of the country for a good portion of the year. Bro. I call cap. You talked about moving and relocating from Portland to Seattle, and that was a major concern for you. You talked about how you love to run in Portland and all the activities and your base being in Portland, and that was a concern for you to be in Seattle. You said nothing, sir, about living outside of the country. So don't throw into things that we did not see and add things that we did not see. Let's be honest. And I just need them to be honest, because that what I feel like with the two of them, they're going to spend the next however many months putting this veil up of perfection, and that they're meant to be, and that they're supposed to be this perfect couple, and that they went to Thanksgiving and all of a sudden the nieces are saying she thanks God for Auntie Chelsea. How cringe is it? Little white Auntie Chelsea, we're thanking God for her. The little niece don't even know her. This is her first instance meeting her, and now she's so thankful for her. Gross. I'm over it. I need them to be real. And I feel like the people that put up this front, you come crashing down because you can't be real. You want to have an image of perfection. And that's where I'm going to land.
All I was gonna say is I would love if there are Black women from the Portland, Seattle area. If you guys can drop a comment, just letting y'all giving y'all perspective. Because when I was just in Phoenix the other day, there was a whole lot of people from this. I met some Black dudes from the Portland, Seattle area, and none of them had been with a Black woman or maybe been with one, and they were grown. I'm talking about overgrown. Like one was like over 40 and one was like 37. And one of them, he was super cool. Really, I actually really thought he was a nice guy. But he was like earmuffs and like pretend to cover my ears as he proceeds to tell this other girl who happened to be white sitting at the bar, I never been with a Black woman, but I kind of regret it. So like he like puts his hands over my ears so I didn't hear it. And I was like, wow, this is really interesting. This must be like a Portland, Seattle thing. I don't really know what's going on, but it's really white identified on steroids. But what I'll say is that whole family seems to co-sign KWAME's mess. That sister seemed overjoyed that a white woman was coming into their family. I was kind of disgusted by her, not even gonna lie. She was making me quite sick throughout that whole wedding scene. And but I wanted to ask you, Kojo, and you answered it, because all of my Ghanaian friends, their first name is very English. And then they'll have a traditional Ghanaian middle name. And then a lot of Ghanaians that I know in America also have English last names, some of them, or what we would say consider American last names. So that's why I was like, am I missing something with this Alex situation? But regardless, you know, his reasoning is what made it sus. And all I say is when you're with a person for the wrong reasons, whether it's like just for financial gain, or if it's to whitewash your bloodline, or it's because you want proximity to whiteness, or for Chelsea, if you want to fetishize a Black man, when the push comes to shove and relationships get hard, none of that will last. Because those are not real reasons to be with somebody. So we'll see.
No, I definitely hear that as well. And I think my issue with Alex KWAME at this point is wanting not to be judged for the color of his skin, but intentionally wanting a white woman. It's like, what you're really saying is, I don't want white people to realize I'm Black, because they might discount me from the dating pool. But you are intentionally putting yourself in a position where you want to choose white. We know, you know, right? So whether you say your name or not, there are certain topics of conversation which automatically lets people know what kind of arena you step into. Now, of course, we can call some comedians out there. There's some comedians out there that can, you know, talk a little bit of our lingo and talk the way that we talk and take some of our points and stuff. And that's true, right? But the reality is, right, we have a vernacular. We have language. We have tones. We have personal jokes within our community. We have experiences. You know, when we talk about culture being quote unquote Black, we're talking about inclusive in an inclusive sense, whether you're African American or whether you're African, whether you're British, Black. There are some overlappings that happen culturally with us. You know what I mean? We may not even drink the same drink, but we'll talk about the fact that you drank Kool-Aid, but I'll tell you we drank Panda Pop, right? So we might talk about Fizzy Pop, right? So there are overlappings of conversation that even before you say you Black, we know you Black because of some of the experiences you've gone through. But I think also added to that, I found it's disingenuous a little bit from him in the sense of the fact that, you know, that he doesn't want to be judged for the fact that his name will put him in a particular bracket of being Black. But, you know, it seems like when you told us your story, your trauma was about being rejected for being Black by a white family. You know what I mean? So your story wasn't a general story about how women have rejected you in the past. It was specifically about white women rejecting you in the past, which means you probably are looking, if I want to take a deduction, you are looking for white women in this particular experiment. So the irony of it all is that you had an issue with your name situation because you wanted to be considered anything but black in that particular pod. So you had the best chance of choosing a white woman. That's problematic for me, right? So, you know, however, how he spins it, it's up to him. But, you know, I'm sure he'll say he's happy with Chelsea. Okay. Let's quickly talk the last point then here. We're talking about Paul's situation, because Vanessa got onto Paul differently. That girl had a heat sensor rocket on that boy. I'm telling you, that girl came for him hands down. She said, listen, you gonna get this work. And Paul kind of took a little bit 1 or 2 step back. He took some ownership that he didn't need to take. But you know, I understand why he did it. You know, in this culture, it's a little bit dangerous out there. You know, even for the white males, it seems. even they scared. Okay, it seems like they created a monster. But you know, he took a few steps back and with the situation with him and Micah. And the reality was, and I wish he did kind of say it towards the end. He kind of stepped back forward again. He doesn't see Micah as a mother figure for him. Right? He never saw a nurturing side from her. She was cold and everything like that. And that is the biggest truth that he felt. You know what I mean? And Vanessa, I didn't like the way that Vanessa was trying to push the questions towards him in a sense, rather than it trying to understand where he was coming from. She was trying to attack the point because she really felt some type of way about what he was saying. But what was your guys and what was you ladies' perspective around that issue as well? Yes, Ray.
I wasn't feeling Paul.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't feeling Paul. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And actually, this is the one time that I didn't mind Vanessa, because Vanessa was saying what everyone else was feeling. Paul, spit it out or go home.
Oh, okay.
Like,
okay.
Paul was circling the drain, saying absolutely nothing. It's like, okay, you never told this girl to her face that she wasn't motherly, didn't have a motherly instinct. So then you ask him, well, does she not have a motherly instinct? Oh, no, I think she does. But it's just that I didn't bring it out of her. Probably because I didn't want that. And so maybe she didn't want that. Then Vanessa goes, but she talked to you all the time about the fact that she was a miracle baby and that she wants to have a large family because, you know, her mother struggled giving her that. Oh, yeah, well, she did talk about that. Okay, Vanessa's like, but you just said she didn't. Oh, I don't really know. Like, to me, this is when you should just stay home, like Jackelina and Josh. Just stay home, because if you're going to come and not say anything, why are you wasting our time? For me, when it comes to Micah and Paul, I think this is what it is. I think it's a feeling. I think he saw. Let me back up. Paul's not crap either. Let me start there. I want to start there because I want to be really clear. Paul's not crap because he had a lot nicer girl in Amber that he could have picked, but instead he wanted emptiness and nonsense and mean girl vibes from Micah that should have been obvious from the beginning, because Micah really was given the same type of energy, the same surface level energy in the pods, whatever. So instead of choosing Amber, he chose Micah. So let's start there. Then he gets out the pods. He sees Micah. And Micah, although she's not giving him the direct mean energy to his face, people and men can sense when you're not pleasant, when you're kind of mean, when you're not nurturing. She showed that even when she tried to check him over her Shelby friend about how she dealing with Shelby. You know what I mean? So he was able to sense it, but he never spoke on it, right? And that's where I feel like, although she's giving these vibes that are unpleasant, the same Micah we saw all over this season, he never said anything to her about that. And so for me, you didn't speak up then. Okay. But why won't you speak up now? Why won't you say, hey, I saw something in her through multiple interactions that made me feel like she was not going to be a nurturer to me or to my kids. I'm not saying she's incapable of being a good mother or a nurturer, but I didn't get that vibe because of some incidents that happened X, Y, and Z. He didn't say that. And for me, I'm not even Micah, and I didn't get the closure that I wanted from that situation. When a man can't stand on his own too and say it with his chest about what he's really thinking and feeling, to me, that's not a man at all. And I'm able to separate the fact that Micah has her own issues with the fact that Paul is not right. And maybe the Shelby friend and the other friends also could sense that he wasn't right. Because at first I thought they just didn't want Micah to be happy, and that's probably still true. But I also think they also sense that this man, when you're talking to him, he don't have nothing to say. He has nothing to say. I will want to say he looks fantastic this reunion. That weight and that change of hair looks great on him. But that's really the only positive thing I have to say. I wasn't a fan of him. And I'm only going hard on Paul, y'all, because what more do we want to say about Micah? What more do we have to say about her? Like, y'all want to keep talking about Micah? We already know what's wrong with her. I'm spending my time talking about Paul because we've talked about Micah all season. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Go for it, Amber.
So I actually agree with Seaway. I was not for Paul. I felt like Paul tried to sugarcoat what he was trying to say and tried to make it in a way where he wouldn't appear to be a villain because he wanted to stay in a victim role and he didn't want to appear to be XYZ. Both of them were trying to play the victim role in their own way. They're in my opinion, they have toxic energy as well. There's just a bit more subdued than some of the other couples that got like the spotlight this season. They have some of that same energy. She tried to play the victim a bit with how the wedding played out. He tried to play the victim a bit because Micah made now I don't know if this is true, this is alleged. She stated that he mentioned to her maybe not wanting children or something along that line. So it's like, okay, is it that you don't see her as motherly, or is it that you don't want to have children? Or maybe you just don't want to have children with her. It seemed like he was really dancing around it and not wanting to answer what it is. And I'm so happy Seaway brought up Amber, because I was thinking, I'm like, I couldn't remember who Paul's other option was when it came to the pods. And I'm happy Seaway brought up the name Amber. It clicked with me. That was the Amber girl. My thing is this. In an odd way, I think he chose Micah because of looks. Now, I know they could not see each other, but follow my thought process a little bit. They say that sometimes you could tell somebody's race from the tone of their voice, things they mention about their culture, as Kojo has said, etc., etc. If his experience has been all the mean girls I come across all look good, that toxic look good thing, and that's his experience, he may automatically have assumed Micah was more attractive than Amber because one was the nice girl, or appeared to be more the nice girl, one had more of the mean girl energy. Unfortunately, when you deal with a mean girl, do not think that what happens to everybody else will not eventually come home and roost in your backyard. Paul got a taste of that with Micah. Micah got a taste of it with IRINA and her friends. Everybody got their taste of the fact of what they do to other people, they'll do to you. Honestly, those two were not communicating. They were not communicating. They weren't saying how they really felt. They were putting on this whole thing. I wonder if the mother actually liked Micah as much as we were led to believe, only because he seems very tight with his mom. So it makes you kind of go, okay, did mama maybe pick up on the energy a little bit and kind of gave him the heads up behind the scenes? We may never know. But at the end of the day, Paul didn't take full accountability for his decision. Shaw said it earlier, say it as a man. I did not feel like she would be good wife and mother material. So I bounced. Paul was trying to make you victim. You are a grown man. You made your decisions. You made your choice. It is what it is. Call it a day.
Sean, you have anything to add for Paul?
Yeah, no, listen. I'm gonna say Paul made the right choice. I think Paul made the right decision. He might have been a little off or maybe a little overly judgmental about her not being a mama. And that is subjective, right? But at the end of the day, he made the right choice. I think he's definitely socially awkward, and we can debate that or talk about what it is. you know, look in the DSM and figure out which diagnosis we're going to give him. But, you know, it just looks a little socially awkward to me. But the boy got some sense, or the man has some sense, rather, because he made the right choice. And Micah definitely twerked on the fence about whether she was going to say yes if he would have said yes. Because her trying to say, which is why she had him choose first, to me, I wasn't buying it. She knew she didn't want to say no. I mean, she didn't want to say yes. And we know Zach chimed in, put his cape on, and said he definitely heard all around that she was not going to be looking to choose him. So I'm sure she could see that, yes, there was some hesitancy on his part. So she was like, let him say no so that I can, you know, bow and tiptoe and go right off on this. You know, so that's that. But I think, look, no harm, no foul. She's going to go on to do what she wants to do. She's going to have her good friend, that mean little rude friend of hers, to have her back. And they can go and be single together, because that's the cautionary tale for me, is be careful who you surround yourselves with. Be careful of the counsel that you get, because they can very well be undermining you, whether it is overtly or covertly. You need to be careful around the company that you keep. And she had IRINA as a good friend. And then she also had that other friend who was really not nice. So I think, like, at the end of the day, you really do need to be cautious who you surround yourself with. And if they are people, sometimes people are not meant to carry you through to the finish line. It's just pass the torch and let's move on. But people be holding on to these old friends from way back when, and they're not in the same place as you. And that friend clearly was not. And I'm not saying that's the only reason that Paul didn't choose her. I'm just saying I think that was something that I took away as I watched their interactions, is that that friend does not really have your best interest at heart. You know, if somebody wants to give you advice, they need to do it in a better fashion. They also shouldn't be haranguing the person that you want to be in a relationship with, right? They're well within their rights to ask some questions, but, you know, don't go off guns a-blazing and be rude and nasty like the friend was. And then I'll end it on, you know, did everybody see Paul? He touched that lady's butt. He certainly did. When he was exiting the brides, they showed the footage. He pat that lady right on her hiney as he was exiting out the door.
Made you look.
Paul's a quiet killer. That's all I'm saying.
That's it. He was like, I'm gonna leave here with something.
I'm like,
that caboose. He was like,
you saw that? You see how he tried to, hey Abby, you see how he tried to weasel his way out of that one too. That's my only point. Sean, you ain't told a single lie. He was better off. It was better for the both of them that he said no. And she saw 5 billion reasons why not to be with Micah. My thing is, if you're going to waste all of our good time on this Sunday after Netflix crash, you can at least tell the truth and shame the devil about why you really said no. Or you can go ahead and say, you know, you weren't even too sure if Micah was going to say yes. Say anything. Why are you letting Zach spill all the tea? Why is he the bone collector? I don't get it. That's my only point.
That's fine.
I'll tell you why. And let me get the real truth here. Okay. All right. Love is Blind is predominantly a woman audience, first and foremost. Number two, for me to come out and reiterate on a live reunion, the reason why I didn't choose you is because you have no maternal instinct. It's crucifixion waiting to happen. Saying it on a show is one thing, right? You have the camera there. You kind of say it in your little comfort of your little background, whatever. It comes on the show, but to reiterate it live again is one different beast in general, right? So for him, it was like, look, let me not even try to say this again, because this is gonna go wrong, right? This is gonna go all wrong if I start saying this, right? Now, it's really interesting. I think we should give Paul some grace here. You know, his trauma here is what's led him to this situation. I mean, the fact that, you know, he made a mistake, it's just, you know, he's young. He's still trying to understand himself. And, you know, clearly, you know, he's only human. Come on, guys. Come on, let's not crucify Paul here. Okay?
Kojo got jokes.
Oh, let's not crucify him, please. Let's give some grace to Paul, please. I mean, he's a villain. Oh, come on, guys. Give him some grace. All right.
Well, this is a white man. This is a white man that we going in on. So I don't know if it's working with your theory.
Well, the theory is not consistent. It's intersectionality, and that's how it plays. But anyway, the reality. You know, I'm gonna be petty. I'm gonna be petty if I'm gonna be petty, you know what I mean? But no, all jokes aside, right? I really do feel like he did actually try to spare her. Like going into it again, this is not a win situation for a man to start talking about how you have no maternal instinct. Number two, I do think that the explanation was poorly dealt. And I know what he's trying to say. I can't demand this of you. Because then it changes your, maybe for him in his head, it's like, it changes the dynamic. If I start saying to you, become more maternal, how does that work? And sometimes when you're saying become more maternal, what do you actually mean? Does he actually have the words to explain fully what he means about being more maternal? I think what he really means is the girl is cold. Okay? I can't see you being the mother of my kids. Do you see how even when he said I can't be the mother of kids, how Vanessa was on his neck? She wanted to break his neck for saying that, right? Because you can't say that about women. Right? Because we attach mother with women so closely in terms of value that talking about that aspect can get you canceled real quick, sir. You know what I mean? Before you know it, you're hung and noosed in the streets. Now, what I don't agree with is if he never had a conversation about some of the other aspects, because there was like 5 or so reasons that happened on that on that last episode as to why he said no. But I think he was avoiding a situation that would make him become more of a villain. By talking more, he has more things to be hung by, right? So for him, it was like, let me keep quiet. Let me just do this. Let me not say too much stuff. And then he started backtracking at that point almost because he didn't want to go too deep into it. And I honestly, I wish he stood 10 toes down with it. You know what I mean? That's the part I would say that maybe a little bit more of assertiveness and not caring what people think. The same way he did with the whole friend situation should have been applied here, right? But maybe in his head, he's calculating every move and he's doing too much in this moment, thinking how it's going to turn up. But the reality is, bro, I needed you to stand 10 toes down. That's the only difference I can say. I wanted him to stand 10 toes down and be like, listen, the reality is what I said is what I said. Because inadvertently he did, but he didn't hold fire to that frame by just saying, listen, guys, I'll be honest with you. I don't believe she. And let's deep this. If he says it again, what kind of argument would happen after? Because people wouldn't hear what he said. What they would hear is not that, hey, you know what? She doesn't have maternal instinct for me. What they would hear is she doesn't have maternal instinct in general. That's all they're going to hear. They're going to hear that from an emotional perspective rather than hearing me saying, for me personally, she doesn't have the maternal instinct. That's what Vanessa did. She didn't hear what he said for him. She heard, she doesn't have a maternal instinct. I got to make sure I nail him to the cross for this, right? And so instead of hearing that aspect, that's why it's a no-win for a man to start talking about a woman has no maternal instinct for him. Well, how are you supposed to judge that? You've never been a woman? You've never been a mother? How do you know what a mother's instinct is? Before you know it, you're getting lambasted, strung by the neck, and dragged around the street by your hair, like with a horse cart, and everyone's calling you out. So I'm not saying that he's perfect. By the way, I think he's very calculated and he's very smart. I think once he realized, I think he clocked very early on, him and Michael weren't going to work. I already said that, but I already said that Michael kind of manipulated him into that situation anyway, and he was between a rock and a hard place. He had no better choice. Now, that's his issue that we can call him out on, because I personally think he should have quit the process because he knew Michael weren't it. I'll be honest with you. I don't think he realized how deep it was until he started going into it. But the reality was, I personally think he went into that in the beginning. If I'm honest with you, I don't think he was. All right. I think she was
in the pods at all. He seemed like a hostage. He seemed like a hostage in the pods.
He was a hostage.
He looked like one. That was, and I think you're right about that. Complete. I don't know where Kojo went real quick, but yeah, he was a complete hostage in the pod. So
definitely,
I think Kojo's take is actually the right one, because that has to be the reason why he just wouldn't come out and say it with his chest, because I just don't understand why we couldn't get a straight answer. But if that's the reason, I do agree. Telling a woman that she has no motherly instinct is like basically calling a dude like a broke bum. I would say that's kind of the equivalent. And women would get really sensitive about that. So
definitely. I remember when I first heard him say it on the finale, I went, ooh. I'm like, out of everything he said about this girl, that sting even me, and I don't even like her. I was like, ooh, not I can't see her being mama.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, I see. Yeah, especially for a white woman, I think that's, you know, a big deal. But what I do want to know, while we're waiting on Kojo to come back, what is some keyword some before y'all get in the comments? What is with some black men being obsessed with having babies that don't look like them? What is going on with Bartise?
Oh Lord, we got to talk about him? Oh no.
I'm just waiting for Kojo to come back, but him parading that baby that don't look nothing like him, I'm perplexed.
Y'all know Bartise got that F-boy energy. I just hope old girl from last season ain't still trying to talk to him and be friends. I hope she stuck to her gut and stopped that little toxic friendship mess.
Lord have mercy.
Hey, what's up, Brittany?
Hey guys.
How you doing?
I'm good.
You're not gonna grace us with your beautiful smile?
Oh no, my hair ain't done, honey. No.
Oh, okay. I know you got something on Paul and Micah.
No, I don't come on like that. No, ma'am. Got to be presentable. But since y'all was talking about Bartise, I'll just say this about him. Like I said last time when we spoke about them, he's confused. He don't even know who he is. You can tell by his conversation in the pods, and I'll just leave it at that. He's very immature. And he still acts the same way. And if you saw him on Perfect Match, nothing has changed. Still the same Bartise.
But why they invite him, Britt? There was no reason for him to be there. That baby is really cute, not gonna lie.
But the baby is absolutely adorable. We don't have no problems with the baby. It's the daddy.
Exactly.
But that baby, he looked like he stole that baby. He looked like he stole that baby.
Girl, allegedly. I was surprised when he had a baby. When he said he had a baby, I was like, okay, well.
Didn't he look like he was baptizing somebody else's white baby like that? That really looks very confusing.
Oh my God, girl, I don't know. He's confusing. I don't want to think about him. It's just too much.
Him and that curly fade.
I wish he would cut it off. It's a mess. Out here looking like kid. But anyway, it don't look good though.
That ain't worse than Andre. It's basically like Andre here with the ponytail. It's both of them.
Oh no, at least Andre's looks done and it's not dry.
I'm not sure if Andre looks done. Andre don't
have that much over Bartise for real.
Andre got the mohawk, the Powerpuff Girl, and the braid. No,
Andre looked like he don't know what he want to do with his hair. So Ronnie said we need to let Bartise be great in his whiteness. Here's the thing, though. What confuses me about him is if he really wanted to be more white passing, he would try to cut that thing off of his head.
That's facts.
I mean, he's a very black looking biracial person, and then he adds to it with that stuff on top of his head. So for him,
I think he wants the swag that comes with, still claiming black, even though he's a bit white passing.
He's not white passing at all.
It depends on where he grew up at.
White passing
for him to be acting like that.
He wants to be.
Why do you let them take you down this rabbit hole? I haven't heard.
I know. Leave Bartise alone.
About Paul and Micah.
Okay, Paul and Micah. So basically what I said in the chat was that if you just start from the beginning, everything else is null and void. Paul only went with Micah because Micah put pressure on that man. Micah went with Paul because she wanted to steal him from Amber. She didn't like that Amber was getting attention from him. She lives and feeds off of stuff like that. So does Irina. That's why they click. Okay? So, and they was literally laughing at that girl in the corner crying. Like, I mean, how rude can that be? So, basically, Micah was trying to beat everybody to the punch. She want to be first, just like her little friend Shelby. Shelby want to be married first. There was a little bit of jealousy up in there. I felt like, because she didn't want Micah. I really don't think she wanted Micah to get married for the simple fact that, and it's not all of it, but Michael was getting married before her. And sure, maybe they saw some stuff in Paul that she couldn't see herself. But at the end of the day, you start at the very beginning, their foundation was cracked from the very beginning. They didn't really have one because they both chose each other for the wrong reasons. Now, honestly, I feel like Paul wouldn't have, I feel like he would have left with nobody if it came, possibly. Because when he was talking to Amber, even though he was interested in her, she mentioned that she cheated in the past, and you could clearly tell he felt very uneasy about that. So we wouldn't really know how far that would go anyway, because Micah came in there and snatched him up. So, and he went along with it though. So at the end of the day, everything else he said and that she said, honestly, it don't even matter because they're trying to find stuff to talk about at this point. They never really wanted each other in the first place, for real, for real. So, I mean, I really don't see any other option in terms of, you know, them being together. Yeah, sure, Micah probably, he grew on her, so she probably started to like him, but I still don't think it was genuine. And plus, she didn't even defend that man when her friends was getting on him. So I wouldn't even say with her. It's disrespectful.
I have a question, if it's okay, for the men on the panel and the men in the chat regarding this Shelby friend. Now, I have friends. I have two main friends. We do not always agree on everything. You know, they've had opinions maybe about somebody I dated or whatever have you, because they want what's best for me. You know, they might not agree with, you know, how I handle something, but it's not malicious. It's, once again, they want what's best for me. You know, you sure you want to end it? Yeah. Okay. What's your reasons? Are you being emotional? They want to make sure I know what I'm doing. Would you stay friends with somebody that you saw on national TV say, I wanted that to happen, while you are crying and in distress after being humiliated in front of the whole world at the end of the day? Because this is an international TV show. I'm trying to figure out why in the world was Micah defending Shelby. I'm like, what? I'm like, she laughed at you. She laughed. She didn't even follow to make sure you okay. What are you talking? I don't know. Maybe as a woman, I'm being too emotional about it. Men, if your boy did this to you, how would you react? Because I don't get it. I don't get it.
No, let me just say this: none of my goons could ever behave like this. One, because it causes war amongst men. Men can never disrespect a man's girl. It's just number one rule. If you do, it's war. So that's first and foremost. I think number two also, it's your boy can always have legitimate issues and concerns, and he should bring it up to you in a respectful manner. He might say, I've seen X, Y, and Z, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm not really feeling it. And you can go, all right, cool, but I appreciate you hit me heads me up, and I can still make my choice. Reality is, for me personally, I would never, and this is me saying it, if you got a friend like that you don't check, the problem isn't having a friend who doesn't like you. It's a problem when that person's not checked. When that person has free reign to say whatever they say, and you don't defend me, and you don't back me, and you don't hold that person accountable when we're having our interactions, I now know not to. I can't marry someone like that. And my reasoning for this is that this always turns into something. It turns into a longer issue of influence. We already have enough issues when it comes to a marriage, trying to just deal with ourselves. But if you now got somebody working against us, right, who's outside the relationship, that's another extra weight, another extra voice, another person who can influence the relationship. And we can see with Micah that voice has had a powerful effect on her for a very long time. That's why she's still around. You know what I mean? That's why she's still around. So for me personally, I remember a situation. One girl that I was dating, just kind of dating, and at the time I was running a youth Christian group, right, on WhatsApp, and she's coming from a different church, and her friend was like, "Yo, you can't be in that group chat with him," right? Lo and behold, the girl came out the group chat, didn't say nothing to me, just came out the group chat. And I spoke to her and I said, why did you do that? She said, because my friend was saying that, you know, as I said, after I heard that, I said, I'm turned off. I'm turned off. That was the beginning of the end. Now, it wasn't the final nail in the coffin, but it's the beginning of the end for me. Because I can see that it won't take much for you to be influenced out of a situation. And that you have, as men, we do tend to think long-term and think about building. We have to think about the cost before we build. So for me personally, if I see someone like Shelby and I see how you deal with Shelby, I'm gonna look at it and go, well, this is probably gonna come up again. And who else gonna come out of pocket and you won't check him? Nah, for me personally, I wouldn't do that. But as men, we do not deal with each other like that. That will end in bloodshed. So I'm gonna pass the buck to Sean, let him tell you his feelings. But yeah, you can't really do that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, bro. You know what it reminds me of, but for anybody that watches Zatima, Zach's friends are the same kind of friends, especially old boy who, you know, is out here trying to get pictures of Fatima and all that stuff. So it does happen. I mean, it's dramatized on the Zatima show, but you know, these things happen on both sides and people need to be aware of your friends, and they don't have to be as overt as Shelby is and as Zach's friends are. It can be little subtle things. So you need to be careful, and friends, as well intentioned as they can be, need to operate and have boundaries. And I think this is just it's a boundary issue coupled with birds of a feather flocking together, because they're not serious. They still seem like they're party girls. I'm sorry. Paul was saying what we all were seeing. I can't see Micah being a mom either. She's busy partying and drinking it up, kikiing by the pool, making fun of people. It doesn't look like I'm mature and I'm ready to settle down. Meanwhile, she's cuddled up in a corner with KWAME, having these off the side conversations, and Paul's talking about, oh, well, we had an agreement and I was totally fine, you know, with it. I didn't feel insecure either, because we said as long as it didn't get physical, we were fine with people having conversations. So she was fine with the conversation with Irina and me, and I was fine with the conversation with her and KWAME. Okay, bro, I'm not buying it, bro, because I don't care. They don't need to be physical for it to be inappropriate and crossing the lines, because they're both in a different you're both in different relationships. Why are we driving and looking in the rearview mirror, wanting to check in and say, oh, I just want to see how you're doing? No, you can see how she's doing from across the pool, and the same for her to him. What we need to talk about: you chose Kelsey for KWAME, and Paul and Micah chose Paul. What we need to talk about? What closure do we need? We have moved on. And keeping these doors open, to me, is just a recipe for foolishness. And then for us to have those feelings looming in the background. So, yep, I don't think Micah's very serious. I think her friendships are very sophomoric, and that's not going to be healthy for her marriage and any relationship long term, because you need to be with people of like mind and that they're going in the direction that you're going. So that's what I think.
And I'll add to them just from like a woman's perspective. And I agree with everything that Sean and Kojo said. But somebody like Shelby, I could never be friends with her. We would literally butt heads, and she would never win against me. It's not going to happen, because Shelby is the kind of person like Micah who wants to have power, and Micah gives her that power. You saw how she got like almost weak in the knees when Shelby was coming at her about Paul in his face. It was just like she couldn't even defend herself. And I'm sure Micah does the same thing to Shelby. But I just feel like, as quiet as it's kept, Shelby run that little group. Okay? At the end of the day. Because, see, for me, like Sean said, I would never influence my friend to make a decision for her relationship. I feel like that's crossing the line, honestly, because that's not my business. At the end of the day, all I need to do is be there to support my friend regardless of what decision she decides to make. Now it depends on the decision. It depends on how drastic it is too. But I mean, with relationships, people have to live and learn. I would never want my friend to do that to me either. So, and I just feel like it's a lack of respect for her and the person that she's with. I couldn't, it was so hard for me to actually watch that. And then when they asked Shelby and the other friend what they thought of Paul, Shelby had the nerve to put a thumbs down. Like, I was about to curse. Girl, like, ain't nobody asked you to do all that. Like, relax. Like, me and Shelby would legit have an argument. I would have to walk away, though, because I might put my hands on her. Because she one of them girls that like to get slick with the mouth. So, but no, for real. Because that's not going to work over here. If anything, none of my friends have ever done anything that Shelby and Micah do. Or Irina. We could add them all in the same group because they all act alike. So, yeah, I just feel like it was very disrespectful of her to do all of that and feel like she had such a big say. And then the last thing is, let's just say if Paul and Micah did get married, do you know how much input Shelby would have in that relationship? It's almost as if she's a third wife or she's a third person in that relationship. And I'm sure it would be the same for Micah, but actually I feel like Shelby will put her foot down just a little bit more with Micah, just based on what I've seen. I don't really know their whole dynamic, but yeah. It's a whole mess. That whole group is toxic, for lack of better words. It's not cool. They all depend on each other in a not so good way. So,
any more final thoughts on Micah and Paul? No.
They was doomed from the start. Period. End story.
Any more points, guys? If not, I will open it to the audience because we've talked about all the couples now. So
we didn't talk about. Did we talk about Brett and Tiffany? And I missed it before I came on.
Oh no! Was it anything? I didn't even see because I didn't see anything on Reunion. I didn't got to watch their part.
Yeah. They were in the beginning.
Okay, well, go for it then, guys, because I didn't see anything, so I won't be able to contribute.
I mean, look, Siway and I were talking about this earlier. So I think, listen, there was so many other couples, but I think they just didn't have room for too many people that were unproblematic. So Brett and Tiffany are just about as unproblematic as they come. I think that, Tiffany looked gorgeous. I mean, just the girl is stunning, and Brett had on the pants of his own choosing with some Air Force Ones. So, the brother's stylish. Got to give him that. And, they were just talking about living life and learning to get connected to each other. And, outside of the show, they've been traveling. So really not a whole lot, to say, not anything that we wouldn't expect. They're still together. They're still thriving and enjoying each other. So that's that.
I missed Tiffany and Brett because Netflix was acting janky. But I mean, just based on what I've seen and what I heard towards the end, like Sean said, they're unproblematic, honestly, and they just got to go through the regular problems I guess people go through in marriage, especially in the very beginning. They got to learn each other, and they both have to be willing to stick it out and want to do that. And I feel like they do, especially with how Tiffany was feeling so much pressure before the wedding. He was being very, 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 very supportive of her. It was nice to see. So it seems like both of them want to make it work. They just have to both want it this, in the same capacity.
I agree with Brittany. I'm very happy to finally see, and I know some people will be like, what about, Jared and Ian? That they were a Black couple. However, there were issues with them that made them a bit problematic. It's good to finally see Black love presented on this show in a way that's healthy. I love to see it. it gives me hope. Shoot, I'm like, Brett, do you got, you got some cousins, brothers, we take a certain age bracket, but we let God move as he will. But it's good to see them happy and see them thriving. They seem as if they bring out the best in each other. That's beautiful to see. It radiates through the TV, so I can only imagine the positive energy that they give off in person. It's great to see them in love, see them happy, to see mature. I'm not saying, of course, they're not perfect, but to see mature, healthy love. People that seem to have worked through their stuff. And I don't know if people really comment on this much, but I am proud of the fact that Tiffany was honest enough to admit that because Brett had not, quote unquote, graduated from college, outside of the experiment, she may not have actually went with that relationship. And it's good to see a woman admit that, you know what, this was a time where I was actually wrong a little bit when it came to that. Even though her feeling that way was not wrong per se. I get where that my thought process comes from, but it's good to see a woman realize my blessing came in a different package than I saw coming. I love to hear it. I love to see it. Like I said, it gives me hope. Brett, if you got some nephews and stuff, your girl is still single. I'm happy for him.
Sure.
Let me just add one more thing. I almost forgot because they reminded me in the chat. I was speaking to Sky earlier in the chat about this. Basically with Brett, there is another side, like somebody mentioned down there in the chat. I can't really assume how bad that side can get because I can only go off what we saw on TV. And the first time I seen it was when Tiffany fell asleep. He got very upset. You could see it. It was like kind of underlying. And I'm not saying he's, aggressive or anything, but he was getting in his head a lot. And then the whole wedding thing. Now I wasn't mad about the whole pants thing because I would feel the same way. But it's about how you express those feelings. How is he going to do that around Tiffany? Let's just say if he asks her to do something and she doesn't do it right, or she doesn't do it in a particular way, is he going to get the same way? Or is he going to react the same way he did on the wedding day in front of her? Now, I know he probably wouldn't want to intentionally hurt her, but we're human beings. We got to catch ourselves and we got to be self-aware about who we're talking to, right? Because I don't fully agree with how he reacted and expressed it on the wedding day. Because look, I've gotten that way too, but I wasn't that upset. At least I held some of it in. I just, exercised some self-control. But, how is he going to react with Tiffany if she doesn't get something right? Because we already saw with the whole 60-40 conversation, the financial piece, she wasn't really saying too much. And I can also connect that to when her friend was talking about how the guys in her past didn't really treat her well. Now, we don't know the details to that. However, that started to make Tiffany bawl a little bit and feel some kind of way. So it seems as though she did not get treated in the right way. So she may not know how to speak up without feeling like she's kind of like overstepping in a way. It's an insecurity thing. So that's something that she got to work on. And I don't think he would really allow for her not to speak up and not say how she really feels about a matter. But again, I can't assume that. But just watching some of his reactions, it could be a little worrisome, but hopefully he'll catch himself and he won't get like that with her.
Yeah, I think you brought up a good point, Brittany, and they talked about it a little bit during the reunion about her falling asleep, and he was like, yeah, it was 20 minutes. And to be honest, as I remembered, and I was watching it, and as it was airing on the show, I thought for real, he got so upset. I thought for certain he was going to end the relationship. So I'm glad he recovered, but I know, I think he is a little sensitive, right? And somebody said, where's Seaway when we need the astrological breakdowns? But he's a Scorpio. So he's a fellow Scorpio,
Child, that stuff don't matter. Keep it.
So, yeah. But look, I ain't gonna hold you. I done fell asleep on the phone several times. And if the conversation is good and it's late at night, I just might fall asleep. And y'all even know, you know, the Brittany, you can attest to this on many after live.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I done fell asleep, and we having
So
some
did
good
I.
conversation. And nobody gets offended because it's like, look, I think there is nothing wrong with that. I mean, I can understand this is your only way you're connecting, but sometimes the conversation just gets so good. You close your eyes. Whew.
Bro, that was a good
You close
sleep
your
she
eyes
was
and you
in.
try to fool yourself. You can lay there. You're already down bad. So I understand what happened with Tiffany, and she really looked so pretty laying there, you know, so innocent. And her little heart was pitter-patter when she woke up and realized what happened. You know, so look, it's gonna happen, bro. Just take it easy. Don't take it so personal. And I think that's one thing. You know, sometimes when things don't go right, you can react. I can also identify. I might not go so balls to the wall with the pants thing, but I like for things to be a very particular way. And Kojo, you can attest to this as being on vacation with me. You know, like I just like things a very specific way sometimes. So yeah, I think that everybody's imperfections will show, and I think that's stuff for him to work on, for sure, and to be more conscious of. And sometimes it takes you with being somebody that's not as serious sometimes to kind of help you shake those things off. So hopefully, you know, Tiffany will provide some balance.
Yeah, because I was definitely scared too. When she fell asleep, I thought he was about to end it. I was like, no, Brett, relax. Because honestly, I think she was drinking wine. I think all the girls were drinking wine. It was the end of the day.
Something
and
brown.
the girl fell asleep. And she looked like she was having some good sleep. That's the kind of sleep I be wanting.
That one wine, though, I heard that was a little harder when she was drinking.
All right, well, whatever. All of that make you go to sleep. So,
so a little
especially
harder
after a long day, because I think they were talking for like 10 hours. I would have fell asleep, honestly.
I'm known to fall asleep. There's some pictures of me sleep at church services back in the day, so I can't talk about nobody.
Not pictures. Who's taking pictures of you sleeping in church?
Some of my old friends actually snapped a picture of me knocked out during a church service and pulled it up at a Christmas or Thanksgiving dinner. I kid you not. I said, how dare you bless me in front of strangers?
Via Mona, I think I said her name correctly. Down in the chat, she said Brett was probably afraid because he was sharing his heart, which I get. However, relax. Y'all been talking for hours. I mean, like, come on.
Well, I think they're in a better place now. He did it as a joke at the reunion, you know, wrote the Porter.
Yeah, I think because they talked about it. But, you know, I get that side about him being vulnerable and, you know, not feeling like he was being ignored or something, because he was saying some pretty important stuff. But at the same time, you know, let's look at all the other factors. Like, y'all was talking all day. Like, we come on, we got a reason now. You know, and he definitely is sensitive, which I don't have an issue with. But, you know, you got to keep some stuff in check sometimes. You got to look at all the variables before you just kind of like, you know, go balls to the wall, as Sean said. So don't overreact too much.
Yep, I definitely hear that. Definitely hear that. Any more last thoughts before I start inviting people up to the panel to have their say? Yes.
Somebody said actually in the comments that they think the way he expressed himself with guys is different, expressing himself with a woman or his wife. And I do actually have to agree with that. Just for the fact of how men deal with each other, from what I hear, is very different versus how you deal with your wife. He always has, in my opinion, has always seemed to be very sensitive to the pressures that she might have on her. So I think they'll be good. I
can agree with that too.
Cool. Appreciate it. All right, listen, audience, if you've got something to say, listen, we've put the link in the chat for you guys. You can have your 2 minutes. You can come up and say, I need you to come up. Okay, because most of you, I don't know who you are. So It's just to get acquainted with you and also just to stop any madness. So if you I know some of you were asking in the chat, you wanted to have your say on the panel. If you want to come and have your 2 minutes freestyle, tell us your thoughts about what you saw on the show, then by all means use a link that is pinned up right now. Click on it. But I need you to come up. So if you're not coming up, you can't come up. Okay? All right. If you're not coming up, you cannot come up. All right. So if you feel ready to come up and have your say, by all means, come click on the link and we'll give you your time. You get me? I don't know how long this live will last for, but because I think it might end in the 6 hour minute, but who knows? You know what I mean? So in my opinion, if you want to talk, please, I need you to put your cam on so we can actually be able to get you on the panel so you can actually have your say. All right. Appreciate it. Okay, let me just drop this down. Okay.
Well, Coach, as you bring more people on, I'm gonna say goodbye so everybody else can speak. Because if I stay up here, I'm gonna have more to say. Love you guys. It's 2 o'clock and I got to go to sleep. It was nice talking to y'all. Have a good night.
Love, peace, and blessings with people.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Brittany. Appreciate you. All righty. In my opinion, you have 2 minutes. Talk to me. What's your thoughts? You can talk about anybody. You have 2 minutes. Go for it.
Okay. So I enjoyed Brett and Tiffany. I hope that they make it very far. I felt like we got bamboozled when it came to Jackie not being there because she said a lot of stuff on social media, not to mention all the stuff that she's done while the show was running. And it was like a slap in the face that you don't come and do the actions that you did on the show for us to, for you to hold yourself accountable. Because in all actuality, yes, Marshall was a jerk at times, but she was even rougher. And she just kept wanting to say, I broke up with him first, so it made it all right for me to go kiss Josh. And it's not. It's like, hold yourself accountable. And I am so tired of Micah and Irina. Like, I'm gonna need both of them to go get some therapy, like, immediately. They don't need to be looking for love. They need to be looking for some therapy.
I hear that. 100%.
But you have a good night, Coach.
I appreciate it, sis. Thank you. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. All right. God bless you for that. If you got any thoughts, guys, let us know. Give us your thoughts on that. Oh, these things annoy me. Here we go. We want to hear your thoughts, guys. What's your thoughts on this situation? Yeah. So if you've got some thoughts, my thing is I can't set this up nicely the way it's setting up. All right, cool. So if you've got your thoughts, let us know your thoughts. We want to hear what you guys are saying. All right. So you've got 2 minutes. Break down your particular thoughts. Come up and click on the link. And you can have your say as well. All right. But listen, yeah, it is almost 7 o'clock in the morning for me. I'm gonna sleep good after this, bruv. Do you understand? So I'll probably cut it up as well because I think we've been on for almost 6 hours. So crazy times. Had over like 5,000 visitors come through in this live. It's crazy. So shout out to you guys as well. So but what's your thoughts? Click on the link. Don't be afraid. You guys were talking in the chat, talking about, you wanted to come up and have your say and say what you wanted to say. So, come have your say. The panel's open. But if no one comes on for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to go bed. Okay? I'm going to go bed because ain't no point holding out the thing if you ain't going to come up. Okay? So let me know your thoughts as well. But what I would say, I mean, just watching what I watch, I'll definitely hopefully, well, let me have my Netflix rank. Let me have my Netflix rank, my feelings said, because Netflix have absolutely finished themselves in these situations. Because they honestly should have done this. If they haven't tested this, they should have never done this. You know what I mean? No, I get it. Don't get it twisted. I do understand how things can go wrong. Yes, Renell. What are you saying, Renell? Renell, come up on the panel and say your piece, man. You know what I mean? But Netflix definitely failed in the way that they dealt with the situation, because in all reality, the fact that most of us didn't get to watch it at the same time, but we had to watch it through TikTok or Facebook or something like that, it's just ridiculous. And yeah, it was something that we'll have to learn from as well. But I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to them doing it again. I just say it's not something you have to learn from. Do you know what I mean? Yes, Sean, go for it.
Oh, I saw it was pinned. Somebody was saying the link disappeared, but it's pinned to the top. It's pinned at the top of the chat.
Oh yeah. So it's pinned to the top of the chat, guys. If you want to click on the link, it's pinned to the top of the chat as well. And don't forget to like the video as well. We have now over 800 people left. You guys are early in the morning. If you get fired from your work job, don't blame me. But come and tell me your thoughts as well. We want to see. So the link is pinned to the chat. Okay. So, but yeah, clearly, you know, the situation with the Netflix situation, you know, it was built up and it was going to be probably one of the best lives ever. Let's be real, because the amount of people that were waiting to get to watch this show was so many people. This would probably have been one of the braziest this would have been one of the braziest actual shows to do and do it live, because there's so many people that are invested in these type of shows. So for me personally, yeah, honestly, I wish you know, that this came out right, because it would have been amazing to have seen it, you know. And maybe they could have backed it up by doing a YouTube live instead and put it on YouTube. I don't know if they could have done that, but that's a lesson to learn for next time, you know. The best thing that never happened, someone said, the Firefest. I'll put a link in the chat for you guys as well, so I don't know if you guys want to see that as well. But yeah, so it was crazy, man. It was crazy. Like, man, I'm hurt by it, man, because obviously I didn't get to watch it from the very beginning, so it's like I missed parts of it. Now I'm gonna have to watch it tomorrow to give another live, because I really want to be able to give it in full context. I saw parts of it, but I want to be able to give it in its full context in terms of what I actually saw. So definitely I want to be able to watch that. So hopefully by tomorrow it's back. Hopefully by later on today it's up, because I've been trying to click it since we've been on this live, and I can tell you for sure nothing ain't clicking. You know, so I just, yeah, even now I'm trying to click on it and watch it. I can't even click on it no more. It's not even longer thingy. You know, so for me personally, it's a shame. I'd rather what they'd done is just filmed it, recorded it, and then put it on the site, and then maybe did a Netflix party. You know what I mean? You know, and or something like that. I don't know, like, or YouTube link to it so people can get involved. But yeah, it failed to live up to it. You know. Which is a shame. So we feel it, you know. It was a shame that it didn't go the way it needed to go. So lesson to learn. Hopefully they've learned from it, so that next time they can get it right. Because it is something that this season, especially this season, like, yo, this season, all I can say is it would have been one of the biggest events ever, because of Jackie, IRINA, Micah. They're all characters. You know. So for me personally, I would have enjoyed it, to be honest. You know what I mean? So it would have been fun to be able to watch them, you know. But yeah, listen, if you haven't already liked, if you haven't already shared, if you haven't already subscribed, if you're new here, listen, we do quality lives with quality panels, with quality panelists every week. So our next panel is going to be on Tuesday, actually. We're going to have a real conversation on Tuesday. We're going to have a sticky one. Okay? So Tuesday's a sticky one, because we're going to talk about something that is going to be talked about in the community. So there was a situation quite recently on with Mr. Beast, the YouTuber, and his friend has started taking HRT, and I think it will be a good conversation to discuss about you know, our current crop. Someone messaged me and wanted to have a conversation. I thought, you know what, this would be a good time. So Tuesday we're going to talk about trans and how it fits into our society and how we view it and what role we feel it plays. So it could get techie, but you know, I like to keep it respectful, so we don't have disrespectful conversations around there. So Tuesday night, we want to have your opinions come in, you know. So we want to see you on Tuesday night, but I'll put up that poster as well for you guys. All right. So yes, Laquilla, we need your thingy up. We need your mic, your video on, Laquilla. Yeah. So please turn your camera on and you can come up. Yeah, Sean, go for it, Sean. You're muted, bro.
Oh, mute. Tuesday's topic is going to be an open panel.
Yep. It's gonna be a wild one, bro. It's gonna be a wild one. Be a wild one. You get me? So
No, you look scared. Don't be.
I'll be scared of it, man. Look, we have to have a real conversation. I think that's a real conversation to have in this community at this moment. Do you know what I mean? And someone messaged me in it as well. They disagreed with me, so I said, you know, look, we'll have a conversation on Tuesday night about it, Mr. Beast situation, but also as well in general in terms of
who's Mr. Beast?
Bro, he's only the biggest YouTuber ever. Almost, is he ever? I think he is the biggest. Yeah, Mr. Beast. He's crazy, man. I think he's top YouTuber.
Where's Beast out of?
America.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. He's killer, man. He does like pranks and stuff like that. But no, not pranks, but he does more like things like where and I'm gonna get you on Laquilla in a second. But he does things like he will go somewhere and he will do like 1,000 versus 5,000, you know, or like he will do buy a plane ticket for £5,000 versus $1. Like he does crazy big things, big things, and he's good at what he does, and he gives a lot. That's one thing I love about him. But he's meant to be a Christian, supposedly, as well. So I think that's also been a contentious issue about him as well. But Tuesday, we'll talk about it behind the scenes. But yeah, Tuesday night's gonna be a mad one. So definitely I'll play some clips for you guys as well.
Is up, by the way.
Okay. Yes, Laquilla.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can. Y'all really want to be standing in the dark? What is going on?
Listen,
baby?
It's 2:00 where I am. I was in the bathroom doing my skincare, so I look a hot mess. I don't have on my bonnet, so I just cannot show myself to YouTube like this.
All right, baby. No ways. We can just about make a silhouette, so you're human. So go for it. Go for it. Tell us your thoughts, babe.
Okay, thank you. I want to say first off, thank you for having this live discussion because there just are not a lot of other YouTubers that are talking. And I don't know if it's because of, you know, the frustration with everything that's been going on, but it's great to see a community, but also a Black community. So first of all, just thank you for that. Secondly, I want to say, I keep seeing people talk a lot about the way that Tiffany looked. And I think you can't always go by looks. I think, with being a newlywed, I don't know what was going on behind the scenes with the show, you know, starting late. I'm sure there was frustration there. But I just feel like as women, we have to be careful. You can't always go by what a woman looks like. I mean, there were some women smiling on stage, and we clearly think that some of those people are not happy. So I just saw a lot in the chat, but I saw in other places online that, you know, like Tiffany doesn't look happy. I mean, maybe there is something there, but I genuinely think that she and Brett found love in one another. And I'm not just, you know, Team Tiffany and Brett. To me, they were genuine. So I want to say that. I'm so confused when it comes to the whole Paul and Micah conversation, because I said this in the chat a few times. Paul said that he tried again with Micah after the wedding. Did you guys hear that? Or I know a couple of you didn't see the whole reunion. Did anybody else see that? I did.
Yeah. So I just feel like how is Paul the bad guy in the scenario when he's like, listen, I said no at the altar, but I even tried it again, which means maybe he was like, man, maybe I did make a mistake. Maybe I messed up. It wasn't, to me, him trying again or them trying again meant that Paul was not as cold as I feel like he was being portrayed. And Vanessa just, yeah, I know I got like 6 seconds, but to me, Vanessa tonight homegirl was off the hook. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
No worries, no worries, sis. Sorry about that. You know, the timer gives no grace. It's not apologies, sis. We appreciate Liquilla. Thank you. Much appreciation, Liquilla. God bless you. Listen, guys, you want to have your say? Listen, come up. We'll give you the 2 minutes. Come and say what you got to say. I know it's long. You know, the whole reunion has been so much. How can you say everything in 2 minutes? I don't know. You have to find a way. And I probably will do another live tomorrow as well, because I know some people probably wanted to talk about some stuff. So I probably will do a live tomorrow. It's my day off, but I really shouldn't do anything. But I feel like Love is Blind does need an extra live, because I'm sure people will kind of be seething after they get to watch it tomorrow. Hopefully we get to watch it by tomorrow, and then there'll be a whole different conversation by tomorrow, because more people have watched it as well. So, you know, we would love to hear your thoughts. So if you've got any more thoughts, guys, click on that link. We want to hear your voice. You know, we want to hear your thoughts. Want to hear what you got to say. You two got anything to say? Anything else you two wanted to add, or anything else, or anything that she mentioned that you thought you wanted to address?
No, just that Netflix really, really fumbled this bag. The biggest fumble in history. biggest fumble in history. They're viral, but for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I mean, Twitter's going mad right now. I can't lie to you. I'm on Twitter. I've been on it, it's been they've been going at it still. They really have been going at it. So, you know, definitely Vanessa got cooked on there a little bit. Huh?
People said it was giving versus PTSD.
Yeah, like this shit is so bad. Like, and the fact that the episode hasn't dropped even still to this time right now for a lot of us is like, yo, it's so cold. Like, honestly.
I got lucky to catch the live. Like when I was online and I saw people going like, I still can't get to it. I'm like, wow. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Being a little bit late for a live is one thing, but for it to literally over 50% of the people can't see it even 6 hours later, that's unheard of. And then for Netflix, you know, they're supposed to be like, you know, the boom data when it comes to streaming services. It's just like, y'all better be giving out some free subscriptions, because this is not good for business.
And here's my as well. I think the thing for me for Netflix is that, you know, I'm not even mad at it. Like, I'm not mad necessarily at I'm not really so crazy about Netflix in terms of being very mad. It's more of a case, it's more of a case of the fact that, you know, I'm disappointed. I'm not angry. I'm disappointed. Because, you know what I mean? I really felt like this could have been great for the culture in terms of us coming to collectively. Like in the UK, what the equivalent of this in the UK is that when Love Island is on in the summer, it's brazy. I don't know how it is in the US for you guys, but when we get on to Love Island in the UK, it unifies especially the Black community. We start tweeting. We are together. We're cracking jokes. There are memes. When it's Love Island during the summertime, it's crazy. Like it's one of those things that even if you don't want to watch it, you watch it because it's a social thing. And I just felt like this was the same thing for Love is Blind, the opportunity to build that. That's why we were asking where people are coming from. And of course, my audience predominantly is American, but we have some people from Brazil, from Jamaica, you know what I mean? And some other places as well, Australia. We had Somalia. Like, there were different places that people are watching this from. So it was unifying so many people. You know, that's why I said it's an opportunity missed. Because if this had hit, you know, you could have built off this as a brand that you do live reunions or shows for your stuff, and people are waiting as a community to watch it. So that was the only issue behind it. Like, do you know what I mean? So yeah, it would have been nice to have had that, you know. So yeah, but it gets like that. Do you know what I mean? It's what it is. What can you say? You gotta make it work. So hopefully they can sort it out.
Coach Brittany wants 2 minutes.
Okay.
I don't even need 2 minutes. I just wanted to give my little 2 cents real quick. But basically, I'm a Netflix subscriber, right? And I was one of the people that when it actually started working, when the live came on, it wasn't working for me. But after I came out and went back in, it worked. But I still wasn't satisfied only because it's like starting in the middle. Like, I don't want to watch that. I wanted to tweet live with everybody, right? And then come back and talk about it. Because, see, Netflix knows how, the process works. And plus, they wanted to get viewership as well because they've done live events before. But this is what I think it was. They were not ready for the amount of people that were going to come on and watch. So they did not have the right amount of bandwidth to handle all those people coming on that app. I believe that was the issue. I'm sure there was technical issues as well outside of that. But yeah, I'm not saying I'm butthurt or nothing, but it's just like, I pay all this money and they keep, upping the price. It's unacceptable. Just as a customer. So I'll be on the phone with them in the morning because we got beef. And they're going to give me a free month subscription or 2 or 3. Honestly, I'm going for 3. So, yep.
We declare it and decree it.
And y'all better get ready too because they're about to end password sharing. So for all y'all folks out there with a shared Netflix subscription password, get ready. Because in a month or 2, it's about to be done for you.
It sure is.
They
but
need
me and
to
my
be
mother on the
extending that mess
same.
after this.
We on the same router, so it don't matter. We use the same Wi-Fi, so I should be good. And if I gotta buy a subscription, I guess.
Oh, in the same household, yeah.
Yeah, we in the same house, so it doesn't matter, and nobody else uses it.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's folks be sharing it across continents.
I got somebody Hulu account. I don't even know him.
If I pay for it, that should be my business.
Yeah. But they're like,
they said no more.
They said no more because they losing our money.
They losing money. Mm-hmm.
They losing money, not getting this live going on time.
No, for sure. And that was the other thing too. I don't think a lot of people are going to end your subscriptions. It's going to be a couple, but if people really like Love Is Blind and they was waiting to watch this, because people, they're super fans that be waiting for stuff like this, and if they ain't get it, they out. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do lose money over this, but they'll come back anyway, because Netflix has series that people watch in particular and they pay for it. But,
yeah, for real.
Yeah, it's not that big of a hit, but it's a big hit because this is something that people anticipate for.
Yeah. For me, Love Is Blind is kind of like how I am with Stars and Power. Love Is Blind.
Oh, yeah.
And occasionally a good Netflix movie they put out and only put on Netflix. I used to watch Too Hot to Handle. I can't watch that no more. Love Is Blind in the movies.
Yeah,
the few little original good movies are the only reason I watch. So it was already getting canceled once Love Is Blind wrapped up. The fact that y'all pulled this, I might do like Brittany and be like, look, run me this free month real quick.
No, they're gonna give me 3 months. Like,
run me
I'm
this
gonna
free
tell
month.
them what happened.
My birthday's in May. We're gonna consider it a birthday gift. Run me this free month, early birthday gift, and we're gonna call this a day.
But not to go too far off script, but y'all know Hulu about to drop that Freaknik documentary.
Yes, sir.
I called my mother. I said, "Ma, I'm not gonna see you in there, right?" She said, "No, I had you. I was at home with you." She said, "Now you might see your daddy. He a Q." I said, "Oh Lord." I said,
"Oh, not the Qs." Brittany, get ready.
No.
Well, none of y'all know my daddy, so it don't matter.
I went to an HBCU. I done seen many a Q. Get ready, Brittany.
Oh, I did too. I went to CAU. Yeah, it's about to be crazy, but look, them aunties and uncles and mamas and daddies, they shaking in their diapers and they granny panties.
Oh,
so it's real.
Oh Lord.
No, it's
all right. Well,
real.
we're gonna wrap this up because clearly no one's come on. So Sean, I don't know if you're there, bro. Let's get your great work that you do. You know what I'm saying? They need to know about you, bro. So give us that great work that you do, Deacon. Give us that ministration and that benediction.
Oh man. All right. So listen. Well, the first thing is, listen. it's been the theme of the, you know, our weekend. We fall down, but we get back up, right? So Netflix, y'all done fell down. Hopefully y'all get back up and get back up again and figure out how, you know, the customers are going to be compensated in some kind of way, or how you're going to make this right, because, you know, you tried something new, it didn't work out. Let's figure out what we're going to do. And I think that's a lesson for life, right? You know, if you make a mistake, there's nothing wrong with it. It happens, but you got to be accountable, and you got to figure out what you're going to do to, you know, right the wrongs that you made. We think about all the different couples. We'll start with Brett and Tiffany. Listen, you know, we love to see it. Black love prevails. So, you know, they look like they can go the distance. So we want to support it, but just a word for the wise, because nobody's perfect. You know, we want to temper, and have patience, right? You know, watch our tempers rather, you know, in relationships, some things are worth going to war for, and others, sometimes we just have to measure our response and hold off, right? You know, we can't always be so reactive, you know, in certain situations, and, you know, just take a step back and not overreact. Then next up, we got Paul and Micah. Good company, bad company corrupts good company. So beware of who is in your inner circle, who you allow close to you. Super, super important that the people around you need to be supportive of you. And being supportive of you doesn't mean telling you you're right all the time, but being supportive of you also means they are a reflection of you. They are respectful of you, and they definitely understand their boundaries with you. Super important for any friends and family relationships. You got to have healthy boundaries. And when you don't, when you allow people to go across that line, you're teaching them how to treat you. For Paul, look, you learned your lesson, bro. You know, sometimes all that glitters is not gold. And don't go into things thinking that you're going to fix anybody, or, you know, people going to change. We got to accept people for who they are and look out for those red flags. And when we see them, don't run towards, run away. Then we have, you know, our other favorite couple. We have KWAME and Chelsea. From the looks of it, the brother looks like he is being held captive. But if he likes it, we love it. But again, don't be so caught up in an image. Don't be so caught up in what you feel like the story is that you want to be told. Be honest, be truthful. You know, be willing to look at your flaws, because those are only the things that are going to make you better. Next, we have, who did I miss? I'm lost, Kojo. So I'm going to turn it back to you, because I am totally lost. I think I'm out of gas, and I'll turn it back to you.
Don't worry, bro. You put in a good word, sir. You put in a good word. It's been a few hours still. I can't lie to you. He did fought a good fight, and you know, it's not been easy. We've been on for what, 6 hours and 16 minutes. I've been on, and you guys enjoyed me for like 3 or 4 hours as well. So I know it's not easy. But listen, audience, thank you so much. If many of you guys are probably familiar with our content, you know, you come here every week, so you know what we're about. Listen, this is Little Blackbird 91. We have live panels every Tuesday, every Sunday for the men's panel, open panel on Tuesday, and then we have Married at First Sight on a Thursday. And then on Saturday nights we usually have Ready to Love as well. Oh, channeling, it's a shame you came so late. We're done now. You're gonna have to be tomorrow, baby. Yeah, so you know, it's been good. Listen, if you haven't already subscribed to this channel, make sure you subscribe. I'm gonna try and be on tomorrow as well, or I should say tomorrow, later on today. Hopefully the episode would have dropped for me, so I'll be able to watch the whole episode, so that I can get to fully grips of it, and then give you guys another chance to be able to come up on live and say your particular perspectives of what you saw on the Lovers Buying reunion. I'm sure there'll be other great contenters who will put out some great content next few days. So make sure you guys support them as well and show some interest in what the work they do. But I really appreciate you guys coming out. We had 1,900 at one point, you know, on this live, who just wanted to just listen and, you know, listen to perspectives, listen to thoughts, get frustrated. You know, we were all sharing in it. So I really do appreciate all of you lot coming out today. But if you haven't done so, again, make sure you're liking, make sure you subscribe. Now, if you're familiar with us, you know how we end these lives, okay? Because you cannot leave here without something. You understand what I'm saying to you? You cannot leave here without something.
Mike, I'm leaving
you know
here
this
with
already.
You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
Now, you know what? And we have to give it up to our resident sister as well, because, you know, Vanessa, listen, next year, we can't have you on this place.
Not on my watch. Not on my watch.
Oh, apparently someone's started a petition to end late fees from hosting. Absolutely. They should get it signed, sealed, delivered. We need it on there. All right, guys, listen, much appreciation. Thank you so much. Like, share, subscribe as always. And we can't wait to see you tomorrow night as well. And remember, don't forget, Tuesday's an open panel night as well. So we'll have you guys. So appreciate you. Stay locked, stay loaded. We'll see you again tomorrow for another great installment of Love is Blind reunion, hopefully. All right, much love. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.